Chapter 358. Evil? What evil? Danny asked in surprise. You'll understand when you go out, Door God said wistfully. The Door God said nostalgically, Brandon Stark was the most outstanding array master of the heroic era. The runes he set up could drive away evil and suppress evil. The Great Wall is his masterpiece. No demons or ghosts in the world, not even evil gods, can pass through here. For thousands of years, the Night Watchers intentionally or unintentionally sealed many evil beings that shouldn't exist in the world under me. You took away the wind song, which is equivalent to breaking the seal. They found a good opportunity and most of them have escaped. Damn, is this the Great Wall or the demon-subduing tower? Danny's mouth twitched, but she still didn't want to leave just like that. This is a true god. More importantly, he belongs to the good side and is so kind to me. It's my fault that the Great Wall is cracked. Is there any remedy? My magic power is not much weaker than Brandon's. He has the help of the Son of the Forest, and I have the Megalosaurus. Can we fix the magic array? Danny asked quickly. Especially the wind song. Must be closely guarded? No, it must be directly sealed. Don't let anyone enter this space. You don't know how much I struggle in the extreme temptation and how painful it is, she emphasized solemnly. Door God chuckled and said, hold the wind song in your hand and pour your magic power into it. Then you can repair the broken runes in the Great Wall. Danny hesitated. She didn't suspect that Door God was lying to her, but she was worried that she couldn't help but take the wind song. The feeling of controlling the power of wind was too wonderful. Her soul seemed to have been sublimated, and she entered an empty realm of gods. The most addictive thing in the world was never drugs but power. And power was even harder to let go than power. But she didn't want to destroy the Great Wall for her own selfish desires. At this time, the Great Wall was related to the safety of millions of people. Are you going to fix it or not? If not, leave immediately, Door God said. Danny gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. This time, the cyan crystal didn't disappear. The moment it touched her palm, the three-dimensional image of the Great Wall appeared in her eyes. Her eyes could penetrate the ice in the stone walls. She could see the tree trunks that served as the rebar skeletons inside, as well as the network of magic circles that melted into the stones, ice, earth, and tree trunks. The nine-colored vortex and the ring of the second soul rotated rapidly. Danny's magic power was as insignificant as a glass of wine that had been poured into a lake. Dahe, little white, you two come here. Danny panted. Door God's space of consciousness was very magical. He did not need to enter the super-godly state. The magic power of the two dragons could enter the green crystal ball through Danny as a transfer station. If Danny's magic power was as much as a glass of wine, then Little White was like a family swimming pool and Dahe was like a public swimming pool. Although it was not as big as a lake, it could raise the level of the lake by a lot. Dark Castle. The Great Wall suddenly exploded, and a large amount of ice fell from the ice wall and fell to the ground. Then, without any warning, the wound healed. Such a strange change had already alarmed all the Night Watchers and barbarians. They ran out of the towers, wooden houses, and tents and stood under the Great Wall. They pointed at the marks on the ice and shouted in panic. Fire? Fire, fire. Suddenly, someone rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, the ice on the Great Wall is burning. The Great Wall is on fire. Such ridiculous words could not make anyone laugh because everyone, as long as they had eyes and raised their heads to look, could see the red flames burning in the ice layer, on the ice surface, and in the cracks that had been split open earlier with a sizzling sound. Run. The Great Wall is collapsing. The ice is burning and is going to crack again. Everyone was shocked and ran away from the Great Wall. What's going on? Stannis asked in a daze. He did not run. He just stared blankly at the Great Wall under the night sky. Well, the whole Great Wall seemed to be covered by a giant net of fire. There was no dazzling light, but there was a flickering red light on the dark ground. It was very eye-catching. The ice on the Great Wall did not melt because it is not a fire. It is the external image of a magic circle being activated. Melisandre was also confused. Although she had trained for hundreds of years and was very experienced, she did not even need the food and water that humans needed. However, she was not in the right profession. She had been training hard in Asha and did not understand the Great Wall, nor did she know the core secrets of the Great Wall. Don't worry, the magic power in the Great Wall is increasing, she said with certainty. Do you know why? Stannis asked. I suspect that it has something to do with Danny Rise. Where did she go? Melisandre frowned. Stannis looked around at the Knights of the Deer Association. They had never stopped watching the Dragon Queen. As expected, giant killer Gordiflin immediately said. She did not leave the Great Wall immediately. She took the Night Watcher Samwell Tarly to the west. She also said that she would release Sam before tomorrow morning. West. Where did she go? Stannis was confused. Long Night Castle. Melisandre blurted out. She suddenly remembered that day when Gordiflin wanted to challenge the Dragon Queen's giant king captive. The two of them were arguing in the training ground. Fatty Sam brought a female barbarian. Ah! Gordiflin also remembered and shouted. Sam brought the female barbarian back from Long Night Castle. The Dragon Queen even asked about the secret passage in Long Night Castle. The secret passage in Long Night Castle hides the secret of the Great Wall. The red-robed woman suddenly realized. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go immediately. Long Night Castle is not far. We can't let her keep the secret all to herself, Sir Justin Marseille shouted. Stannis looked at the red-robed woman. She was the professional here. Melisandre's eyes flashed red. She nodded and said, we should go and take a look. I suspect that Long Night Castle has a divine artifact that controls the magic power of the Great Wall. Hiss! The two dragons cried out tiredly and retreated back into Dany's mind space. All right, you should go back, the gate god said softly. Hey, let me catch my breath first. Dany pointed at the flower on top of her head and asked, what's with the Song of Ice and Fire? I don't have the power of life and death. You only have the potential, but you still have a long, long way to go before you can master the Song of Ice and Fire. Perhaps you won't be able to reach the end, the gate god said. Then help me. My green prophet meditation technique is not complete. Great God, help me complete it. Dany said shamelessly. Unfortunately, I don't have it, the gate god said. Haha, you are the boss of the green prophet. Dany shook her head with a smile. The gate god to the green prophet was like the 7 gods to the archbishop, and God to the Christians. After a moment of silence, the gate god explained, you misunderstand. I have never taught anyone magic. Other than the Song of Wind, I don't know any magic. I can't teach anyone. A long time ago, a child of the forest came under me and listened to my Song of Wind. He climbed onto my body and slept on the branch of a tree. After he woke up, he had the ability to communicate with me. My Song of Wind contained information from all over the world and time periods. He understood and knew many things. Then, the other children of the forest called him the Green Prophet. The Green Prophet's talent has nothing to do with you? Dany didn't believe it. Of course, the gate god said firmly. Do you know about the power of faith? It is the strange spiritual energy that is produced when living beings believe in another existence, he asked. I know, the gate god said. The children believed in me and I had nothing to repay them. So, I refined all the power of faith into a pure soul power and let the wind bring that power to the children who believed in me. They are the Green Prophet you speak of. However, they are different from the first child of the forest who listened to the Song of Wind. They may not understand the Song of Wind, and I died long ago and can no longer sing. They can only observe the world through the weirwood. I see. Dany was stunned. Then she asked, is the power of faith useless to you? It can increase the power of the gods. I'm just a tree. Why would I need such power? The gate god said calmly. What a Buddhist tree. It deserved to be cut down to build the Great Wall. Then, can you sing a Song of Wind for me now? Dany asked. I have already sung it. You can understand it, the gate god said. Did I lose my memory? Dany said unhappily. Through the Song of Wind, you witnessed the entire process of building the Great Wall, the gate god said helplessly. Dany was stunned. She mumbled, that is not your memory? Go. The gate god sighed. The green stars were like iron shavings attracted by a magnet. They hugged Dany and pushed her out. Endless green wind ribbons surrounded her and flew out of the wind ball. They did not fall into the world of white light below. Instead they went up. The green wind traces gradually thinned out. The darkness came back to her again. Your Majesty? Are you still down there? Barristan's surprised call came faintly. Dany shivered. She looked left and right. She looked back and rubbed her eyes. Hallucination. Not a hallucination? The gate god's mouth was wide open. She was stepping over the wrinkled upper lip and stepping on the soft wind mass. Her other foot was still on the stone slab by the wall of the well. Barristan was on top of her head. Her body seemed to have the inertia of moving backward. She seemed to be pushed by the wind. Involuntarily, she took another step back and left the gate god's mouth completely. Drip. A drop of water rolled down from the top of the gate god's mouth. It fell on her face and slowly flowed along her nose. She licked her lips. It was strangely warm and salty like tears. When she opened her eyes again, she was facing a wet and cold brick wall. The gate god was gone. "I'm here," Danny called up, her eyes wistful. "Sir, how long has it been?" "Oh." Baristan let out a long sigh of relief and said, "About an hour. When I came down, the gate god had already closed and disappeared. So I climbed up. Not long after, the ice layer on the surface of the Great Wall suddenly cracked. It made a thunderous cracking sound. It was terrifying. Large pieces of ice fell down. I thought the Great Wall was going to collapse. But not long after, the cracks on it healed automatically. There was also a strange fire. By the way, what are you doing? Why is the water at the bottom of the well bubbling?" The White Knight was puzzled. "Bubbling?" Danny came back to her senses. She was surprised to find that the bottom of the well not far away was boiling. Bubbles the size of wash basins were rising. Old turtle turning over? No. Danny suddenly realized that the seal had been broken. This was the birth of a demon. "Go up, sir, go up quickly." She ran up the stone steps and urged loudly. Chapter 359. "Sir, quick, go up quickly. Let's go up first." Danny left the small platform in a few steps and stepped onto the stone steps. Thump, thump, thump. She ran up the stairs and urged him loudly. "It wasn't you who made the noise?" Baristan was shocked. He explained as he climbed up, "When I went up earlier, I thought you went to the other side of the Great Wall, so I sat beside Blackie to warm myself. But after waiting for a while, you didn't come back. Blackie and Little White didn't fly to find you either. Then something happened at the Great Wall. Scala Yamant and I were very worried. Then there was a bubbling sound at the bottom of the well. I thought you were down there, so I went down to look for you. I didn't expect you to really come back from the black door. If it wasn't you who made the noise at the bottom of the well, then what was going on? Where's Sam?" "I'm not sure what's at the bottom of the well. Sam went through the black door and went to the other side." Boom! There was a thunderous roar at the bottom of the well. Water splashed more than 10 meters high and splashed Danny, who was about 7 to 8 meters up, with water all over her body. Squeak! A sharp screech like an awl came from the bottom of the well. It was ear-piercing and made people dizzy. Baristan stopped in his tracks and groaned while holding his forehead. Danny stopped and entered the dragon spirit state. The dragon's soul entered her body and faced the bottom of the well. True dragon roar. Screech. The invisible air wave above collided with the sharp screech below. Boom. The sound of the air explosion was like thunder at the bottom of the well. The walls of the well were shaking slightly. Water splashed everywhere, and a pair of blood-red eyes the size of copper bells popped out of the water. Like a pair of flashlights, they scanned the area with endless hatred and greed. What was even more frightening was that Danny felt a familiar aura from him. A demigod. Yes, a demigod like the Immortals and Beleriand. Although he wasn't as powerful as Beleriand, he was obviously stronger than the Immortals. Not only did he become a god from a different species, but he also retained a complete physical body. 7 levels of hell. Is there really an evil being sealed at the bottom of the well? Danny shivered and immediately turned around. She quickened her pace and climbed up with her hands and feet. Evil being? What evil creature? Baristan was also very alert. He didn't just stand there and stare blankly. He didn't stop climbing at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monster at the bottom of the well squeaked like a mouse in a sow. Splash! The surface of the water split open. The monster leaped onto the stairs and ran up the stone steps quickly. Pitter-patter. His wet feet tapped rapidly on the stone steps, getting closer and closer to Danny. Realizing that it was running much faster than her, Danny was also anxious. She shouted, "Dahe, take the old man away. Xiaobai, come and save him." Screech, Big Black, who was at the door, let out a cry and quickly retreated. Its fleshy wings dragged on the ground as it brought old Yamant, who was leaning on it for warmth, out of the kitchen. Boom. Little White leaped down from the top of the Great Wall, crushing the roof that was already loose. Broken bricks and wood came crashing down. Little White lay on the edge of the well and extended its long neck to the bottom of the well, letting out a deafening dragon roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monster cried out in fear and its crawling speed started to slow down. Just when Danny heaved a sigh of relief, the monster's red eyes flickered, and a strange wave spread from its body. When the second soul in Danny's consciousness sensed the soul wave that passed through her body, the ring around her second soul suddenly jumped. She turned pale with fright. Green Prophet? And it's a demigod? What kind of monster is this? At the same time, Little White seemed to have been hit by a stick. It let out a squeak and flapped its wings hard, stirring up the dust in the house. It struggled and rolled around on the ground. It was exactly the same as when the three-eyed crow took over its body. Actually, it wasn't taken over. Dragon spirit. In the next moment, Danny also entered Little White's consciousness. Rat spirit? She cried out in shock. In the Megalosaurus' dark red magma-like soul space, a mountain-sized rat with white fur and red eyes was riding on Little White's neck. Its sharp teeth were like swords and they were biting the dragon's neck. It was a rat that looked like a white sow, a bamboo rat. Oh no, a pig rat. Scales flew everywhere and dragon blood splattered everywhere. There were bloody holes all over Little White's neck. Little White, you're a Megalosaurus. Don't be afraid. Danny came back to her senses and encouraged the white dragon loudly. Squeak! Little White turned its head around helplessly and bit the giant rat's hind leg. The white pig rat was very fierce. It didn't dodge the dragon's sharp teeth. Instead, it kicked the Megalosaurus' mouth with all its strength. Bang! Squeak! Little White's head seemed to have been hit by a truck. It twisted from one side of its neck to the other, and it let out a sad cry. It seemed like they were just biting each other, but in reality, the dragon and the rat were fighting spiritually. The Megalosaurus' soul was not as strong as the rat's in terms of toughness, strength, and skill. However, this wasn't too surprising. The white pig rat's soul had the obvious aura of the Green Prophet. Blackie. Danny's physical body was still climbing the stairs with all its might. She couldn't help Little White, so she could only call for help. This was because the white pig rat was like the Green Prophet. It was multitasking. It attacked Little White spiritually while continuing to chase after Danny. Boom. Yimont had already retreated to the outside of the courtyard. Blackie crashed into the wall without any restraint. Many bricks and tiles fell to the bottom of the well. They hit Danny and Barristan's iron helmets loudly. Then Blackie stepped on the debris in the fallen brick wall. It came to the side of the well. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame with the smell of sulfur and black smoke filled the well. Barristan should have faced it head-on, but Danny only extended her hand to guide it. The old knight's body seemed to be covered with a layer of transparent shield. The dragon flame avoided him like a river meeting a rock and gushed towards Danny directly. She continued to use her fire control technique and changed the form of the dragon flame. The chaotic flame turned into a long spear as thick as a wine glass. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards, and it was aimed at the white rat that was the size of a sow. Unexpectedly, the white rat jumped on the stone steps like a grasshopper. Its dagger-like claws popped out and broke the bricks on the wall of the well. Its body hung on the wall and it dodged the attack. It would be strange if it dodged the attack. The dragon flame spear was completely under Danny's control. It turned from a spear into a rope and tied the white pig rat up. TCH. The white rat jumped back down the stone steps and dodged the attack again. At the same time, the rat in Little White's spiritual sea disappeared and entered Blackie's spiritual space. Little White struggled to get up from the ground. Blackie started to lose control and stopped spitting dragon flame. Danny had an idea. She pretended to be anxious and shouted in fear, "Oh no, the white pig rat is fierce. Hurry up and climb up. We'll leave immediately on the dragon." She climbed up while shouting. She collected the dragon flame in the well and divided it into small fireballs. She threw them at the white pig rat. At this moment, the white knight had already climbed out of the well. Danny was only 7 or 8 meters away from it. Little White seemed to be exhausted. It lay on the ground and did not spit fire at the bottom of the well. Just like that, Danny blocked it with fireballs. Before the big rat could catch up with her, she quickly reached the mouth of the well and jumped out. Danny glanced at Blackie, who was smashing the bricks on the side of the well with its head. She waved her hand at the white knight who was guarding beside her. She said in a low voice, "Blackie and Little White are playing dead. Step back and make some space." "I want it dead," she whispered fiercely. The white knight's mouth twitched. She took 2 steps back towards the door. The octagonal kitchen had 8 walls. At this moment, the roof was almost completely collapsed. 2 of the stone walls at the door collapsed inwards due to Blackie's crash. One of the walls had a hole because of Little White falling from the sky. The remaining 5 walls that were connected to the 2-meter-tall stove were very thick and sturdy. They did not collapse. Barristan was guarding the door. "Ah, Danny, there's a ghost. Mad Hatchet's ghost is out." At this moment, old Yamant, who was in the courtyard, suddenly screamed. He ran towards the kitchen shakily. "Old man, don't come over. There's a rat demon at the bottom of the well." Danny, who was behind the White Knight, hurriedly shouted. "There's a ghost." Old Yamant looked terrified. He did not care about anything else and ran towards her. Squeak! The white pig rat finally jumped out of the well and screeched at the moon in the sky. Old Yamant froze in his running. He stood there blankly. He looked at the big rat that was emitting a terrifying aura. His teeth chattered as he said, "Rat, rat, rat, chef." Squeak, squeak! It seemed to be very sensitive to this name. Its bell-sized red eyes stared cruelly at the old scholar. It pounced on him as fast as lightning. What? Danny was shocked, but her movements were not slow. In an instant, Little White jumped up. His huge body pounced. The big rat paused in its running. When it was about to dodge, Little White unexpectedly covered the mouth of the well. It spread its wings and covered the mouth of the well that was less than 4 meters in diameter. At the same time, the Super God mode was activated. Blackie's 9-colored vortex instantly entered Danny's soul space. For the second time, it merged with her 9-colored vortex. Boom! A violent aura surged out from Danny's body, and her silver hair fluttered in the wind along with the flames. Old Yamant's expression was blank. He looked at the sacred and majestic Danny and then looked at the equally sacred but evil and greedy rat. What happened to this world? Unlike old Yamant, who was shocked, Baristan was also a person with sharp senses. He had seen a demigod once. At this time, he already noticed that the Dragon Queen and the White Mouse estate were somewhat familiar. Although he was surprised and doubtful when the Dragon Queen became a demigod, he remained calm. He held his long sword tightly and was ready to attack. Burn? Danny only glanced at the White Mouse. The flame elements swarmed over, wanting to ignite its fur and blood-red eyes. Squeak! The White Mouse did not stop running. A ring of black smoke with an evil aura erupted from its body, repelling the flames. It adjusted its direction slightly and went straight for the Dragon Queen, who was behind the White Knight. At this time, it felt a fatal threat from the Dragon Queen. Hiss! At the same time, Little White spewed out dragon flames. At the same time, the White Knight blocked and moved sideways. It put its feet in front and behind, assuming a posture to withstand the impact. Then it swung its sword at the White Mouse's eyes. The next moment, the White Mouse, which was the size of a sow, lowered its head and dodged the sword. 4 shining sharp claws popped out of its front paws and went straight for the White Knight's chest. Stabga! Something unexpected happened. The sharp claws that pierced the wall like cutting mud only left a trail of sparks on the breastplate, making a sharp screeching sound. That was it. Its stomach was not cut open, its intestines were not pierced, and it did not kill the knight who was in its way. Bam! The White Knight was knocked back, but he was prepared. He leaned back and changed the direction of his sword from stabbing to cutting. Dizzy. The White Mouse's lower abdomen was slashed by the White Mouse. Awoo! The White Mouse's ferocious blood-red eyes flashed with extreme pain. Its wails echoed throughout the Long Night Castle. Disregarding the anti-evil properties of the steel sword, just that part alone, even the brave White Knight was stunned for a moment. He swore to the 7 gods that he had never thought of such a despicable move. The sword was aimed at the White Mouse's abdomen, but who would have thought? You're asking for it. The true dragon's roar was activated in the super godly state. A transparent cone-shaped shockwave condensed in the air and hit the White Mouse, who was flying in the air and in pain. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The White Mouse's body stopped. Blood spurted out of its eyes, mouth and nose. It seemed to have paused in the air. Then it suddenly sped up and flew in the opposite direction. At the same time, Little White's dragon flames arrived. Boom! The blood-red dragon flames engulfed the White Mouse. Unlike the fire element that was almost ineffective, the dragon flames had the anti-evil and anti-evil properties. The black fog around the White Mouse crackled and burned. Then its fur was ignited like oil paper. Its eyeballs, nose, and ears melted like candles under the dragon flames. The perfect combination of punches took down the White Mouse chef in one move. Chapter 360. White Knight flipped up like a carp and stood up. It stabbed its sword into the side of the smoking white rat's waist. Tisk. Danny saw that White Knight was so close to the rat. She could not help but yell out worriedly, "Be careful, it seems to be the Green Prophet. Be careful of its soul entering your spiritual space." As she said that, she activated the second soul in her belt. She was prepared to save White Knight when it was possessed by the rat spirit. From the Bronze Book of the Hard Foot, Danny knew that when a shapeshifter and a green prophet possessed humans, they had to be close to the target. It was best to have physical contact with the target. However, Danny was surprised by what happened next. Rumble Little White did not stop spitting out dragon flames. Danny was multitasking. She kept controlling the dragon flames into the shape of a large bell and covered the rat spirit's body. Under the roasting of the dragon flames, the rat spirit's fur was charred black. Its bones and flesh were melted. Putrid black smoke came out of its body. However, it did not abandon the white pig's body. It was not that it did not want to. Its body was hit by 2 swords and was burned by the evil vanquishing dragon flame. The white pig's bell-sized red eyes and its radish-sized nose were melted. It was screaming in pain. Its voice was sharp and ear-piercing. At the same time, there was a black shadow that was trying to break free from the white pig's body. That was its soul. It was the soul of a divine demigod. It was as if it was possessed by a ghost and a human was struggling desperately. The soul would leave half of its body. The next moment, it would shrink back and fuse together. However, the white pig's body did not reject the ghost. Instead, it was like a lock that locked the soul inside itself. It would not let it leave no matter what. As expected, dragon flames were the nemesis of demons. Just like how Blackie could ignite the soul of an immortal when it was only a few months old, Little White's dragon flames burned the white pig's dark soul until it was smoking and screaming. Squeak squeak, the blurry dark soul became clearer under the dragon flames. The true appearance of the soul was revealed. Rat Chef! Danny and Baristan exclaimed at the same time. It was a soul with a rat's head and a human's body. The most terrifying thing was that there was a human's face on the rat's head. It was ferocious, twisted, resentful, and full of hatred. 7 levels of hell. I see, Danny suddenly shouted. The Castle of Everlasting Night was the headquarters of the Night Watchers at that time. There were thousands of Night Watchers stationed there, and King Undul must have brought hundreds of elite knights. How could an ordinary chef kill a prince without anyone noticing? The Green Prophet, Chef Rat, is a believer of the old god who has awakened the Green Prophet's talent. Squeak squeak, the rat chef's soul couldn't break out of his body. With a shriek, he retracted his body and tried his best to run in the direction of the well. Tiske. The old knight was already on high alert. He endured the scorching dragon flames and stood guard by the side. Immediately, he slashed his sword diagonally at his thigh. Jiao. The rat chef howled, and one of the pig trotter's hind legs flew half a meter into the air, landing in front of Danny. Tsk. The old knight didn't stop moving. With one slash, he cut off the white pig rat's front leg that was struggling to move forward. Then he went around to the other side and slashed his sword like the wind, cutting off both the front and back legs at the elbow. Squeak squeak squeak. The rat chef couldn't struggle anymore. The wails in the dragon flames became softer and softer. Danny waved her hand and extinguished the dragon flames on the pig trotters under her feet. She lowered her head and looked at it carefully. It was as big as a pig's hind leg. No, it was thicker than an ordinary pig's hind leg. It was charred and fresh blood flowed out from the cut. Different from the stinky rat chef, after leaving his body, the trotters emitted a strange meaty aroma. It was more fragrant than pork, mutton, and beef. Strange, Danny muttered. She kicked the trotters to the side and looked at the soul that was evaporating in the dragon flames. She guessed in confusion. Could the stench come from the soul? But the quality of the soul is very high, even higher than that of an immortal. Yes, Danny couldn't waste a demigod for nothing. Regardless of whether it was to completely kill the remnant soul with the Green Prophet's characteristics or to obtain the special divinity and soul of a demigod, she had to activate her spiritual bestowment talent. From the beginning, large amounts of golden and green soul fell into her sea of consciousness. The green belonged to the Green Prophet's soul. It was absorbed by the second soul of her bracelet. The bracelet expanded visibly, and runes appeared out of thin air, constantly supplementing her Green Prophet meditation technique. The golden soul with divinity was all poured into Blackie's soul space. It wasn't that Danny was biased. It was just that this super godly state had caused too much damage to the Megalosaurus. At this moment, Blackie was lying on the ground without any signs of life. Its nostrils, mouth, and the corners of its eyes were dripping with steaming dragon blood. Squeak squeak, suddenly the rat chef that had melted into a puddle of mud let out a soul howl. An invisible wave rushed toward Baristan and Yimant, who was hiding at the side. This wasn't an occupation, but a soul attack like the one that was used against Little White and Blackie. It was worth mentioning that this kind of soul attack didn't have much effect on Blackie. Little White's soul had been bitten by the mountain-sized white pig rat until it was dripping with blood. However, Blackie was different from Little White. It had absorbed the divinity of an immortal, and the quality of its soul was much higher than Little White's. Therefore, Blackie could withstand the dragon's horn back then, and now it could also withstand the white pig rat's soul attack. The reason why Blackie was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, and the dragon's soul in the space of consciousness was also pretending to be weak, was to lure the rat spirit out of the well. The Dragon Queen wanted to get rid of the devil and defend the Tao. Alright, the divinity of a demigod was considered a spoil of war. She admitted that she was very tempted. Danny and the rat chef launched their soul attack almost at the same time. The reason why she didn't end the super godly state with Blackie was because she was waiting for the rat spirit's final counterattack. She had guessed wrongly earlier. Not only could the rat chef no longer possess humans or animals, its soul was also fixed in the rat's body, unable to leave. However, the rat chef's soul attack was real. Little White and Blackie had been hit by it previously. Therefore, Danny had been guarding against this move. The super godly state was not to strengthen her fire control skills, but mainly to resist the Green Prophet's special characteristic, soul occupation. In the super godly state she could even turn into a three-eyed crow. Alright, it was just a clone. However, the rat chef was not the complete Green Prophet. It only possessed part of the Green Prophet's special characteristics when it was a human. Boom. The silent and formless soul shockwaves collided. It actually caused a visible wrinkle in the air in front of Danny, and a thunderous explosion. The explosion on the soul level could not be heard by the human ear, but it could be felt. It was like a bomb exploding not far away, and the flying shrapnel and high-temperature gunpowder did not hit you. However, the shockwave formed by the explosion could send a person flying 7 to 8 meters away, and even shatter their organs. Ugh. At this moment, just the shockwave alone was enough to make White Knight and Yimont hug their heads and groan. No one noticed that more than 10 meters behind Yimont, a blood-colored ghost holding an axe was silently approaching them. Before it could move, it exploded silently in the soul shockwave and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Squeak! The rat chef let out a final cry and burned into a large piece of coal in the dragon flames. Meanwhile, in Danny's soul realm, the rainstorm of spiritual matter suddenly turned into a waterfall of spiritual matter. The green and golden spiritual matter were divided into 30 to 70. Before the huge amount of spiritual matter was even exhausted, Danny's belt's second soul was completed. It was a near-perfect Green Prophet meditation technique. The belt gradually approached the 9-colored vortex from the edge of the soul realm, reaching a balance with the 9-colored vortex's repulsive force. Both sides formed a stable structure similar to Saturn's rings. Blackie's change was even greater. The soul space that was originally like a lake of magma was dyed pale gold with a faint divine aura. Danny had a feeling that there was no need to devour 1 or 2 more demigods. It only needed to practice the Great Wizard meditation technique for a few more years to stabilize its realm and let its power settle. Blackie could undergo a qualitative change and become a demigod. Demigod Megalosaurus? He was only 2 years old. In fact, Blackie had already changed. He shook his big head and got up from the ground. The blood lake-like vertical pupils were filled with the same emotions and wisdom as humans. Dan and I, he roared. What? Danny jumped up and said in disbelief, Blackie, you can speak human language? Dan and I, Blackie put his nose close to Danny's face and rubbed it intimately. Oh my God. You can really speak. Danny was crazy with excitement. She turned her head and shouted at Barristan, Did you hear that? Blackie can speak. White Knight's expression was strange. Your Majesty, are you okay? What's wrong with me? Blackie can speak human language. I'm too excited. Danny held Blackie's head and grinned. Are you injured? Barristan looked worried and said carefully, Your Majesty, you may be too tired and have auditory hallucinations. Blackie is just roaring and not speaking human language. What? You don't understand. He's calling my name. Danny said in disbelief. No, I only heard a roar. It seems different from before. White Knight shook his head. Danny was surprised. She patted Blackie's nose and said, Say a few more words to Sir. Dan and I, Blackie roared in a low voice. Say something different. Danny said again. Dan and I, why don't you call him Adu? Danny said with a straight face. His vocal cords have really changed. Barristan was surprised and doubtful. It's more complicated than the monotonous roar in the past. Is it dragon language that ordinary people can't understand? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She ended the dragon spirit state and said, Blackie, try saying something else. Hishju, Blackie cried. This. Danny's eyes widened as she looked at Blackie, who had an aggrieved expression. His voice was indeed a roar and not a neutral low human language. However, just as Baristan said, the tone of his voice had changed. What's going on? Hasn't it evolved completely? Rat Chef is dead? Danny was puzzled. Yimant shook his head and walked in from outside. Looking at the empty dragon flame fire clock, his expression was extremely complicated. He felt uncomfortable, as if his worldview was being crushed and reforged. Danny said absent-mindedly, This time he's completely dead. As she said that, she also sank into her sea of consciousness to study the changes between herself and Blackie. She was not clear about Blackie's changes, but her own sea of consciousness. For some reason, after the Green Prophet's meditation technique was completed, she still did not have the ability to split her soul into thoughts like the three-eyed crow. She also could not occupy people or animals. Her soul was still unable to leave her sea of consciousness alone without becoming one with the dragon and launching a soul attack. But she seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. Her spirit was clear and pure, and she could hear the sound of the wind. She was familiar with this feeling. When she mastered Door God's Song of Wind, she could hear a lot of information from the wind. She could even control the wind to move according to her orders. This is the Song of Wind that the first Green Prophet heard when he was sleeping on Door God? Door God didn't lie. He really sang the Song of Wind to me. It's just that I only understood now. Danny seemed to have forgotten that Blackie could speak. She unconsciously stretched out her right hand and felt the cold wind whistling past. She was enchanted. For the first time, she felt that the cold north wind was filled with warmth and vitality. It was like a mischievous little fairy jumping in her palm, playing around her, and even singing to her, telling her stories from afar. Ah, your majesty, your forehead! Baristan exclaimed, pulling Danny out of the strange state. The north wind whistled. It was cold and stiff, without a trace of vitality. Danny was inexplicably angry and shouted, What are you doing? The old knight was stunned by the roar. After a while, he mumbled, Your Majesty, just now, you were clearly beside me, but I felt that your figure was slowly disappearing. I was very worried and anxious. After that, I saw the green pentagram flashing between your brows. I thought that you had an accident, so, after coming back to her senses, Danny's irritation and anger disappeared instantly. She smiled awkwardly at White Knight and said, I'm sorry. I seem to have entered the state of enlightenment of oneness of man and nature. I was suddenly interrupted and lost control of my emotions. I didn't mean to be angry with you. Baristan's expression softened. He waved his hand and said, It's okay, it's okay. Then he asked in confusion, What is oneness of man and nature? It's oneness of man and nature. Danny blabbered on. She combined the theory of oneness of man and nature that she had read in novels with her own experience just now and explained it in detail. Seeing that the two foreigners were still confused, she sighed and said, Just think that I was sleeping in that state and was a little irritable because I was disturbed. But why were you sleeping standing up? The fierce battle had just ended. Besides, we didn't know when you were sleeping. Yimant was puzzled. Danny was stupefied. You said that there was a pentagram between my brows? She decided to change the topic. Yes, in your sky. Oneness of man and nature. Old Yimant nodded and continued, When you were in oneness of man and nature, there was a faint green light between your brows in the shape of a pentagram. After waking you up, the pentagram disappeared immediately. What was that? Maybe it was the Song of Wind. Chapter 361. Crunch, crunch. The sound of a wild dog gnawing on a bone came from the well, waking Danny from her thoughts. 7 levels of hell. Little White, do you know what you're eating? Looking at Little White, who was lying on the ground eating the white pig's charred body, she sighed. It was delicious. In the dragon spirit state, Little White sent a message with a happy mood. Danny turned to Big Black, walked to his head, wiped the blood under his blood-red vertical pupils and asked, Do you want to eat some too? Hiss. Before Big Black could answer, Little White let out a dissatisfied hiss at his biased mother. Big Black is injured. Hiss. Big Black roared at Little White and turned his head away in disdain. All right, Danny, there's a ghost. Yimant suddenly woke up and shouted in fear, I just saw a mad hatchet in the yard. He dragged his axe back and forth in the long night castle, as if he was looking for the night watchers. I couldn't take the shock and shouted. He immediately noticed me and chased after me step by step. Mad hatchet? Danny looked at the old man strangely. Are you seeing things? There's nothing in the yard. Old Eamon looked back, but naturally he saw nothing. He carefully walked to the yard, looked left and right and shouted, Mad hatchet, I'm a night watcher, come and kill me, like a crazy old man. After a while, the old man also noticed Danny and Barristan's strange expressions, walked over awkwardly and said, I really saw a mad hatchet, the blood-red beard that dragged to his chest, the blood-stained axe, it's real. Mad Hatchet was a famous night watcher in the Long Night Castle, a mental patient. Legend said that before dawn, when everyone was asleep, he wandered barefoot in every corner of the Long Night Castle, quietly murdering his black-clothed brothers in the dark. His terror level was second only to the Rat Chef. Mad Hatchet has been dead for thousands of years. Danny sighed. Even the Rat Chef appeared. Why can't the ghost of Mad Hatchet be real? Old Yamant said unhappily. Rat Chef is different. It's not dead. In other words, Rat Chef has started a second life. What do you mean? Yamant was puzzled. Think about it, how can a chef murder a prince in front of so many people and make him into a pie? It's difficult for ordinary people to do it, but if the Rat Chef is skilled enough, the prince is stupid enough and the guards are careless. Barristan frowned. Perhaps, but that rat does indeed have the soul of a shapeshifter with the talent of the Green Prophet. Actually, there's definitely more than one person like Rat Chef. Is there more than one Rat Chef? Yamant asked. I'm talking about talent. Danny turned sideways to size up the great wall of ice crystals that towered into the dark sky. A glint flashed across her eyes. The Great Wall is very special. It contains a huge amount of magic power. It's almost equivalent to a divine domain. Just like Xia, they could avoid the Age of Chaos. I'm guessing that before Blind and River One came to the Great Wall, even if he could occupy a few crows, he would only be an ordinary shapeshifter and not a Green Prophet. That's because the Duke of Blood Crow spent a lot of money to cultivate many spies and secret agents, and the Green Prophet didn't need those people at all. It must have been after coming to the Great Wall that his shape-shifting talent slowly activated and strengthened. After more than 10 years he finally became a Green Prophet. Rat Chef is most likely in a similar situation and Jon Snow at this time. White Knight frowned and said, even if the legend is wrong and Rat Chef wasn't punished by the gods to turn from a human into a rat, he only occupied the body of his animal companion and started a second life. But rats can't live for thousands of years. Danny smiled and guessed. Without a doubt, Rat Chef was exposed. The Night Watchers knew about the prince's murder. Through investigating the prince's murder, the Night Watchers guessed that Rat Chef was a shapeshifter, and then they punished him. They killed Rat Chef's body and locked the big rat occupied by Rat Chef's soul at the bottom of the well. Somewhere in the stone wall at the bottom of the well, there's probably a cave connected to a U-shaped pipe. When we first arrived, you all saw that there were many and big rats in Long Night Castle, and they even dug holes and tunnels randomly. Rat Chef, who was locked at the bottom of the well, was hungry and could only swallow the little rats that came out of the hole. There might really be its offspring among them, just like the plot of Rat Chef's story. 7 gods above, so this is the truth of Rat Chef's story. Yamant and White Knight exclaimed. In fact, Danny's guess was right. There were rats in Long Night Castle, but they were not as big as they were now. They were bigger than cats, big and bold, and even dared to peep at humans. Rat Chef, who was locked in the hole at the bottom of the well, had already lost his humanity. Shapeshifters and Green Prophet who started a second animal life would gradually be assimilated by the beast. Rat Chef ate rats and grass rats. Female rats with big bellies gave birth to babies for him. Generation after generation he improved the breed, and the rats became bigger and more bloodthirsty. Rat Chef's reputation was too great. Even in the most remote village in Westeros, I can guarantee that every child has heard of his story. In fact, across the narrow sea in the Ursos continent, there were also stories about Rat Chef. In fact, this story was too typical and too educational. It was also too realistic. From the beginning to the end, it was a real story. A real story was naturally more popular than The Boy Cried Wolf in textbooks. Faith to become a god. Danny sighed. Faith is useless to ordinary people and it's useless to the dead. But Rat Chef is not dead and he's not an ordinary person. Green Prophet. Anyway, the three-eyed crow must be a demigod. I'm not sure how long a demigod can live. But the remnant souls of the wizards who fused into immortals have lived for at least 1,000 years. Rat Chef's strength increased greatly because of the Great Wall, and he became a demigod. Also, because of the Great Wall's ability to suppress evil, he became an evil god. Rat Chef was unable to stir up trouble. Danny had basically restored 80% of the truth of Rat Chef's story. However, she still neglected one person, the king who ate his own son. Before Dickon Tully was born, Sam was the only heir of Horn Hill. No matter how much Rando Tully hated his cowardly and gluttonous fat son, he could not give him up. In order to help Sam find the courage of a man, Rando even invited 2 wizards, queers, to cast a spell on his son to get rid of his cowardice. The wizards killed a wild bull and bathed little Sam in its blood. They planned to let the bull's soul enter little Sam's body to help him become brave. That was still the age of chaos. After that, Count Tully hung the 2 wizards under a tree and whipped them. With Tully's strong and proud personality, he started to hate all witches and charlatans after he thought that he was fooled by the wizards. Later on, when he heard that there was a witch deep in the mountains of Horn Hill, Rando immediately led his troops and burned young Wolf Master Rob's future great-grandmother to death. Why was it related to Rob again? That witch was Lannister's forest witch, Toad, which, when she was burned to death by Rando, she was a short, fat, ugly woman with bumpy skin. Her teeth had all fallen out, and her yellow eyes shone with a vicious light. She had a pair of ugly green pebbles and her breasts hung down to her knees. She was a typical old witch, completely in line with the image of a vicious witch in Rando's heart. After catching her, he burned her to death without any mercy. However, every old witch was a little cutie when they were young, just like Witch Millie, who was burned to death by Danny. Toad, which was very beautiful when she was young, so she got married, had children, and had descendants. She was the maternal grandmother of Rob's mother-in-law, Lady Sibyl. Sibyl had the unclean blood of merchants and witches in her body, so she would dishonorably betray the king's son-in-law according to the values of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Originally, Toad, which had a career, a family, and lived a good life. After her merchant husband passed away, she set up a stall outside Lannister Harbor, selling soul-returning potions, aphrodisiac pills, moon tea, and other small things. From time to time, she would also work as a fortune-teller to earn money to support her family. She had a happy life, but she was not a psychopath. She never thought of feeding the princess a poisoned apple. However, the princess came to her own door and wanted to eat the poisoned apple. Yes, the girl Cersei came to her door. Cersei loved Rhaegar. At that time, there were few girls in the 7 kingdoms who did not love Rhaegar. She went to Toad Witch for fortune-telling, to predict her future husband. If Toad Witch was a liar, it would be fine if she said some auspicious words casually. However, Toad Witch was very capable, and she relied on her own abilities to make a living. Everyone knew that Cersei's ending was not good, and Toad Witch had told her everything decades in advance. She even knew the number of illegitimate children Cersei's husband had. Cersei believed in one thing: as long as no one knew about the prophecy, it would not come true. Then, she murdered her little sister who had accompanied her to find the witch that night. Cersei was not yet 12 years old that year. What a vicious Lolita. Thus, Toad Witch became the only person other than herself who knew about the prophecy. Toad Witch saw through Cersei's character at a glance and ran away that day, not giving Cersei a chance to kill her. An old lady said goodbye to her family and fled to the Riverbend Mountains alone, hiding in the forest and not daring to go out. She was very careful and cautious and finally managed to keep her life. Then she opened her business again and started her business as a forest witch. After a few years of peace, she was found out by Randall because she was too good at her business. She died unexpectedly and unjustly, and she was also very useless. No wonder Sebel and her brother were unscrupulous and wanted to climb up. In fact, the lives of Westeros commoners were too lowly in the eyes of the nobles. Alright, that was a little off topic. If Randall could ask a wizard to perform a ritual, so could the king of the Undulls. In fact, after the rat chef was captured, the king got the wizard to cast a curse on him. King Undull purposely trapped the enemy's soul in the rat's body and sealed it at the bottom of the well, letting the rat chef eat his own children to survive. The evil god rat chef today was all because of King Undull's death. Dany helped her peers from thousands of years ago clean up the mess. After hearing Dany's reasoning, old Ymont thought for a moment and said, "The story of Mad Axe is also widely spread. Maybe he also became a demigod? Mad Axe is just an ordinary psychopath, and I've never heard of his story before coming to the Great Wall." Although she complained in her heart, Dany did not disobey him anymore. She only said, "Sir, accompany the old man to look for him. With Big Black following, you can guarantee your safety." I have to find Sam Will. I don't know where he teleported to. Yes, Sam. I almost forgot about Sam. Yimont slapped his forehead and said worriedly, it's been so long. Don't let the other ghosts take him away. Chapter 362. Your Majesty, you're finally here to save me. A long line of snot hung from the tip of Fatty's nose. His lips were pale from the cold, and he was sobbing in a hoarse voice. I've flown past this place a few times. Why didn't you call me? Danny did not pity him. Instead, she scolded him. She rode Whitey and ran along the Great Wall 10 kilometers to the east and west of the Long Night Fortress twice, but she did not see anyone. She expanded the search area to 10 kilometers to the east and west, which made a total of 20 kilometers. After more than an hour, she still could not find him. Just when she was about to give up on Fatty and let the deviant ghosts take him, Fatty suddenly appeared on a hill 4 kilometers to the east of the Long Night Fortress. The hill was about 300 meters away from the edge of the Great Wall. If it weren't for little white sharp eyes that saw a series of faint footprints on a craggy mountain rock covered in snow, she would have missed him. Sam rubbed his eyebrows and said, I thought you didn't care about me anymore, so I walked to the east and went back to the dark castle. Danny glared at him and scolded, didn't you see the dragon in the sky? I was flying close to the ground. Even a blind person could see it. I looked up at the sky and waited for you for a long time. It was so long that I couldn't look up anymore. Sam complained. He also had a reason to complain. Anyone who stretched out their neck and was exposed to the cold wind for more than an hour on a -10°C night in the mountains would feel resentful. Besides, I didn't dare to walk close to the Great Wall. Just now, didn't you see? The Great Wall cracked and a lot of ice fell from the wall. I almost died. By the way, did the collapse of the Great Wall have anything to do with you, Your Majesty? Fatty's little gray eyes were full of suspicion. Did it have something to do with the Dark Gate? That's right, Danny admitted generously. Because you went in and out of the Dark Gate too many times and exhausted the magic power of the Great Wall, causing the ice outside to collapse. You're the cause of the disaster, she said in a righteous tone, and her finger almost poked Fatty's face. Meh. Fatty's face that was red from the cold suddenly turned pale, and his small eyes were filled with fear. Of course. Fortunately, I was able to transfer magic power to the magic array inside the Great Wall. Do you see the red light on the surface? I saw it. The cracks on the Great Wall are slowly healing as if it's on fire. Fatty nodded with a sad face. That's the fire magic of the Megalosaurus and I saved the Great Wall and cleaned up the mess you made. From now on, don't ever mention the Dark Door to anyone, and don't bring anyone to the bottom of the well to pass through the Dark Door. Danny scolded with a stern face. I won't do it again. Actually, I didn't break my oath. You were the one who discovered the Black Door and I didn't reveal its secret. Sam repeatedly promised. Danny was thinking too much. When Whitey used a rope to hang the Fatty and returned to the Long Night Castle, before they landed, they saw a large group of people below. A large number of torches, dozens of Knights of the Deer Association and Night Watchers were searching for something in the castle. Melisandre, Stannis, and several Night Watchers climbed up the well from the kitchen, which was the center of the battlefield. Shit. The red-robed woman knows the secret of Wind's song. Danny's face darkened. Screech, Whitey screeched, which attracted the attention of the knights below. They pulled their horses back and made way for the white dragon to land. Sam, who was hanging on the rope, tripped on a rock and fell to the ground. What took you so long? Barristan came over and asked. Fatty was running around. He was a few hundred meters away from the Great Wall and was preparing to walk back to Dark Castle. We almost couldn't find him. Danny jumped down from the dragon's back and approached Barristan. She whispered, Do they know about the Dark Door? When she saw Stannis come out from the bottom of the well, she was worried that the secret had been discovered. Now that her rationality returned, she suddenly understood. If the Dark Door was opened, the red-robed woman and the others wouldn't have come out from the bottom of the well. They would have gone to the other side of the Great Wall. They don't know. We only said that a rat chef came out from the bottom of the well. Stannis and the others didn't believe us. But after a few Night Watchers went down, the Dark Door didn't appear again. What happened to the Great Wall just now? Stannis asked loudly from afar. Danny was still thinking about how to quibble. Fatty groaned as he untied the rope and got up from the ground. He said with a sad face, I'm sorry, I didn't want to do it. What? Was you? Erlu was stunned. The red-robed woman, John, Red Pomegranate, Carter and the others behind him were also stunned. They all turned their gazes and looked at the guilt-ridden Fatty in confusion. It was me. I triggered the magic gears on the Great Wall and used up a lot of magic. The ice cracked. Fatty Sam lowered his head and said with a sob, "Dear God, Sam, what did you do?" John was shocked. "The Great Wall collapsed, the ice fell, and a few of our brothers on duty died tonight. Do you know that?" Red Pomegranate reprimanded angrily. "I'm sorry." Fatty was so sad that he cried softly. The Dragon Queen immediately stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. She said very responsibly, "Don't blame him. I forced Sam to come to the Long Night Castle. I was worried that the Long Night Castle had a secret passage that was not controlled by the Night Watchers. Before I left, I decided to come here to solve the problem." After receiving a grateful look from Fatty, she continued, "The secret passage is very complicated. I can't explain it in a short time, but there's something wrong with the magic circle that suppresses evil spirits inside the Great Wall. But don't worry, I've recharged the magic circle inside the Great Wall. The fire that covered the surface of the Great Wall was the fire magic power of the Megalosaurus and I knew it." Melisandre nodded. "I guess that the red light had something to do with you." "It's all thanks to your majesty. The Megalosaurus magic power is so strong. The whole Great Wall seems to have been set on fire." Everyone was amazed. Even the red-robed woman recognized the Dragon Queen's achievement. Naturally, no one doubted her. "Where's the magic gear?" Stannis asked. "In order to protect the Great Wall, I can't tell anyone," Dany said righteously. Stannis bit his cheek and looked at her for a while. Then he turned to Sam and asked, "You tell me." "I swore that I can't tell anyone." Sam shook his head and looked at the Dragon Queen with pleading eyes. "You guys take your time." Dany threw Fatty to Erlu without any sympathy. Then she looked around and asked, "Where's the old man?" "He's still looking for Mad Axe." Dany's mouth twitched. "He still hasn't given up. Isn't he tired?" "It might not be an illusion. We also found the vengeful spirits of the 79 guards," Barristan said seriously. "You're not joking?" Dany put away her nonchalant expression and asked doubtfully, "Blackie didn't alert me." "Because they're all weak. I slashed them one by one. From the stairs at the foot of the Great Wall all the way to the top of the Great Wall, 79 ghosts were all killed. It was easier than killing chickens." After that, Dany followed the White Knights up the Great Wall. Unlike the wooden stairs nailed into the ice wall in Dark Castle, Nightfall Keep carved ice stairs directly into the ice wall. It had been abandoned for 200 years. After the ice wall cracked, the ice stairs were still in good condition. Some of the stairs lost their edges because of the falling snow and became slopes. There were a dozen people leaning on the edge of the battlements and looking around. "Oh Red God, they are the 79 guards." Gaudy Green clicked his tongue in wonder. "Her Majesty is here," Alma called out and came over to salute. Seeing the Dragon Queen coming over, the people immediately gave her the best position. Well, I crawled to the edge of the battlements and stretched my neck to look down. A layer of ice fell off and I could vaguely see a human head in the ice. No, it was a row of about 10 human heads. In some places I could even see the shoulders of people wearing black woolen sweaters. 7 levels of how. Dany remembered the story of the 79 guards and couldn't help but shiver. She cursed, "Can't you just kill them? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? They've even created vengeful spirits." A long time ago, 79 Night Watchers collectively escaped. After they were captured, their black-clad brothers dug 79 holes on the side of the Great Wall facing the outside. They stuffed the deserters into the holes and sealed them in ice. They became 79 frozen pieces of cured meat, which were preserved until today. When the ice layer cracked, the ice covering the corpses shattered and fell to the ground, releasing the corpses and spirits inside. The spirits are weak. They're not a big threat. White Knight had killed the demigod Rat Chef and 79 ghost guards tonight, so she was very confident when she said this. The Night Watchers don't have Valeglia's steel sword. After that, Dany had a few Night Watchers tie ropes around their waists and drop down from the battlements. She used her long sword to pry open the ice layer and took out the remaining 50 or so corpses and threw them under the Great Wall. Well, when the ice fell off, more than 20 corpses had already fallen down. Then Whitey flew to the other side and burned all the corpses to ashes. If the deviant ghosts come and revive the 79 guards and climb up the battlements, that would be funny, Dany explained. After dealing with the frozen corpses, Dany rode Whitey behind Yamant. He was wandering around the command tower with Blackie. Old man, let's go. Mad Axe hasn't been found yet, the old scholar said. You have the Megalosaurus with you. How would it dare to show itself? There's no one here anyway. Let it wander around. Danny sat on the dragon's back and said. As she spoke, John stood on the broken wall of the kitchen and waved at her from afar. Your Majesty, Danny, rise, please come here. Danny slid down from the dragon's back again and walked over. What's the matter? King Stannis wants to requisition Long Night Fort, Red Pomegranate said. Erlu said seriously, my people need a place to stay. This place is big enough and has been empty for a long time. Long Night Fort is too special. Let's find another place. Danny frowned. It's because it's special that it needs someone to guard it, Erlu insisted. Danny looked at him deeply and asked directly, you want to find the magic power center of the Great Wall? Erlu did not avoid her gaze. He looked at her and said firmly, we have to protect it. This is the responsibility of both of us. The best choice is for you to stay. With the Megalosaurus guarding it, we can all rest assured. If you still want to leave, let me stay here. After a moment of silence, Danny turned to John and asked, have you been to the bottom of the well? Yes. Did you find anything unusual? Danny looked down and asked. Unusual? John shook his head and said strangely, I didn't see anything. Is there really a rat chef? Danny's eyes flashed with doubt. She nodded and said to Erlu, the rat chef is real. There seem to be a lot of monsters hidden in Long Night Fort. There's also Mad Axe. We don't know where he's hiding. It's too dangerous to move here. Old Yamant interrupted. Stannis frowned and did not say anything. Red Pomegranate said doubtfully, isn't the rat chef a legend? Long Night Fort was abandoned 200 years ago. It's been a few thousand years since the rat chef's era. The Night Watchers have never seen a rat chef before. Danny thought for a moment and walked towards the kitchen, saying, remember to leave a rat leg. I'll find it and show it to you. Sam W., what are you eating? Chapter 363. Previously, in order to search the kitchen of the main battlefield, the Night Watchers found firewood and set up 3 bonfires beside the well. The broken beams of the house crackled and burned in the fire. The raging flames rose half a meter into the air. Fatty was able to keep his oath in front of the Dragon Queen, and after the Great Wall cracked open and facing Erlu's coercion, he was even more determined. He refused to reveal the secret of the Dark Gate, and Erlu and the Night Watchers went to the bottom of the well, so they didn't get the secret out of him like Danny did. Moreover, the Night Watchers were nearby, and they didn't want Erlu to control the magic hub of the Great Wall, so Stannis didn't put too much pressure on Fatty. Not long after, Fatty was free. He was tired, hungry and cold, so he ran to the bonfire beside the well, squatted on the wall of the well and closed his eyes to rest, until he saw the pig trotter that was kicked into the charcoal hole by the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen walked into the kitchen to look for evidence of the rat chef, she saw Fatty sitting by the bonfire, chewing on a bone with his face covered in oil. 7 levels of hell. Sam, what are you eating? Danny had a bad feeling. Burp, pig trotter. Sam chewed on the oily tendon and mumbled, no, it doesn't taste like pork, it's more delicious than pork. Venison? It tastes like deer meat and a bit like bamboo rat, so fragrant, so fresh. Do you have any more? One isn't enough? Such a big one, it's not enough. Danny's mouth twitched and she confirmed again, where did you find the pig trotter? In the charcoal pit. Luckily I have good eyes, Sam complained as he chewed on the bone. Megalosaurus is too wasteful when it eats. A mouthful of dragon flame burned half of the thick leg, or else I would be full. Gulp. A drop of cold sweat slid down her temples. Danny blinked her eyes and swallowed hard. She then asked, I remember, it was already cold. Remove the charcoal, cut it into pieces, stir it over the fire and rub salt on it. Smells good. Oh, the bones are so hard. Sam stuffed a huge bone into his mouth, and the sound of his teeth rubbing against the bone could be heard. This meat? I don't know where it came from. Danny didn't know if she should tell him the truth. Isn't it just the leftover bones of the Megalosaurus? I've seen a lot of them in front of the King's Tower in the past few days. Sometimes, Sir Barristan would cut a piece of meat from the charred thigh of the bison as a side dish. Fatty pulled out the bone club from his mouth, then pulled out the long sword at his waist. With a series of clanging sounds he chopped off the top of the bone. Then he picked up the rest and sucked on it with his mouth. Drip drip drip. As the milky white bone marrow entered his mouth, Fatty's squinted eyes shone with happiness. This fat man must be quarantined, Danny said to the Night's Watch and Stannis, pointing at the fat man who was sucking the marrow out of his bones. Lock him up in the underground rock cellar. Do not contact him for at least 14 days. This was an era of debauchery and bad etiquette, an era where slaves of 3 surnames were everywhere. At this moment, someone was considering changing allegiance for the 4th time. Under the setting sun, the surface of the Blackwater Bay was golden. Tidehead Island, Hightide City. On the cliff of the sea there was a towering stone castle. At the top of the castle hall, on the floating wooden throne, Count Monterey trembled as he held a letter. He asked the gray-robed scholar under him in fear, "Scholar Newton, what should we do now?" Count Monterey was only 6 years old. He had a round red face, white skin and Valeglia's signature silver hair. He was a very cute child. At this moment, the child's eyes did not have the naivety and carefree that a child should have. His blue eyes were only filled with confusion and fear. The hunchbacked old scholar with white hair frowned as he thought for a moment. He said solemnly, "My lord, in theory, you should be like Count Adrian and change your allegiance immediately. Make a statement to the outside world and support Dany Liz Targaryen firmly. But we have just pledged our loyalty to Lannister." A middle-aged knight with a missing front tooth, Sodas, said hesitantly, "In the Battle of Blackwater River, Count Morford died in battle. Tidehead Island suffered heavy losses and lost the ability to protect itself. But in the Battle of Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island was not plundered by Count Redwyn's Qingting Island fleet. We had long ago promised Duke Tywin that the day Dragonstone fell would be the day Tidehead Isle swore fealty to the Iron Throne, citing the fact that his lordship was too young to resist King Stannis. Now it has been less than a month since Dragonstone Island fell. We have also pledged our loyalty to Queen Cersei for less than a month. If we change our allegiance so soon, isn't it too?" The Battle of Dragonstone Island was extremely tragic. Sir Roland led the dozens of guards left behind by Erlu and caused dozens of casualties to Lannister. Of the 2,000 elites left behind by Tywin at the King's Landing, more than 1,000 died on the spot. The rest were mostly crippled. That was why the Great Sparrow could still leisurely wash the floor of the Great Cathedral after tricking Cersei. While Dragonstone Island was in such a tragic state, Tidehead Island, which was less than 10 kilometers away, was in peace. At that time, Tidehead Island was still under Erlu's control. This was the survival wisdom of the Westeros nobles. Throw away your integrity and kneel down to beg for mercy. Protect the castle and continue to live a carefree life. Monterey Valerian, whose father had died, still had a few loyal vassals. After the Battle of the Blackwater River ended, the loyal vassals quietly surrendered to Tywin. With Tywin's personality, when faced with people who were kneeling and begging for mercy, he would immediately walk up to them and personally help them up. He would sit at the same table and drink wine with them. After the War of the Usurpers, he gave up on Targaryen and turned to Theon Beira, becoming the second vassal. After the War of the Four Kings, he gave up on Theon Beira and turned to Lannister, becoming the third vassal. Now, the young count saw the hope of returning to his old ways. Sir Thordas Targaryen is the true Lord of Valerian. Knight Dink, who was in his early 50s and had short white hair, sighed with a complicated expression. More importantly, she has the Megalosaurus. She's a true dragon. When the true dragon returns, Valerian can only submit. But according to the legends in the City of Knowledge, she is an evil witch who commits all kinds of crimes. She even violated the rights of the guests and burned the City of Knowledge, allowing the dragon to eat Professor Peristan who served her. Will the people of the Seven Kingdoms accept such a woman? Sir Thordas hesitated. Dany's guess was not wrong. The night she left the old town, the City of Knowledge frantically sent out crows to tell the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms about how the Dragon Queen violated the rights of the guests and viciously burned down the City of Knowledge that was friendly to her. That's right, the person who violated the rights of the guests became the Dragon Queen. The nobles of the City of Knowledge and the old town warmly received the Dragon Queen who used the alias of Layla Weishue, who knew that she actually used evil witchcraft in the City of Knowledge. Professor Peristan and Sir Dax Norton, during the incident in the City of Knowledge, little Ian was forced to death by Barristan at the staircase, went to stop her but were instead devoured by the mystic dragon that she summoned. After that, she rode on the dragon and burned half of the City of Knowledge, destroying the steward's pavilion. One must know that at that time, the professors in the City of Knowledge were treating Layla as a VIP. So, while Dany was still acting cool in Hedgeon County, the news of her coming to the Westeros was already known by the nobles south of King's Landing. Let's not talk about the reaction of the nobles and the commoners towards the return of the mystic dragon queen. Count Adrian Sitiga, who had been obediently being a captive in the King's Landing, immediately ran away. Adrian Sitiga was the Count of Crab Island. Like his younger brother Count Morford, he had followed Stannis to participate in the Battle of Blackwater River. After all, Crab Island and Tide Island were the strongest territories among the few vassals of Dragonstone Island. Adrian, who was in his 50s, was luckier than Count Morford, who was not even in his 30s. Or it could be said that he was older and more cautious. He was also more cunning and did not have the recklessness of a young man. Although his family's army had suffered some losses, but his life was still saved. Without a doubt, Count Adrian was also a qualified noble. He immediately knelt before Tywin. Other than true dragons, lions or stags, there was no difference to crabs. The Count of Crab Island's emblem was a red-shelled crab. Tywin did not make things difficult for him. He only asked the old crab to stay in the King's Landing for 2 years. When the situation stabilized, he would then be allowed to return home. The old crab gladly agreed. He thought that the situation was settled, and the day of the King's Landing was coming. Then Tywin died, the imps ran away, Cersei went crazy, and the Dragon Queen appeared out of nowhere and returned on a dragon. The old crab man may be old, but his mind was not muddled. He immediately led the remaining 200 to 300 crab soldiers and escaped from the King's Landing in the night. At that time, the 2,000 lions of King's Landing were buried on Dragonstone Island by the Night of Flowers. Even Cersei was locked up in the dungeon by the Great Sparrow for various adjustments. Lannister's power was in a vacuum at King's Landing, and no one cared about the old crab. Once he returned to Crab Island on a fast boat, the old crab immediately sent a letter to the neighboring Tidehead Island, inviting his little brother to welcome the queen and join in the righteous cause. Then the 6-year-old Count Monterey gathered his retainers to discuss this matter. Even if I am a scholar, I have to say that the City of Knowledge has made a huge mistake this time. Scholar Newton said with an ugly expression. You also think that the scholar is lying? Old Sir Dink's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. Yes, regarding the Dragon Queen's violation of the guests' rights, most of the nobles were skeptical. Especially the nobles and knights who attended the Honey River Conference. They had interacted with Layla before. Although they were shocked by her identity as the Dragon Queen, almost no one believed that she would violate the guests' rights. Instead, it was the ordinary citizens who followed the crowd. Most of them cursed the Dragon Witch, and some even treated her as the second Fry. I can't find a reason why the Dragon Queen would violate the guests' rights. Even many of the citizens in the old town saw her riding a dragon and spitting out fireballs. Even if it was true that the City of Knowledge was set on fire. Scholar Newton suddenly paused and his expression turned ugly. There is a saying that the guilty party cries first. I am very worried that the violation of the guests' rights is true, but, Sir Sodas licked his teeth and said doubtfully, could the City of Knowledge be lying? That's impossible. The scholar swore to be neutral and not participate in the struggle for power. Did you notice the reaction of the old town of Hightower? Scholar Newton said bitterly. What reaction? No reaction. They did not express any opinion at all. Most of the nobles in River Bend were also silent. If the City of Knowledge did not have any political leanings, why would the Dragon Queen attack the City of Knowledge? I suspect that a scholar recognized her identity and did something dishonorable, provoking the Dragon Queen to take revenge. The young count was confused, but Soda's and Old Dink's expressions changed drastically. They shouted in disbelief, has the City of Knowledge gone mad? Suddenly, a loud beast roar came from the sky outside the window. A terrifying aura that made people tremble followed. Dragon Megalosaurus? The guards outside the hall shouted frantically. Hee hee. The hunchbacked scholar laughed bitterly and shook his head. Don't think about it. She is here. Valerian has no choice. Count, prepare to swear your loyalty. Chapter 364. Although they met the Door God and the Rat Chef, Dany did not change her plan. That night, she left the Great Wall with old Yemont. As for the fact that Erlu and the Night Watchers did not believe in the Rat Chef, she did not waste any effort to prove anything. Seeing that Fat Sam had sucked out the Rat Chef's bone marrow, she turned around and left without another word. If Erlu wants the Great Wall, let him take it. Dany also understood that Jon and the other Night Watchers did not meet the Black Door again. Even if Erlu forced Sam to open the Black Door, and even if Erlu and Melisandre entered the Black Door, they might not be able to enter the green wind ball and see wind song like she did. She had to use the 9-colored vortex, the belt and the second soul at the same time. She also had the help of the 2 dragon souls to rush through the green wind belt and enter the wind ball. She did not believe that Melisandre's magic power was stronger than hers and the 2 dragons. Therefore Danny left with a clear conscience. Although the old scholar kept muttering, "The Great Wall will not be at peace until the Mad Axe is taken care of," he could not find the Scarlet Ghost even after searching the entire Long Night Castle. He could only remind Melisandre and leave with the Dragon Queen. Danny rode the white dragon while Barristan and the old man rode the black dragon. They set off at about 1 o'clock in the morning and found a forest near the Dread Keep when the sky was just beginning to brighten. They set up their tents and rested for 3 hours, slept and ate the 2 cows of the Bolton family before continuing their journey. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Blackwater Bay. She left Yemont and Barristan to rest on the cliff near the sea on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Danny could sleep on the dragon's back but they could not. She was full of energy. She rode the dragon around Dragonstone Island and found that there were 200 or 300 guards. She then flew to the west in the direction of the King's Landing in an attempt to find Bronn's fleet. There were many ships in Blackwater Bay. Danny was not sure which one belonged to Earl Bronn. Or perhaps Bronn had already arrived at Tidehead Island. She and Bronn had agreed to meet at Tidehead Island. Thus, Danny decided to look for Valerian. Valerian's castle was built on a cliff facing the sea. To the south was the sea, to the west was high tide, and to the north was a small plain with villages. The main castle was built against the mountain. The buildings were of different heights and were surrounded by 8 towers. The front of the castle was guarded by 6 sentry towers that blocked the mountain path. On the east side there was an observatory. There was a 1,000-square-meter courtyard in the center of the fortress. Flowers like baby stars and white daisies surrounded a dragon pagoda in the center. Of course, Valerian had dragon towers for Megalosaurus. However, it was not tall. Due to the steep terrain, it only had 4 floors. The top was 200 square meters wide, much smaller than the dragon tower in Volantis. When Dahe and Little White landed, it was a little crowded. Half of their tails were hanging outside the tower. "Your subject, Monterey Valerian, greets your Majesty the Queen." The 2 dragons circled in the sky and landed on the dragon tower. A round-faced child in luxurious clothes led 7 or 8 knights to kneel and welcome them. Sigh, how pitiful. Valerian only has 1 child left. The Dragon Queen had forgotten her own identity and felt pity for the child. "Your Majesty." Little Monterey looked at the Dragon Queen blankly, not knowing what to do. "Rise all of you. I am Danny Lys Targaryen." Danny glanced at the knights and scholars with different expressions behind the young count and said loudly, "I want to take over the Targaryens' land, Dragonstone Island." The hunchbacked old scholar quietly touched the young count's back. The child immediately said respectfully, "Valerian is willing to serve your Majesty." "We are willing to serve your Majesty." The knights behind the child swore together. Sighing, Danny said, "Let me borrow the dragon tower for a few days. Let's talk downstairs." The dragon tower was originally prepared for the Targaryens. However, the Megalosaurus had disappeared for more than 100 years. The bedrooms and living rooms downstairs had not been occupied for a long time. The facilities were a little old. The servants only changed the beds, curtains, chairs and sofas when night fell. In the living room the fireplace burned brightly. Under the chandelier, Danny and the young count sat opposite each other at a long table. On both sides were knights and 2 scholars. The maids entered in a single file, carrying Qingting Island golden wine, steaming hot bread, freshly stirred butter, thick beef soup, salad made of green peas, onions and beets, fish stewed with almond milk, roast duck, fat chicken, roasted lamb chops that were grilled to golden brown. It was very sumptuous. Both parties had introduced themselves. Yemont and Barristan were old acquaintances. At this moment, everyone was much more familiar with each other. The atmosphere at the banquet was very lively. After 2 rounds of wine for the Dragon Queen, Danny began to talk about business. "Monterey and the knights, you don't seem to be surprised by my arrival?" She was puzzled. The young count glanced at his scholar and whispered, "We received a messenger crow from the City of Learning a week ago." "Haha, those bastards made the first move." Danny immediately understood. She sneered and asked, "They didn't say anything good about me, did they?" "This." The young Count Monterey hesitated. "They said that you violated the guest's rights and murdered the doctor who treated you as an honored guest." The hunchbacked scholar put down his wineglass and sighed bitterly. "What?" Barristan was furious. I never thought that the city of learning could be so shameless. Danny was not angry. If the lower limit of a scholar was a negative number, the absolute value would be as high as the upper limit of a scholar. Scholar Newton doesn't seem to believe the city of learning's rhetoric? She was more curious about the attitude of the Tidehead Island scholar. I suspect that the city of learning did something that violated the guest's rights. The hunchbacked scholar said with an ashen face. The city of learning did it, and it has nothing to do with you. Danny comforted the sensible old scholar. She then told him everything that happened that day in detail. She did not even hide the truth about the true world and the dance of the blood dragon. The people of Tidehead Island were stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief. When they came to their senses, they were filled with righteous indignation. They slammed the table hard and cursed. I'm afraid that the city of learning has shot themselves in the foot this time. Dr. Paristan is not dead at all. He is even sending a request for help to all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Old Yamant said with a complicated expression. He hated the city of learning for what they did. Targaryen would never forget the pain of the Megalosaurus extinction. He could never forgive the city of learning for plotting this. However, he deeply understood that the city of learning had served the Westeros for thousands of years. They had made outstanding contributions and were indispensable. If the city of learning lost its reputation, the nobles would no longer trust the scholars wholeheartedly. Without the support of the nobles, the city of learning would not be able to maintain its reputation and credibility. However, the nobles in Westeros could not do without scholars. The city of learning is also stupid. Almost all of the scholars know the truth about the dance of the blood dragon. They can guess the reason why the city of learning is dealing with me. Can the dozens of scholars in the city of learning stop the rumors? Even if they don't say anything, I can still capture a few of the scholars. When the time comes, won't the truth be revealed? Danny mocked. Even the scholars know? Sir Dink cried out. If so many people know, why hasn't the secret been spread? Sir Sodas asked in surprise. To be honest, Danny was also curious. The files were in the library. Even the scholars had the right to borrow them. How many scholars had there been in the past few hundred years? Why did no one tell the public? Also, the past generations of Targaryens were too careless, could not even be used to describe them. How stupid must they be to not receive any news about it? Actually, Danny was wrong about two things. First, before the Targaryens were exterminated, there were no files about the dance of the blood dragon and the true world in the library. At that time, ordinary scholars did not know the core secrets of the city of learning. Second, the system for scholars to promote to scholars was far stricter than she had imagined. If a scholar's thoughts were unhealthy and had the idea of revealing the city of learning's secrets to outsiders, especially the Targaryens, the scholars would let him be surprised before he took action. For example, Bullneck Marvin, the extravagant scholar who could slash people with a knife and write poems with a pen, was also fearful of the city of learning. He was worried that he would be poisoned to death one day if he said the wrong thing. Not to mention the Targaryens, even the eight-clawed spider Varys did not know that the city of learning had such great ambitions to build the true world. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the city of learning? The hunchbacked scholar asked worriedly. Sigh, the scholars and scholars who have committed crimes should all wear black clothes and be rid of their sins. As for the city of learning, I will not ban it. Perhaps we should change the place and change the name. There must be a major reform. Your Majesty is merciful. Old Newton let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body relaxed. Why don't I convey your intentions to the city of learning tonight? He probed with a fawning expression. Danny waved her hand and said seriously, No, take Dragonstone Island and let Scholar Yamant represent me to inform them of the results of the trial. Yes. That's how it should be. Scholar Newton nodded repeatedly and said in agreement. However, there was still a letter that night. Scholar Newton represented the Dragon Queen and sent it out to Count Adrian Sitiga on the neighboring Crab Island. It was late at night. After learning the details of the other ghosts, the hunchbacked scholar and Sir Dink left with the dozing young count with heavy expressions. By the fireplace, old Yamant, who was nestled in a fur chair, muttered, When attacking Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island can be of help to you, but it will become a burden after that. I'm worried that King's Landing won't let the enemy at their doorstep go. Battle is inevitable. At that time you have to protect Count Monterey. He's your vassal and the only heir of House Valerian. If I ride a dragon and burn the Red Keep, will the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms think that I'm the Mad King II? Danny sneered. Definitely, the old scholar said with certainty. The Red Keep to Targaryen is like Winterfell to Stark and the Eyrie to Arryn. Your Majesty, you don't like the Red Keep, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any symbolic meaning. Barristan also advised. That's why I don't want to recruit too many old vassals of the King's Landing. Not to mention loyalty, just the price of protecting their territory far exceeds the help they bring to me. Dany said helplessly. However, Tidehead Island and Crab Island were different. Whether she came today or not, whether the young count pledged loyalty to her or not, King's Landing would treat Tidehead Island and Crab Island as her forces after she took Dragonstone Island. This was something that Valerian's vassals knew, and so did the Count of Crab Island. It was because he understood that the mark of Targaryen on him was too heavy that the Count of Crab Island made a prompt decision to flee. He was even prepared to raise the three-headed dragon flag before the Dragon Queen attacked. I hope that Count Sedega can put in more effort. I don't expect him to be of much help to me as long as he can protect himself. Dany sighed. Old Yamont's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Actually, you still have a force that you can rely on. They are absolutely loyal to Targaryen. In fact, they are only loyal to Targaryen. Not only are they numerous, but they are also brave and skilled in battle. They won't be a burden to you. Oh. Dany's interest was piqued. Southern barbarians, the old scholar said strangely. Chapter 365. There are barbarians in the south too? Dany asked in surprise. Barristan suddenly came to a realization and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, If not for the old scholar's reminder, I would have forgotten. The clans on Crabclaw Peninsula are only loyal to Targaryen. They even take pride in being the model subjects of the Megalosaurus. Crabclaw Peninsula? Dany got up from the soft couch and went to the map of the Seven Kingdoms hanging on the wall opposite the fireplace. Her finger pointed at Nymph, and then traced the horn-like peninsula to the east. It's strange. The land between Blackwater Bay and the Trident River is empty. There are no signs of castles, roads, towns, or villages. There are no castles, only clans and tribes, Barristan said. Old Yamont also got up from the soft fur chair and came to Dany's side. He pointed at the map and said, The peninsula is barren, full of swamps and pine forests. But every dark valley has its lord. Most of them are descendants of the ancestors. Even the Undulls were unable to conquer Crabclaw Peninsula. Twilight Valley, Nymph, and even Serdega of Crab Island returned in defeat there. The lords and subjects of the peninsula do not believe and are not willing to receive any outsiders except Targaryen. 300 years ago, with the goal of recruiting soldiers, Visenya rode the Megalosaurus to Crabclaw Peninsula and visited the clans of Crab Island one by one. The lords saw the majesty of the Megalosaurus and were shocked by the tragic end of Helen the Blackheart. They were also moved by Queen Visenya's charisma, and they all knelt down and submitted to her. The queen also returned the favor and took them in as Targaryen's direct vassals. Both sides swore an oath and established a relationship of monarch and vassal. It has never changed. Although Crabclaw Peninsula did not pay a single copper to the Iron Throne in taxes, they never refused Targaryen's summons. In the Battle of the Trident River, the great clans of the peninsula also fought with Prince Rhaegar to the end. Less than a tenth of the lords returned to Crabclaw Peninsula alive. Barristan's eyes were blurred as he sighed. Although the barbarian civilization is backward, there are very few people who can compare to them in terms of loyalty and spirit of brotherhood. Dany sighed. This could also be considered another version of chivalry. Every dog slaughtering generation. Treat the clansmen as reserve forces and recruit soldiers when we really need them. Yes, Garth will transport 3 million gold royals worth of food to Dragonstone Island. We'll send a batch over then. Dany made her decision. The hunchbacked bachelor Newtown asked the weavers in the castle to make 100 true dragon flags overnight. Early the next morning, Sir Dink led his men to hang the Targaryen three-headed dragon flag at the High Tide docks and the top of the castle. The appearance of the black dragon flag with a red background shocked the people of High Tide City and the harbor merchants. Targaryen has returned. The elderly residents of Tidehead Island dreamed of the previous dynasty and rushed to tell everyone they met about the return of the true dragon in fear and excitement. Quick, go to Dragonstone Island and tell Sir Lucian about the appearance of the three-headed dragon flag on Tidehead Island. A merchant of the King's Descent Sea concealed the anxiety in his eyes and whispered to the helmsman to sail away from the port. Sigh, a great storm is coming and Queen Cersei is still locked up in the great cathedral of Baelor. King Tommen doesn't seem to be able to do anything. In the harbor hotel, a customer who was drinking whispered, I'm afraid it's going to be another rebellion of the four kings. Winter is coming, can't those great nobles just stop? His companion cursed in a low voice. Why would the people involved in the game of power care about winter? Which winter can freeze the king to death and starve the nobles to death? It's not like it's a long night. The 7 hells, have you counted how many kings there have been in the 7 kingdoms in the past 2 years? Robert, the young wolf master, Renly, Stannis, Joffrey, Tommen, Balon, Dany, Liz. I heard that the pirates of Timon Island took the old path again and chose a pirate king called Yuluen? There are only 7 kingdoms in the Westeros and there are already 9 kings. A merchant on the other side of the narrow sea laughed strangely. I heard that this Targaryen has true dragons. How many of them? Yes, you haven't been to the trading cities, so you don't know about the anti-dragon mother alliance. Daenerys Targaryen has 4 dragons. How terrifying. Aegon only has 3 dragons. I wonder if she'll block the passage and stop the ships transporting grain to King's Landing? A grain merchant suddenly said. Yes, the king and the great nobles are playing the game of Iron Throne, and we're going to make a profit from this. The Great Sparrow took a loan of a few million gold royals from the Iron Treasury and is buying grain from the free cities like crazy. The price of grain has increased by more than 3 times. As long as it's transported to King's Landing, it'll be shiny gold royals. This is a rare opportunity. Soon, the merchants changed the topic from the shock of the true dragon's reappearance to the worry of the sea route being blocked by the war. Look, red-shelled crabs. Suddenly, a brown-haired middle-aged mercenary stood by the window and pointed at the harbor and exclaimed. Everyone gathered around and saw a huge 50-meter-long galleon ship with 2 decks leading 3 second-class, 30-meter-long, seagoing ships and more than 10 paddling longboats slowly approaching the dock. Every ship had 2 flags hanging side by side, the red crab shield flag on a white background and the black 3-headed dragon flag on a red background. Standing on the 3rd floor of the tavern and looking into the distance, they could vaguely see a tall silver-armored old man with white hair standing on the top deck of the flagship. It's actually Count Sadiga. Wasn't he captured and locked up in King's Landing? The plump merchant next to them asked doubtfully. The news of the true dragon has already spread. He's not stupid, why would he stay in King's Landing and be suspected by Lannister? Regardless of whether he's truly loyal to the Iron Throne, as long as Targaryen appears, the Lion will no longer trust him. It's better to escape and become the true dragon's trusted aide. Not only Valerian and Sadiga, but also dozens of nobles in the royal territory. After all, they've been loyal to Targaryen for hundreds of years. Their ancestors only became nobles when they followed Aegon to Blackwater Bay. A mercenary knight from the royal territory said with a complicated expression. When the news of Count Adrian bringing a fleet to Hightides Harbor reached the floating wood castle, Dany was on the observatory facing the sea and meditating. She was listening to the sound of the wind. It turned out that she had wronged Barristan the last time. He did not interrupt her epiphany. That magical version of unity of heaven and man was not just once. As long as she calmed down, she could enter the deepest part of her consciousness in the wind and hear the sound of the wind again. Since unity of heaven and man was a normal state, it naturally did not count as an epiphany. At this moment, Dany's forehead was shining with a faint green light, her consciousness drifting around with the sea breeze. She did not know where she was, nor did she know where she was. She seemed to have turned into the wind, blowing on the surface of the sea, bringing up waves, and then being washed away on the reef without warning. Then the scene changed. She came to the plains, gently stroking the petals and wheat, the leaves singing to her. At this moment she seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, with a sense of transparency. Suddenly she felt that her body was not coordinated. She felt that the second soul's circular green prophet meditation technique was very awkward, and the 9-colored whirlpool was very ugly. Her mind was in harmony with heaven and earth, but the green prophet meditation technique and the grand wizard meditation technique were somewhat incompatible. To exaggerate, it was like building a modern villa in a garden in China. It was very awkward. She wanted to demolish the villa and rebuild an oriental classical pavilion that could merge with the garden and become a part of the garden. Then, the circular shape of the green prophet meditation technique shattered into thousands of single runes. Then, some of the runes began to be annihilated, some of the runes changed form, and suddenly new runes that Dany had never seen before appeared. All the runes surrounded her like petals, merging with her into the wind, on the sea surface, on the reef, on the island, in the forest, in the wheat field, in the city, in, Your Majesty, wake up, Count Sadiga is here. A hateful and determined old face replaced everything in the world, magnifying in front of Danny. I'm not angry, the old knight is innocent, don't be angry, don't be angry. With a wooden face, Danny chanted the clear heart mantra a few hundred times in her heart, then slowly said, so fast? It's not even noon yet. Maybe he received the letter last night and set off at dawn. It's only a few hours sea journey from Crab Island to Tide Island, said Baristan. He went up the floating wooden castle? Just bring him here to see me. The sailors saw the Count's fleet on the sentry tower, they should have just arrived at the pier. Scholar Yimont wants you to go down and welcome him, this is the etiquette between a ruler and a subject. All right. Danny nodded. You guys go to the pier first, I'll ride the dragon and catch up later. After the White Knight left, she sighed and entered the space of consciousness, observing the circular second soul that had reformed. It seemed like there was something more, but it also seemed like there was no change at all. Kuei-shi is right, I should settle down for a few years, it's best if I can put aside my affairs and focus on cultivation. Then, she smiled bitterly and shook her head, there was no time for her to develop, winter was coming. She began to summon Blackie and Little White. Hissed Dahe, who was lying on the cliff boulder basking in the sun, jumped up and circled half a circle to the front of the star observation platform. Like a sea swallow, he lowered his body sideways and flew close to the wall. Then Danny sprinted and jumped down from the 30-meter-tall tower. She closed her eyes and felt the sound of the wind beside her in the form of a dragon spirit. At that moment, she, Blackie, and the world seemed to have become an organic whole under the adhesion of the wind. Like a normal person walking up a flight of stairs, Danny leaped lightly onto the back of the black dragon that was speeding past. She stood on Blackie, opened her arms, and closed her eyes to feel the pulse of the wind. This is wonderful, this is true cultivation. Heaven and man as one, the law of nature. Queen Danny rise. Suddenly Danny, who was immersed in the sea breeze, heard her name, the voice was intermittent and vague. Hallucination. Eris Rhaegar, you two have to perform well, our family is really going to have a good time. Her Majesty the Queen is in the prime of her youth, and she is the only Targaryen left. Coincidentally, Valerian also only left a child. The Queen should marry and the kingdom should have an heir. We, Settiga, have the noble bloodline of Valeglia, and have been friends with Targaryen for thousands of years, there is no one more. Danny's heart rippled, the voice gradually weakened and finally disappeared, she also broke away from the temporary magical state. God, I heard Count Settiga's voice, this is the Green Prophet's ability to listen to the earth? Danny was overjoyed. In the future, could she be like Bran and Blind in River Text, able to see through all the secrets of the world? With such beautiful expectations, the Dragon Queen did not care about the old crab's little calculations. Chapter 366. Adrian Settiga, the Count of Crab Island, also known as Red Crab, was a strong old knight in his 50s. Unlike Valerian, he had 3 sons and 1 daughter. After the War of the Usurpers, as a vassal of Dragonstone Island, he had always fulfilled his obligations to Stannis, but that was all. During the War of the Four Kings, when Stannis rebelled, the old crab did not dawdle and personally led the family's main ship, the Red Crab, into battle. However, just like how the old skin flayer had followed Luo Bainan on his expedition but left half of his main force in the Terror Fortress, the old crab had not gone all out either. His 2 grown sons had been left at home and only half of the family fleet had been taken away. Onion Knight Davos had lost 3 of his sons in the battle at the Black River. It was obvious how cunning the old crab was. Now that the real Dragon Queen had arrived, the old man immediately took out all of his family's assets. Of course, the old crab's intentions were not pure. He saw an opportunity. 2 megalosaurus, 1 black and 1 white, were bathed in the golden sunlight. They broke through the clouds and fog, spiraling down towards the pier on the coast. The loud and clear dragon roar alarmed more than half of the residents of the small sea city. It also stunned the busy sailors at the docks and the loudly shouting sea merchants. Unfortunately, Dahe could not speak the common language. Danny looked at the crowd's reaction and thought regretfully. Well, she had verified it in the past 2 days. Dahe could indeed speak, but it spoke in the language of animals, which was actually the original language. She couldn't understand it with her ears, but she could understand it in her dragon spirit state. Danny. It only knows how to call its mother by her first name just like a human baby. However, since his vocal cords could produce speech, Danny was trying to teach him the common language. Perhaps in less than 2 years Blackie would be able to speak like Smog? Megalosaurus? It really is the Megalosaurus. The megalosaurus has been resurrected. After Count Adrian finished lecturing his sons, he went to the side of the ship to relieve himself. Tears streamed down his face and he could not speak properly. True dragon. Targaryen is a true dragon. Long live Queen Dany. Long live the true dragon. The residents of Sea City clamored and cheered loudly. The dragon is real. We're in big trouble. We need to inform the King's Landing and warn King Tommen and Queen Margaret. Some mercenary knights hid the worry and shock in their eyes and quietly retreated into the crowd. 7 gods above, the Westeros are about to change. In the hotels, on the streets, and at the docks, merchants from all over the world looked up at the sky in shock and fear. When Barristan and the young Count, Monterey, led a group of people from the floating wooden castle on the mountain and separated the crowd with the cooperation of the dock guards, Dany rode Big Black down. Your subject Adrian greets your majesty. Mr. Adrian and his 2 sons were handsome, with silver streaks of blonde hair and purple or blue eyes. The old crab was in his 50s. He had a square face, a high-nosed bridge and a straight chin. His body was still tall and strong. He had not changed shape, but his old face was a little oily. Of the 2 little crabs, the older one was in his early 20s and the older one was in his late 20s. They were both tall and strong with handsome faces. Your Excellency, I'm very grateful that you could bring people here so quickly. Dany smiled as she helped the old count up. I've been waiting for the true dragon to return. I wish I could grow wings and fly here in the middle of the night. The old crab said excitedly with red eyes. With such a loyal subject like your Excellency, I don't have to worry about not succeeding. Dany smiled as she exchanged some pleasantries with the old crab. She then began to introduce the people on both sides. Dragon Queen only had Barristan on her side. Everyone knew his character, so there was nothing much to introduce. These are my sons Aerys and Rhaega. The old crab proudly pulled his 2 sons to show off to Dragon Queen. They are great lads who are proficient in cavalry and naval warfare. Aerys is only 23 years old this year and has experience in sailing to Iban and Midsummer Islands. Rhaega is also great. When I was trapped in King's Landing, he led the soldiers of Crab Island to defeat a few pirates who came to take advantage of me. This name, Dany did not know how to complain. She did not know that the old crab had an 8-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter named Robert and Cersei at home. With the old crab's status, there was no need for him to curry favor with anyone. He purely wanted to bless his children with the names of King, Prince and Queen, although the ending of the 4 of them was, I'm Aerys Setega. Greetings, Your Majesty. The eldest brother with a buzz cut looked into the eyes of the Dragon Queen and lowered his head with a red face. The second son, Rhaega, did not hide his admiration for the beautiful queen. He stared at her and volunteered, I am Rhaega Setega. Your Majesty, your beauty is beyond the imagination of the world and beyond the limits of words. Please let me be your navy commander and serve you faithfully. Dany resisted the idea of using human-dragon fusion and releasing electric eye to scare him. She only smiled faintly and said, I have the idea of taking down Dragonstone Island. Let's go to Floatingwood Castle and talk more. Screech, Blackie flew into the sky and White Knight brought over a horse for Dany. She walked side by side with the old crab and the young count. White Knight and the 2 little crabs brought up the rear, followed by a group of knights. 200 to 300 people walked towards Cliff Castle. Dragonstone Island should be taken down immediately. Years ago, Aegon set out from Dragonstone Island and landed at Blackwater Bay before conquering the 7 kingdoms. Your Majesty can repeat the path of your ancestors and use Dragonstone Island as a stronghold. Send out orders to all the families in the king's domain and find another shore to land. Tywin is dead, Jaime is disabled and Lannister is badly injured. In the past 6 months, Cersei has squandered all the wealth and reputation left to her by her father. She is also locked in the Great Cathedral by Sparrow. Who knows, when you arrive at King's Landing, the people will swarm out and put you on the Iron Throne. The old crab excitedly advised the queen. I only want to take back the Targaryen land, the Iron Throne. Let's wait until next summer to consider starting a war of conquest. Dany shook her head. What? You have the dragon and the 7 kingdoms are in chaos. This is a rare opportunity. If we wait until summer, there will be a few years of buffer. Lannister will have recovered and sorted out the chaos. Then Tommen will have come of age and the 7 kingdoms will be united. We will be in big trouble. The old crab said anxiously. There are deviant ghosts, the young count said. Deviant ghosts? The old count was stunned. Monterey, what stories did your wet nurse tell you? It wasn't my wet nurse. It was the queen who told me that there are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall. She even fought 2 deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts admitted defeat and knelt on the ground. They called her the strongest queen of mankind. Monterey's round face was full of admiration. The old crab's mouth twitched. He lectured his little brother as an elder brother. Monterey, you are already 6 years old. Why can't you tell the difference between stories and reality? Her Majesty is telling you a story. You have to understand that legends and stories are all fake. Cough, cough. Danny coughed a few times and said, Count Adrian, the deviant ghosts are real. Oh, really? The old crab and the young crab were stunned. Could it be that the City of Knowledge was not lying? Her Majesty was really the Mad King II? Baristan saw the doubt on their faces and said seriously, at that time, 6 deviant ghosts led thousands of ghouls to attack the barbarians' camp. The queen rode her dragon and bravely challenged the deviant ghosts to a battle. The night watchers, Stannis and the barbarians all saw it. Stannis? The old crab was even more shocked to hear the news of his old master. Why did he go to the Great Wall? The king of the barbarians attacked the Great Wall. He went to support the night watchers and subdue the barbarians and the northerners. He wanted to make a comeback. Danny said. You let the dragon burn him to death? The old crab was shocked. Why would I burn him to death? Robert is Robert, he is himself. During the War of the Usurpers, he was trapped in Wind's Breath. Of course, he is also one of Targaryen's enemies. That will not change. But I swore at the Great Wall that when the long night comes, I will not harm any of the vassals who helped the Great Wall. Looking at the old crab's puzzled gaze, Danny sighed and said, the humans are facing a great disaster. They are too short-sighted and narrow-minded to still play the game of power. The old crab frowned and confirmed again, there really are deviant ghosts? It is not that I do not trust your words, but this is too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared at all. It is like a dream. In a few days, you should receive a messenger crow from the Night Watchers. In a few months, the Night Watchers will escort a group of ghouls to the south. You can see it for yourself when you pass by Dragonstone Island. Then, under the Dragon Queen's signal, Baristan loudly told the story of her heroic battle with the deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. The knights were stunned. They even suspected that the old knight had lost his honor and was telling a fantasy story in public to curry favor with the queen. Damn it, fighting a deviant ghost alone in front of thousands of people, and the deviant ghost knelt down and admitted defeat? How can we, who have intelligence and reason, believe you? Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they only agreed verbally. On the other hand, the young count had already heard the story of the Dragon Queen's battle with the deviant ghosts last night. Hearing it again now, he was still amazed and excited, shouting from time to time. Finally, they climbed up the mountain path and entered the floating wood castle. The knights followed their master into the hall, and the second crab said, even if the deviant ghosts are real, you said that they cannot cross the Great Wall and will not affect the southern countries. Liga, you are wrong, the first crab retorted before the Dragon Queen could say anything. The appearance of the deviant ghosts means that the long night is coming. Who can escape under the long night? With the night watchers temporarily blocking the deviant ghosts, the queen can quickly take the Iron Throne and gather more strength to support the Great Wall, the second crab argued. People will die in war. Her Majesty hopes to conserve more strength to deal with the deviant ghosts, Baristan said solemnly. When the queen takes Dragonstone Island, Lannister will be greatly threatened and will only focus on eliminating us. Why would she send troops to the Great Wall? The old crab said with a serious expression. Then I can stand on the moral high ground and call on the nobles of the 7 countries, justifying the extermination of the Lannister clan. Not only can no one gossip, but they will also cheer loudly, nailing the lion to the pillar of shame in history. A glint flashed across Dany's eyes as she thought coldly. No matter what, she inherited this body and shouldered the Targaryen family's debt of gratitude and hatred. Who should she look for to avenge the extermination of the Targaryen family? Robert? It was a fact that his wife was stolen. Not only did Liga steal his wife, but he also wanted to eliminate his son. The Mad King first killed Ide's father and brother, then he wanted to kill Robert, who was an adopted son in Arryn Valley. Only then did Jon Arryn raise the flag of rebellion. Robert was truly forced into a corner. If he didn't rebel, he would die. That was why Dany didn't kill Stannis with a mouthful of dragonfire. Stark was even worse. Actually, Stark only had himself to blame. This was something Dany didn't know. Jon Arryn and Horst Tully, Catelyn's father? They weren't even the masterminds. There was no need to exterminate them. There was only one family that had to be cleansed with blood. Lannister. Tywin was too vicious. Mad King Aerys only made him lose face, and then he played Castme's reign on the Mad King. Everyone in the family was wiped out. Lannister wasn't the only one who knew how to repay a debt. Dany could forgive Bella and Theon, but she wouldn't pity Lannister if they really dared to seek death. Report. At this moment, a messenger guard ran into the hall and said to the Dragon Queen and the young Count, "Your Majesty, Count, a group of knights holding the true dragon flag has arrived at the docks." Dany was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Is it Count Bronn of Stockworth Castle?" Chapter 367. Bronn was here. He brought with him 3 cargo ships, 40 sailors, 200 fully armed mercenary knights, and dozens of chests of gold and silver. He came with his foolish wife, bastard son and disobedient scholar. Bronn's flag of the burning chain and the 3-headed dragon were hung on the ships. It was very eye-catching and immediately caused a commotion at the docks. The real Dragon Queen has gathered the old officials of the king's domain and is preparing to attack the king's landing. The merchants and sailors at the docks rushed to report, frightened and excited. Dany treated them all equally. She did not look at the Earl of Blackwater differently because of his disgraceful background. She still rode her dragon and led White Knight and a group of knights to the docks to welcome them. Well, Bronn's original surname was uncertain, but during the Battle of the Blackwater River, he was responsible for raising the chain on the Blackwater River at the right time. For the Battle of the Blackwater River, this was a crucial task. Bronn completed his task beautifully. Cersei and Tywin awarded him the title of Knight. He was also proud of this and called himself Knight Blackwater. He also designed the green chain coat of arms. That day, when he received Dany's promise that he would be given the title by his own surname, Bronn changed his surname back to Blackwater. Hiss, Blackwater circled in the sky and landed beside White Knight. Dany jumped down from the dragon's back. "Bronn Blackwater greets your majesty." Bronn brought his wife over and bowed. "Earl Bronn, Lady Lolas, greetings." Dany nodded and said strangely, "You haven't been floating on the sea all this time, waiting for me to come to Tidehead Island, have you?" "No, we just arrived today," Bronn said. "Yes, we have been floating on the sea for a few days." At the same time Lolas giggled. Bronn looked embarrassed and glared at his wife. Lolas was so scared that she shrank back. "Your Majesty, Bronn explained awkwardly, "I am not sure about Valyrian's attitude. If they captured me and sent me to King's Landing then?" Dany waved her hand nonchalantly and got on her horse. She called out to him and they walked side by side towards the floating wood castle. "You're right to be cautious. I'm very satisfied that you were able to come on the first day I hung the 3-headed dragon flag," Dany said with a smile. Bronn heaved a sigh of relief and said with a wry smile, "I've arranged for a spy to be stationed at Hightide's Pier. The night you left I started packing. It took me 2 days to travel from Stockworth Castle to Twilight Valley, and it only took me a few hours to buy a boat and sail to Tidehead Island. I have been waiting for you at sea for 3 or 4 days. If you hadn't come, I would have retreated quietly and continued to be the Earl of Stokesburg." "Aha, very smart, very prudent arrangement." Dany laughed. Then she explained the matter of the deviant ghosts from beginning to end. "The Great Wall is far more troublesome than I thought. Took a lot of time." "So, the Eternal Night is coming?" Bronn asked in a trembling voice. "If the legends are true, the deviant ghosts can bring about the Eternal Night, then the third Eternal Night is coming," Dany said with uncertainty. She was not sure if the Eternal Night would bring the deviant ghosts, or the deviant ghosts would bring the Eternal Night, or if the deviant ghosts had always been in the extreme north and moved with the wind and snow. Dany even suspected that the deviant ghosts had never been exterminated. "Then what plans do you have for the future?" Bronn thought for a while and asked. After a sumptuous lunch in the afternoon, the plates and bowls were removed and the long wooden table was covered with a sea blue muir blanket. The group of knights and knights continued to sit in their seats and listen to the Dragon Queen talk about the Dragon Gang's Eternal Night battle plan. Well, with Bronn, Monterey and Adrian as the leaders of the 3 counts, together with 7 knights and more than 40 knights, this was the current strength of the Dragon Gang in the Westeros. It was a bit pitiful. But the 3 counts were not depressed, instead they were very excited. The young count did not know anything. There were so many people at home and there was also a dragon, so he was very excited to watch the show. Adrian was the well-deserved big brother of the Dragon Gang, and the Dragon Queen had a dragon, so of course he was excited. Bronn also had confidence in the Dragon Queen who had the Megalosaurus, and not only did the Dragon Queen not look down on him, she even let him, Valerian, and Sitiga form the three heads of the dragon gang. 7 gods above, that was Valerian and Sitiga. To be able to sit side by side with them under the throne of the Dragon Queen, Bronn was so excited that he trembled. Let me talk about the arrangements for the next few years of winter. Dany looked at the group of eager and anxious subordinates and said solemnly, "First of all, we must always stand on the moral high ground, and truly uphold the honor of the nobles and the great spirit of the knights. No matter what Lannister and the other nobles of the 7 countries choose, we must have the defense against deviant ghosts as the core guiding principle." Any questions? Your Majesty is right. White Knight was the first to agree. If the Iron Throne does not believe in the deviant ghosts, or insists that the deviant ghosts are fake, and does not care about the Long Night and only cares about attacking us, what do we do? Bronn asked the same question that Crab Brother had asked before. I will represent the people of the 7 countries, represent justice, represent humanity, represent light and summer, and destroy them. Dany said solemnly. Dragonstone Island is too close to King's Landing. It is easy to attack, that is true. But at the same time, it is easy for me to burn Red Castle. I only need to fly west for 2 to 3 hours. Then let's just take down King's Landing. Crab Brother clamored. Take down King's Landing and I have to defend King's Landing. Then we will fight for power and authority. After a year and a half, we will barely stabilize King's Landing, then we will fight against those who do not agree and so on for another year or 2. Do we still have to attack the western region, Arryn Valley, River Bend, Stormlands? By the time I complete the feat of Aegon the Conqueror, the 7 countries will be in ruins, taken down by the deviant ghosts, and everyone will be finished in the Long Night. Dany stared into Crab Brother's eyes and said aggressively, "Maybe it will not be that troublesome." Crab Brother lowered his head and mumbled, "Maybe? You are telling me maybe?" Dany's cold eyes were filled with disdain. Underestimate the enemy. Do not think that the Megalosaurus is invincible, and do not treat all enemies as fools. If we cannot get through the Long Night, 100 Iron Thrones will be nothing but scrap metal. Your Majesty is right. If we take down the Westeros now, we will not be able to feed so many people. Old Crab muttered. When the Long Night arrives, the island will become the safest place. We can strengthen Dragonstone Island's defenses, store enough food and hide on the island. After the Long Night, the 7 countries will be exhausted, and the Queen will easily take the Iron Throne. Many of our enemies will not even survive the Long Night. Bronn slowly said. Barristan frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the 3 heads of the Dragon Party who only considered the problem from the perspective of personal interests. Why can't you learn from Her Majesty and give up on personal interests? Although Her Majesty will not fight for the Iron Throne, she will still carry out her responsibilities as a queen. He told them about the Dragon Queen's plan to buy food to relieve the Three River Basin. In Old Nan's story, the Long Night lasted for an entire generation, and most of the lords starved to death. We may not even have enough to eat ourselves. Why should we care about those lowly peasants? They are not even your subjects. Crab Brother cried out heartbreakingly, as if Dany was using his money and food to relieve the peasants. Riga. Crab Brother pulled his brother's sleeve and said seriously, Her Majesty Dany is a true queen. You should feel honored to be able to serve such a queen. Hearing this, Dany's expression became a little better. At least there was still a reasonable person. The awareness of this group of nobles was even worse than the new free people of Slave Bay. Dragon Queen was somewhat vain and liked to show off in front of her loved ones. She had always wanted to create the illusion that she was a valiant, great, righteous, and benevolent queen in front of everyone. However, she never felt that she was great, righteous, or kind. She only did what she could and did not have the slightest sense of sacrifice. However, compared to the nobles of the Westeros, she suddenly felt that she was great, righteous, and kind. She was about to become a white lotus. As expected, no matter how ugly a flower was, as long as it met a green leaf that was ugly enough, it would still be a peerless fairy. Also, let me tell you one more thing. Even if the Long Night passes and the 7 countries wither, I may not be able to ascend the Iron Throne. Dany said. What do you mean? Everyone was shocked. I made a sacred oath on the Great Wall that whoever ends the Long Night will be the king. Targaryen will be willing to submit to whoever kills the King of Strange Ghosts. Oh, I won't submit. I will go to Slave Bay and become the queen. Let my descendants be the Duke of Dragonstone Island. At this moment, apart from the young Earl, Barristan, and old Ymont, everyone's faces were distorted. 10,000 alpacas were running in their hearts and 1,000,000 MMPs appeared in their minds. The three heads of the Dragon Society were about to collapse. Then what should we do? Bronn asked with a wooden face. Don't worry. First, I have dragons and all of you brave and skilled knights. Under my leadership, with everyone's fearless efforts, we have the best chance of killing the King of Strange Ghosts and ending the long night. What the hell do you mean fearless? You make my hair stand on end and my heart tremble. If I lose my life, what's the use of my land and title? Besides, I don't have a son. If I really die, won't my family's property be left to that bastard Tyrion? Bronn regretted it. No matter how difficult it was to deal with Cersei, she was still easier to deal with than the strange ghosts. He could almost think of Cersei's way of dealing with the long night. Hide in the rear, high walls, deep trenches and plenty of food. Happily watch the righteous queen, knights and knights fight the strange ghosts. When the long night is over, sharpen your sword and stab the heart of the last hero. This was also his style. He also wanted to do this. Why is your majesty so righteous, great, noble, brave and benevolent? I am the same as the shameless and cunning Cersei. Why did I become hot-headed and switch to Saint Dany? Dany didn't know that the Earl of Blackwater was complaining about her noble character. In fact, she didn't have that at all. She continued, even if someone stole my head and became the hero of ending the long night, I also have the right to become a duke. The King's Landing was built by Targaryen. The King's Landing was developed by Targaryen and his vassals. I have the right to take back my own land. Just like how Winterfell has been known as the King of the North since ancient times. If the new king still wants to occupy the King's Landing, he must exchange it with other land. In short, the Targaryens will have the title of duke in land that matches their status as a duke. I will also leave a promise to everyone. Lands, titles and money will not be lacking. Barristan added, and the most precious thing, honor. The queen will lead everyone on a path of unprecedented glory. Lands and titles are not worth mentioning. Sure enough, you are the same kind of people. I entered the wrong door. I want to be on Cersei's pirate ship. Bronn thought bitterly. Chapter 368. Good, very good. Her Majesty is right. The long night is everyone's common enemy. The one who ends the long night will be the king. This will directly end the dispute over the Iron Throne and unite the 7 nations to fight against the other ghosts. Amidst the silence, Old Crab suddenly stood up excitedly. He waved his arms and cheered loudly. His excitement was not disguised at all. Father, are you out of your mind? Being a wretched thief is your style. Saving the world is not something you should be doing. Crab Jr. widened his eyes and looked at his father in disbelief. Old Crab pretended not to see his son's strange gaze and continued to praise the Dragon Queen. Her Majesty is wise and benevolent. She has a true spirit of sacrifice. She is the role model for the nobles of the 7 nations and a role model for the kings to learn from. I believe that as long as the nobles of the 7 nations see the Queen's determination and sincerity, they will put aside their prejudices and work together to get through the long night. Father, are you all right? Crab Jr. stuttered, his eyes filled with panic. Father is crazy. I'm fine. Old Crab glanced at the nobles at the table and said loudly, the King's Landing is full of clowns. Have we not been waiting for a noble king to stand up and clean up the old mountains and rivers, cleanse the world and return a brand new Westeros to the world? Some of the knights nodded silently, some looked excited and some reluctantly agreed. The rest looked at their companions blankly and decided to go with the crowd. Your Majesty, I will carry out your will. Bronn heaved a sigh of relief. At least there was a guarantee. That was not bad. I will listen to the Queen, Count Monterey said. The 3 heads of the Dragon Party, the Knights, and the Knights all agreed with the Dragon Queen's idea. Thus, the guiding ideology of the Long Night battle was unified. Then let's move on to the next step. How to take down Dragonstone Island. 2 hours later, the first Dragon Party Congress ended. 3 main tasks were completed. First, determine the core ideology of the Dragon Party. Second, attack Dragonstone Island and the subsequent defense. Third, the division of positions. As for her position, Dany did not follow the system of 7 ministers in the Westeros, which were the Hand of the King, the Captain of the King's Guard, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice, Judiciary, the Chief of Intelligence, the Minister of Marine Affairs, and the Grand Secretary. It wasn't that she couldn't gather 7 ministers, but that her main focus was still at Slaves Bay. She couldn't maintain a small court on Dragonstone Island. Based on the current manpower and the needs of future battles, the 1st Fleet General, the 2nd Fleet General, the 1st Honorable Knights Legion Commander, the 2nd Honorable Knights Legion Commander, and the Dragonstone Island Garrison Commander were established. The position of General of the 1st Fleet was held by the old crab. He had many ships, many sons, brothers and sailors. He could barely build the framework of a fleet. The 1st Fleet was mainly responsible for gaining control of Blackwater Bay. At the very least, they had to ensure the safety of Dragonstone Island, Tidehead Island, and Crab Island. The 2nd Fleet was led by the Big Crab, and it was only a fleet that existed on paper. Danny would buy ships to fill it up later. The giant crab had rich sailing experience and was especially familiar with the narrow sea. It was most suitable for him to be in charge of transporting food and receiving the barbarians from the Great Wall. The 1st Honorable Knights Legion commander was the young Count Monterey in name, but the actual command was controlled by his vassal, Sir Thordos Bush. The middle-aged knight with missing front teeth was originally the garrison commander of Hightied City. He was in charge of the safety of Count Valerian's family. There were no issues with his loyalty and ability. The 2nd Honorable Knights Legion commander was Bronn. The Dragonstone Island garrison commander was in charge of the safety of Dragonstone Island and the Queen. Naturally, the White Knight was also in charge. Right, the Honorable Knights was a new thing that Danny came up with. It was to distinguish them from the knights and mercenaries of the 7 kingdoms. She changed the names of the knights under her just like the White Knights. It was a new profession. The Honorable Knights were different from the normal knights of the 7 kingdoms in 2 aspects. The oath and promotion system were different. As long as one swore the 8 knight vows, 8 honors and 8 disgraces version, made by the Night King Danny and followed the vows with their actions, there was no need to apply holy oil, have a warhorse, or use knight battle skills to become a glorious knight. It seemed like a child's play, but in reality, it was the fastest way to promote her ideas. Danny wanted to quickly seize a share of the knight market. But this didn't mean that the quality of the honorable knights couldn't be guaranteed. If an honorable knight violated the oath, and this was known and confirmed, the local monks had the right to strip him of his title. It sounded a bit complicated, and taking off his pants to fart was superfluous. What was the use? Or there were too many honorable knights to supervise? Danny didn't want to create a perfect world. She was just promoting her ideas. In other words, Danny wanted to turn the Westeros knight civilization into a Wuxia one. Yes, she changed glory to chivalry, chivalrous knight, knight on a horse. Currently in Westeros, the promotion system for knights was like this: commoner working hard to earn money, commoner with a little money arming his son, commoner with a horse and sword training, free knight looking for an employer, mercenary knight working for the nobles, productive knight performing meritorious deeds, and knight with a title. See, there was no need for benevolence, righteousness, morality, or noble character. There were 2 most important things: money and enough viciousness. Only with money could one have good equipment. Good equipment could save one's life. Only with enough viciousness could one kill. Killing was equivalent to performing meritorious deeds. After performing meritorious deeds, one would become a noble. The whole promotion process was despicable and bloody. The typical example was Bronn. What about after Danny's honorable knights? Commoner, having good ideals and a heart of chivalry. Honorable knight, strong martial strength and outstanding moral character. Famous honorable knight hired because of his reputation. Disreputable commoner or honorable knight hired, doing good deeds or doing bad deeds without being discovered. Productive knight, did you notice that it was very similar to the promotion process of the heroes in the Wuxia world? Commoner, yearning for quick revenge in the Wuxia world. Wuxia people, martial strength and moral character. Heroic knight, using his reputation to buy property, doing bad deeds without being discovered. Disreputable heroic knight, doing good deeds without being discovered, or doing bad deeds without being discovered. Heroic knight who was never short of money and could be passed down for generations in today's Westeros. Knights were not afraid of being discovered when they did bad deeds. In other words, they openly bullied the good, burned, killed, and plundered. Wasn't it natural for nobles to bully commoners? Because the identity of a knight was bestowed by the nobles and the church, commoners could not remove the title of a knight even if they cursed loudly. Commoners could not crown an ordinary person with true chivalry with the title of knight, even if they praised loudly. It was different when it came to honorable knights. Their identity, honor, and shame were all determined by the common people's sense of right and wrong. Anyone who swore to be a good person, abiding by the 8 honors and 8 disgraces version of the chivalry spirit, would immediately receive the title of an honorable knight. Anyone who fulfilled the knight's oath of the Night King would be praised and sung by the common people and become a famous honorable knight, heroic knight. Anyone, even the king, who violated the oath would be spurned by the common people and nobles. It would be useless even if he insisted that he was an honorable knight. In the Wuxia version of the knight civilization, no noble would dare to kidnap commoners in public, commit murder, arson and other crimes. At most they would quietly drip dry, and Westeros would evolve into a large number of Ubuchuan. Tidehead Island, High Tide City, Floating Wood Fort, inside the newly built Holy Church. Under the statue of the 7 gods, the Night King Dany had a solemn expression. The sunset was projected on her body through the mosaic glass window, giving off a sacred and majestic aura. It was just like when Stannis converted to the Red God religion and gathered all his vassals on Dragonstone Island to witness the red-robed woman burning the statue of the 7 gods. The Night Queen restored the Floating Wood Fort's holy church and gathered all her mounted knights. There were more than 1,000 of them and redefined the meaning of a knight. The 3 heads of the dragon faction knelt before her, followed by the knights and knights under the 3 heads. Behind them were bronzed 200 mercenary knights, hundreds of the young count's retainers, and more than 400 marines led by the old crab. The holy church was not big enough, so many people could only kneel on the stairs and in the courtyard. Under the double dragon spirit state, the Night Queen Dany had a domineering aura and said loudly, "I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to be kind to the weak." The knights in front of her shouted in unison, "I swear to fight against rape. I swear to fight against wrongdoing and injustice. I swear to hold the sword in my hand and fight for the people of the world. I swear to not harm children and infants. I swear to help my brother knights. I swear to be honest and trustworthy, to abide by the basic laws of the country and the traditions of all races. I swear to be ashamed of ignorance, to be ashamed of being lazy, and to be ashamed of being extravagant." The Night Queen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, you have become the first batch of honorable knights in Westeros. Please remember and uphold your oath. The 7 gods, Megalosaurus and I will watch over you together." Nighttime. In the tower where Count Setiga lived, in the old crab's bedroom. "Dad, this is another Saint Baylor." The second son of the crab sighed. The old crab shook his head and said, "Although she is overly righteous and even gave herself the title of archbishop, she is much smarter and more rational than Baylor. In fact, I am very happy to see a queen who sincerely believes in the 7 gods." When Stannis burned the statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island, the old crab was also present. At that time he used a piece of linen cloth to cover his face as a sign of protest. The nobles who dared to openly oppose the red gods were burned to death. The second son of the crab said emotionally, "The 7 kingdoms are in chaos and the kings are in conflict. Only the despicable can survive and obtain the final victory. The queen is too benevolent. My heart is burning with worry." The eldest son of the crab said solemnly, "To be able to serve the benevolent and righteous queen, we should be happy. The long night is dangerous. The nobles of the 7 kingdoms are shameless and cunning. If we are not careful." After a pause, the second son of the crab said solemnly, "Brother, you have to understand the principle of act within your means. The queen seems to have the absolute advantage, but she clearly wants to fight the deviants. The dragons are not invincible." Following that, he looked at the father of the crab and asked, "Father, do you think the deviants are real?" "Of course they are real. Would the queen lie?" The eldest son of the crab immediately said. The second son of the crab ignored his eldest son and only stared at his wise father. "They might be real." After a moment of silence, the old crab said worriedly, Chapter 369. After a short day of observation, I feel that Her Majesty is as benevolent as the Virgin Mary, but her character and wisdom are superior. She would never joke about the deviants. Besides, we all know that Scholar Yimont was at the wall. Now that he is here, it means that Her Majesty must have been to the wall. With Ser Barristan's character, he would not lie. The old crab pondered. Since the deviants are real, why did you not persuade Her Majesty to take down the King's Landing? Instead, you praised the decision of End the Long Night as king, and no expedition to the west before summer? You should understand the thoughts of the people at the King's Landing. Even with the promise of End the Long Night as king, it would not attract Cersei, Tyrell and the others. The Iron Throne now belongs to them. As long as they kill the last Targaryen, the deviants would not be able to shake their position. The second crab was confused. Sigh, of course I understand. The old crab sighed helplessly. Her Majesty is not a qualified player of power. Her understanding of the king is different from ours. For thousands of years, a king is a king born a king. As long as the nobles support them, the king will always be the king. The king is the representative of the nobles, the leader. The king leads the nobles and has nothing to do with the people. The king is only responsible for the nobles. It seems that because she grew up among the people, Her Majesty Dany Rise redefined the king. She believes that the queen should be responsible for the livelihood of the people of the kingdom and does not care about the nobles' attitude. Then all the more you should correct the queen's mistake. The second crab was even more confused. The old crab's eyes flashed and he smiled. Yes, I should correct her, but she mentioned something that made me change my mind. What is it? The old crab smiled proudly. Our attention has always been on the Westeros. We have forgotten the name of the dragon queen in Ursos. She is the queen of Slavers Bay. In the future she will defeat the anti-Dragon Mother Alliance and become the queen of Volantis, Queers, Lys and even half of Ursos. Her way of thinking about the king was not suitable for Westeros, nor was it suitable for the free trade city-states where slavery was the norm. But as a liberator of the slaves she would be loved by the slaves. To the Dragon Queen, the world was beneath her feet, and the Iron Throne was perhaps of little value. There's no need to jump into the quagmire and get into a scuffle with the King's Landing people and get dirty. That's the Iron Throne, the glory of the Targaryens for generations. You make it sound so unbearable, Crablord II muttered. The old crab sighed and said, Second brother, you've learned 70% of my cunning and cunning. That's good. Only villains can survive in the Westeros. But this doesn't mean that you have to look at things from the perspective of a villain at all times. The queen was honest and kind, while Stannis was stubborn and responsible. They are different from people like Cersei, and their way of thinking is different. You have to treat them differently. Crablord I could not accept it and said with a red face, Father, how can you say that about yourself? The old crab glared at his eldest son and said unhappily, If I wasn't cunning, I would have buried you two brothers in the Blackwater River like the Onion Knight. If I wasn't cunning, Tywin, that vicious old lion, would have cut off my head or forced me to wear black clothes. If I were to pledge my loyalty to Lannister at the King's Landing, the future of House Satiga would be ruined. Crablord lowered his head. He did not know if it was for himself or for his father, but he was so embarrassed that he could not show his face. Crablord II, on the other hand, was not embarrassed at all. He even focused on his father's teachings. After a while, he nodded thoughtfully and said, Father is right. Everyone is different and I have to treat them differently. But what about House Satiga? Our roots are in the Westeros. No, Satiga and Valerian's roots are in Targaryen. 400 years ago, our ancestors were still living in Valeglia. As long as there are dragons in Targaryen, we will go wherever they go. The old crab smiled. Don't forget your mission. He emphasized his tone and said with anticipation, Mission. Crablord's face turned red again. But she doesn't seem to treat me differently. Crablord II looked at his brother with jealousy. The eldest son had an advantage. His brother was so stupid, but the Count of Crab Island was his, and the position of Dragon Queen's husband was also his. As the second son, his mission was to become a White Knight. When Barristan passed away, he would take over his position and become the captain of the King's Guard to protect his brother and the Queen. So you have to work hard. The old crab patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, The Queen is young and beautiful. She even built such a huge empire with her bare hands. Her taste must be as high as her ability. Just based on appearance, status, and ability, no one in this world is worthy of her. But she has to marry eventually. Even the legendary hero Nymeria has married 4 times. For the Targaryen Empire, she needs an heir. You all heard her say it herself. She needs at least one descendant to inherit the Duke of Dragonstone Island or the Iron Throne. At this point, the old crab became excited again. He stood up and rubbed his hands, pacing back and forth by the fireplace as he said, Originally, in terms of bloodline, Valerian and Targaryen are closer. But now Monterey is just a child younger than Tommen. There is no hope. So, it is time for us Sitiga to bear the heavy responsibility of producing Targaryen descendants. In fact, during Valeglia's reign, Targaryen, Valerian, and Sitiga had intermarried for many generations. Aerys, you are the eldest son. You are honest and honest. Your status, character, and ability are all worthy of a powerful Targaryen queen. Brother, if you are not willing, I am willing to do it for you. Crablord II looked at his eldest brother who had his head lowered and was silent. Before Crablord could speak, the old crab put on a stern face and reprimanded, Rhaegar, you are the second son. If the second son wants to marry the queen, isn't that an insult to her majesty? Furthermore, your character is not liked by the queen. If that is the case, don't mention it again in the future. Rhaegar Sitiga lowered his head, his eyes flashing with resentment and jealousy. Dragonstone Island was no more than 5 kilometers long and less than 2 kilometers wide at its widest point. It was a stone island formed by the eruption of an active underwater volcano. On the narrow and barren land, there was only a castle and a small fishing village. The castle was built with Valeglia's black stone. Its overall shape was like a creeping megalosaurus. The design of the castle was mostly related to dragons. Smaller dragons decorated the frame of the doorway. The dragon claws extended from the wall were torches. The large stone wings contained the smithy and armory. The dragon tail formed the arch, the bridge, and the outdoor stairs. The castle complex had the stone drum tower as the main castle, Aegon's garden at the back, the wyvern tower and the sea dragon tower on both sides of the main castle. Among them, the sea dragon tower was built into a crow's nest after Eiler moved his family here 400 years ago. Only the wyvern tower, which looked down on all the nearby buildings in terms of height, still bore the responsibility of the megalosaurus. The sky was gray. Light rain. Dragonstone Island, Wyvern Tower. More than 30 Dragonslayer crossbows were arranged around the top of the tower, and more than 50 strong archers were on standby. The acting castellan, Lucien Lannister, stood at the edge of the tower, looking at the fleet in the distance. His mood was like the sea in the rain, turbulent, dark and cold. The rain was like a fog, enveloping his body and soaking his golden lion cape, taking away heat and courage from his body. His father, Damian Lannister, was Tywin's cousin and the acting castellan of Casterly Rock City. His family was one of the main branches of the Lannister family. So the important task of guarding Dragonstone Island was left to him. In the future, perhaps one Lannister would become the Duke of Dragonstone Island, or be demoted to the Count of Dragonstone Island. But yesterday morning, a terrifying news came from the neighboring Tidehead Island. The Dragon Queen had arrived on a dragon. Without a doubt, she would attack Dragonstone Island. Just like how if Stark was still alive he would definitely take down Winterfell. Since yesterday afternoon, after Sir Lucien sent a letter to the King's Landing, he began to arrange the defense of Dragonstone Island. Roland Windstorm, who was loyal to Stannis, led a team of less than 100 men and stopped Lannister and Redwyn's army of more than 10,000 for a few months. He even caused more than 1,000 deaths of Lannister's elite. Now he had 400 guards and reinforcements from the King's Landing. How long could they stop the Dragon Queen? How much damage could they do to her? But she had dragons. Lucien was worried and unsure of what to do. Thump, thump, thump. A soldier wearing a lion helmet and golden armor quickly stepped on the stairs and panted as he reached the top of the tower. He passed a parchment scroll to Lucien and said, "Sir, the Dragon Queen sent someone to deliver a letter." Lucien pursed his lips and opened the parchment scroll. After reading for a while, he passed it to the black-armored knight who walked over from the Dragon Slayer crossbow. He frowned and said, "She asked me to surrender, put down my weapons, leave the castle, and allow us to return to the King's Landing." After a moment of silence, he asked the young scholar beside him, "Scholar Pylus, what do you think?" Pylus was 25 years old and had more than 20 chains around his neck. He was young, but he was as serious as a 60-year-old man. Hearing this, he looked solemn and asked politely, "Sir, are you asking if the contents of the letter are trustworthy, or are you asking how to respond?" Lucien's heart was in a mess. He nodded and said, "Tell me about it." "The Dragon Queen has dragons, 16 ships, and at least 1,000 soldiers in the fishing village. She has the advantage. There is no need to use her reputation to deceive people. And because she has dragons you have no chance of winning. Why don't you agree to her request and return to the King's Landing first and then..." Slap. The black-armored knight with the orange pattern of 3 black castles on his chest crumpled the parchment scroll into a ball and threw it under the cliff. He then slapped the young scholar to the wet and cold stone ground. "Bah, Lannister will never surrender to a false king." He spat on the scholar's messy brown hair and announced loudly to the soldiers on the tower, "This morning, we received a messenger crow from the King's Landing. King Tommen wrote a letter asking us to hold on for at least 2 days and wait for the arrival of reinforcements led by Sir Meryn Tran. It would be best to shoot that woman or at least kill a dragon. Lucian only glanced at the scholar whose cheeks were red and swollen and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He then stopped paying attention to him and frowned at the black-armored knight. Sir Burke, we only found 30 old dragon-slaying crossbows in the warehouse. They're all here. If Danny Rise attacks from other directions, our chances of winning are not high. The black-armored knight waved his hand and said confidently, "This is a dragon castle made of immortal stone. It is enough to defend against the dragon flames of the Megalosaurus. Using the Targaryen castle to fight against the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen. Haha, maybe we can really kill a dragon." Hiss, boom. In the dark clouds where blue lightning flashed, a ferocious black monster drilled out and rushed straight in the direction of the flying dragon tower. Megalosaurus, it's really the Megalosaurus. The black-armored knight's eyes widened. His courage plummeted as he shouted in horror. Chapter 370. Hiss. The black dragon was like a fairy in the storm, nimbly moving through the thunder and lightning. Blue and white fork-shaped lightning flashed around him, adding to his mysterious power. Hiss. The black dragon drilled out of the dark clouds and hovered more than 1,000 meters above the flying dragon tower. It did not immediately rush down to spit fire. But Sir Bacon and Lucian couldn't help but shout in fear, "Attack!" The lion-armored soldiers immediately pulled the trigger, and more than 30 treadmill-sized crossbows shot out a thin rain of arrows. The crossbow arrows, as tall as a person, made a long air passage in the rain. They flew more than 300 meters high before they slowly hovered in the air and then accelerated to fall into the sea. Hiss, the black dragon lowered its head and hissed. Before the second wave of arrows arrived, it flapped its wings and flew to the Galen ship with the true dragon flag on the sea. The Megalosaurus ran away. Megalosaurus is also afraid of the Dragon Slayer crossbow. We drove away the Megalosaurus. Sir Bacon was stunned. His fear disappeared and he cheered excitedly. The Dragon Slayer crossbow is so powerful, far beyond the attack range of the Megalosaurus dragon flame. At the top of the flying dragon tower, the crossbow arrows can almost cover the entire stone drum tower. Although they didn't hit the Megalosaurus, they might have forced it to not dare to come down. Sir Lucian was also very happy. Long live King Tommen, long live Lannister. Under the leadership of Sir Bacon, more than 100 lion-armored soldiers on the tower shouted loudly. "Sir, you attacked the Megalosaurus." Scholar Pylus's mouth was red and swollen, but he still looked serious and dutifully reminded his lord at this time. "You attacked the Megalosaurus, which means you refused the Dragon Queen's persuasion to surrender." Lucian raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, "You saw it. With the Dragon Slayer crossbow, the Megalosaurus didn't dare to approach the stone drum tower. With only 1,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals, she can't break through the castle defense of Dragonstone Island. Woo 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 on the sea. At the center of the fleet, 2 kilometers away from Dragonstone Island, the flagship, Layla, was the first to sound an urgent horn. Yes, before we set off, the old crab wanted to change the name of the new red crab to Holy Danny Leezy. The Dragon Queen declined with a smile and suggested that the flagship be named Layla. Woo woo woo, on the other side of Dragonstone Island, a bugle horn sounded, signaling the start of the attack. 400 armored soldiers holding the flag of the three-headed dragon walked along the rugged mountain path, slowly approaching the castle gate. Haha, the evil dragon is so angry that it wants to attack the stone drum tower. Black Armor Duke Rick pointed at the Long family soldiers on the hill in the distance. He leaned on the wooden frame of the dragon-slaying crossbow and laughed. "Lucian, do you see that? Only 400 armored soldiers dare to attack Dragonstone Island? That woman doesn't know anything about the defenses of her hometown. Sir Burke, leave this to me. You go down and teach those traitors a lesson. Let them know the price of betraying the Iron Throne." Lucian said coldly. "I'll make sure they don't return." Sir Burke laughed cruelly and left. Glancing at the young scholar with wet hair who was still standing respectfully at the side, Lucian frowned and said, "Scholar Pylus, send a message to the King's Landing immediately. Tell King Tommen that the reinforcements can take their time. There's no need to rush. I swear on the name of Lannister that the Mother of Dragons won't be able to take down Dragonstone Island in a month." 10 minutes later, a messenger crow flew away from the crow's nest in the Sea Dragon Tower and flew towards the city by the bay in the west. Caw-caw, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard vaguely. Lucian had been using a telescope to observe the large Galen ship. At this time he could vaguely see two megalosaurus, one white and one black, jumping out from the stern of the ship. They first glided away from the tower for a distance, then increased their altitude and their figures gradually disappeared in the misty water. Where did those two beasts go? What is Danny Lizzie Targaryen doing? With a puzzled expression, he held the telescope and kept turning it in the direction, observing the sky in all directions, hoping to find the location of the megalosaurus attack. Caw-caw! Suddenly a sharp whistling sound came from above. Lucian and the other lion-helmeted guards looked up and their pupils contracted. Their expressions changed drastically. Two black stones, the size of bathtubs, fell straight down from the sky. At this moment, the two dragons once again disappeared into the misty rain. The two huge terracotta tanks had accelerated by 1,000 meters and were only 500 meters away from the top of the tower. The 7 levels of hell, the megalosaurus can actually throw stones to hit people? Lucian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the direction where the giant stones were falling and ran out of the falling range in a few steps. He even shouted, "Quick, quick dodge, the platform is big enough, don't squeeze." Yes, the flying dragon tower was big enough. It used to be able to stop a megalosaurus like Balerion. The area was bigger than a basketball court. When the two terracotta tanks fell, of course they could dodge. But those are terracotta tanks. Boom boom. The fragments of the terracotta tanks flew in all directions, penetrating the armor and flesh, bringing about waves of screams among the surrounding soldiers. The liquid in the terracotta tanks fell down at high speed, splashed, and turned into a cloud of oil mist. It was still flying in the air, but it burned fiercely. Boom! A 10-meter-tall mushroom cloud rose from the top of the flying dragon tower, formed by red fire and black smoke. Mutilated corpses, intact corpses, and burning corpses that were still flying in the air, wailing in pain, along with broken crossbows and twisted arrows, flew in all directions. They fell into the bottom of the cliff, onto the roof of the stone drum tower behind, and into the courtyard. The entire castle shook slightly. 600 kilograms of kerosene almost ignited the flying dragon tower into a towering torch. The fierceness of the fire could be felt a few kilometers away. 60 crossbowmen, 50 strong archers, and their commander, Sir Lucian, were wiped out in one wave. How terrifying! Crab number 2's eyes widened. He was frightened and excited. I didn't expect the megalosaurus to be used like this. Old Yamant wore a sealskin cloak and looked in the direction of the flying dragon tower with blurred eyes. He muttered, "As long as we are careful enough, the dragon-slaying crossbow seems to be ineffective against the megalosaurus. It's too strong. If the terracotta tanks were not filled with kerosene but wildfire, if it did not fall into the flying dragon tower, but..." Old Crab spat out 2 words with a pale face. "King's Landing, Red Castle. Let the Layla get close to the cliff behind the castle. We'll board from there." Danny had her hands behind her back. The sea breeze mixed with the drizzle lifted the hair on her temples, adding some coldness to her beautiful face. Hiss, hiss! Dahe and Little White landed on the deck, causing the huge ship to shake violently a few times. 10 minutes later, they each carried a terracotta tank sealed with a wooden lid to the top of the castle. Amidst the terrified screams of the guards, they ignited 2 sentry towers with a few ordinary siege crossbows, burning dozens of lion-helmeted guards to death. Rumble! When the Layla was 300 meters away from the cliff behind the castle, more than 10 pillars of fire were already burning around the stone drum tower. Thick smoke billowed and a burnt smell filled the air. Even the people on the ship could smell the roasted meat. Hiss, hiss! This time Blackie and Little White did not carry the terracotta tanks. Instead, they lowered a long rope ladder with 3 or 4 knights standing on it. They first seized the flying dragon tower where the flames were gradually extinguishing. With steel shields in hand, they set up a defensive formation at the entrance of the corridor. After the 2 dragons went back and forth for more than 10 times, close to 100 honorable knights in iron armor had gathered on the tower. Only then did the Dragon Queen descend on the black dragon. The honorable knights did not disperse their formation. According to the battle plan, Bronn had already led 400 armored soldiers to seal the exit. The lions had nowhere to run. That's right, the 400 Long family soldiers from the fishing village did not charge at the castle gate at all. They formed a tight formation and blocked the narrow stone path outside the gate. Hiss! Blackie raised its neck, and the crimson dragon flames in its mouth quickly condensed into a fireball the size of a wash basin. It fell into Danny's palm under everyone's shocked gazes. True dragons need the flesh of lions to fill their stomachs. Come with me and clean up Dragonstone Island. 10 fully armored knights holding arc-shaped shields walked at the front, followed by archers and knights holding spears and swords. Everyone was wearing iron armor and helmets. Danny walked at the back, protected by Baristan. Blackie and Little White did not stop working on the transport plane. The Dragon Queen led 100 of her armored subordinates to cross the castle's defensive line. They went from top to bottom and from the back to the front. While they were massacring the enemies with their overwhelming military strength, the two dragons also continuously transported soldiers from the ships. Yes, the castle on Dragonstone Island was built on the side of a mountain, and the terrain was dangerous. Every killing hole, battlements, and sentry tower was an insurmountable obstacle, and every obstacle could take out dozens of times the number of enemies. For example, the Knight of Flowers, Loras, because he charged too quickly, he was burned into a strengthened hunting dog by the boiling oil that was poured out of the killing cave. However, all the obstacles only defended the bottom and not the top. They were completely unable to stop the Dragon Queen's bursting orange team. Furthermore, Lannister's forces were scattered. He arranged guards at every obstacle. There were more than 10 obstacles, and there were only 10 or 20 people guarding each one. How could they stop Dragon Queen's 100-man armored team? The Dragon Queen was even using cheats. She raised a large fireball and shot out small fireballs. As the Dragon Queen slowly but steadily pushed forward, the number of Long family soldiers attacking the castle gradually exceeded the number of lions. The number of soldiers with three-headed dragon insignia on their breastplates increased, and the lion-helmeted soldiers began to scatter and flee. Woo! When the lion-helmeted golden-robed soldiers panicked and opened the castle gates to rush out, Bronn outside the castle blew the horn to attack. After Duke Tywin's death, Cersei became the Queen Regent. The boss's ability and skill in controlling his subordinates determined the upper limit of the quality of his subordinates. A muddle-headed and incompetent king would have many mediocre officials. Cersei's ambition was higher than the heavens. Her ability, wisdom, and methods were almost on par with her eldest son, Joffrey. After she became the Queen Regent, the King's Landing court started a feast of crows. Ministers who were truly talented and dared to speak their minds, such as Kevin Lannister, had all left the center of power. Villains who were not well known but were good at flattering and making the Empress Dowager happy had entered the palace and occupied high positions in the court. When the Queen Dowager was trapped in the Great Holy Church by Sparrow and was being adjusted, her hand of the king, Orton Marives, ran away. Her admiral, Orion Marives, brought Cersei's fleet and escaped from the King's Landing. Her treasury manager, Harris Swiver, and Grand Secretary Pycelle not only did not try to rescue her, they seized the opportunity when the Queen Dowager was not around to seize control of the court. The Queen Dowager of the Seven Kingdoms, who was once worshipped by thousands, was now left with poisoned scholar Cabourn as an obedient official. More than a week ago, when the City of Knowledge informed the King's Landing that the Dragon Queen had violated the rights of the guests and burned down the City of Knowledge, the Imperial Conference controlled by Grand Secretary Pycelle did not pay much attention to it. The City of Knowledge was far from the King's Landing. It was even further away from the King's Landing than Myr and Tyrasai. News of the Dragon Queen had come from the other side of the Narrow Sea a long time ago. At the beginning, Pycelle was still very worried about the restoration of the true dragons. He even conspired with Tywin to assassinate the Dragon Queen. But now that 2 years had passed, news of the Dragon Queen kept coming and he was numb. So be it. After all, it was the City of Knowledge that was burned down by the dragons. Moreover, she had violated the rights of the guests. 7 gods above, this was great news. The Dragon Queen was even crazier than her father. No noble in the 7 kingdoms would support the second Mad King. It was as if the second shoe had finally fallen. Pycelle was relieved and relieved. He started to cooperate with the City of Knowledge to increase the public opinion of the Dragon Queen that the second Mad King is better than the first. Until he received a series of messenger crows, the Dragon Queen has arrived at Tidehead Island, and the Dragon Queen has sent troops to Dragonstone Island. Perhaps I should encourage the Great Sparrow to kill that idiot Cersei. The Grand Secretary thought sadly. Chapter 371. On the morning of the Dragon Queen's attack on Dragonstone Island, the King's Landing was also covered in icy rain, casting a cruel shade of gray over the city filled with refugees and trash. Red Keep Council Hall. The fireplace was blazing, and the meeting room covered in an exquisite Myrish carpet was heated. Under the chandelier full of lit candles, there was a purple wooden meeting table. At the head of the table sat the little fat king with misty eyes. On his left was the Virgin Queen, Marjorie Tyrell, wearing a light yellow dress, fluffy hair, and a thin golden crown. Sitting opposite the little Rose was Grand Scholar Pycelle. Beside the Grand Scholar was the Treasury Manager, Harris Swiver, and White Knight, Burroughs Braun. 3 doddering old men. Including the king and queen, there were only 5 people. It could be called the most shabby imperial conference in history. In fact, Sir Burroughs, who had entered the palace twice, was pulled in to make up the numbers. He was not the captain of the King's Guard, nor was he as famous as Barristan, so he was not qualified to participate in the imperial conference. However, as the Minister of Justice, one of the 7 ministers of the council, had always been vacant, and the capital garrison was directly under the Minister of Justice, the council needed someone to manage the gold robe. Burroughs, who was loyal to Lannister, came. He took on part of the duties of the Minister of Justice. Well, he only acted as the mouthpiece between the gold robe and the imperial conference. He did not directly manage the capital garrison. At this moment, the White Knight, whose cheeks were as flabby as an eggplant, was dryly reporting the news he received from the gold robe this morning. Last night at least 200 people froze to death. The sparrows carried the corpses and circled around Steel Street before carrying them out of the Lion Gate. Sir Burroughs stroked the ridiculously short beard on his bald head, yawned and said listlessly, "Why carry them out? King's Landing is short of food now. Why don't the sparrows send the meat to the flea nest? Maybe the brown soup today will be more delicious." Ha ha ha. As if the bald old man had said something witty, the few gentlemen in the meeting room laughed. Even the kind-hearted Queen of Virginity covered her mouth with her hand, and her beautiful big eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescent moons. "Is the brown soup delicious? Can I have brown soup for lunch? I'm a little hungry." Fat King Tomon licked his lips in a daze and looked at his wife with a longing expression. Quack! The laughter suddenly stopped. The gentleman and the queen looked uncomfortable, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tomon was even more confused. Cough cough, sparrows eat brown soup, but they don't eat sparrows. The people who froze to death were all refugees from Hejin County, they were all sparrows. The sparrows carried them to prey and sent them out of the city for burial. Sir Bellows rubbed his flat nose and broke the silence. "It seems that the Great Sparrow has borrowed a lot of gold royals from the Bravosi." Grand Scholar Pycelle's eyes flashed. "He has money, food, and countless beggar army. Maybe we should pull him into the Imperial Conference." Harris seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear what the people outside said? The crownless king, the big sparrow. Everyone called him the Real King of King's Landing. Invite him into the Imperial Conference, and the next moment, there will be poor people with axes rushing into the Red Castle with the Great Sparrow. Just like how they forced the Archbishop to elect the Great Sparrow as Archbishop, they put a blade on our necks and asked us to kneel and welcome the Great Sparrow to the Iron Throne. Then, we nobles will all be like Archbishop Renard, scrubbing the floor of the Red Castle with soap every day in exchange for a piece of black bread that is harder than stone and coarser than sand. The Red Castle is not the great cathedral of Baylor. It is protected by elite armored knights. How can the beggar army rush in? If the Great Sparrow joins the Imperial Conference, there will be a conflict with the witch. Let the beggar army deal with the Mystic Dragon, and then the Mystic Dragon will burn the sparrow." Speaking of this, Pycelle couldn't help but chuckle proudly. She has already burned the city of learning that has served the 7 kingdoms selflessly for thousands of years. She has become a villain who violates the rights of guests, and she will repeat the old path of her ancestors and burn the church's armed forces. Hee hee hee. Pycelle laughed like a little hen. Harris's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Burning the city of learning is the Mad King II, violating the rights of guests is Fry II, and killing the priest is Meg the Cruel II. Mad King plus Wade Fry plus Meg the Cruel, what does that mean?" Little Rose gasped and exclaimed, "The combination of the 3 of the Westeros is so terrifying. So terrifying." Tomon's round face was pale. White Knight Bellows' soft cheeks flashed with a hint of helplessness and broke the happy dreams of the gentleman. He said, "You might not know this, but the Great Sparrow doesn't dislike the Dragon Queen that much. In fact, after the news of the Dragon Queen came, his attitude towards the Empress Dowager was even more." Mother, sob sob sob. Hearing someone mention his mother, Tomon couldn't help but cry. "Hurry up and bring my mother back. Cabourn said that she doesn't have enough to eat in the Holy Cathedral." Cabourn, that bastard. Anger flashed across Pycelle's old face. Then he kindly comforted the king. Your Majesty, don't worry, the Empress Dowager is not suffering. She is only fasting with the help of the Great Sparrow. She eats and drinks less, wears linen clothes and prays devoutly. She is now in a state of enlightenment. Just like Saint Bell back then, she can listen to the teachings of the seven gods. Really? Tomon stopped crying and looked at his first wife with red eyes. Really, have you forgotten? I have fasted before, but I have never been so close to the seven gods like that moment. My heart is filled with joy, happiness, and satisfaction. If it wasn't for you, the Iron Throne, I wouldn't even want to go back to the Red Keep. I would have fled back to my old home in High Court. Little Rose squeezed out an ugly smile as if she was trying to squeeze out a pustule. Not wanting King Tomon to ask Cersei any more questions, Pycelle gave White Knight Balos a subtle look. So, the weak Kingsguard continued, I don't know why, but the Great Sparrow seems to have expectations for the witch. At least, he is waiting for the best offer and is not in a hurry to choose a side. Unless we give him a greater benefit, or the witch does something blasphemous against the seven gods, he will not side with the Iron Throne. After all, he is not stupid and he treated. He has already fasted for the Queen and the Empress Dowager. Can we trick the Great Sparrow into the Red Keep so that we can help him with his fasting as well? Little Rose gritted her teeth and said softly. I'm afraid that the King's Landing will riot. The Grand Scholar frowned. It's okay. Little Rose smiled gently, like a spring breeze blowing across a lake, warming the hearts of the gentlemen. High Court can send another batch of food over. I will endure the filth and stench, and personally bring enough bread and cheese for a week for everyone who might riot. After a week, who will remember the Great Sparrow? She smiled sweetly. Just like what you did before? The people of King's Landing are almost calling you Saint Marjorie. Such a good reputation is too obvious in contrast to Lannister's reputation. Everyone loves Marjorie, and everyone scolds the Empress Dowager for being incestuous. No wonder Cersei is trying to drag you down with her. Pycelle looked deeply at the sweet queen and shook his head. I have sent a messenger crow to Sir Kevin and invited him to King's Landing to preside over the situation. As for dealing with the Great Sparrow, let's wait for the new hand of the king to bring back the Empress Dowager and discuss it with the Imperial Council. Although he was very dissatisfied with Cersei, he would never change his loyalty to Lannister. He could not watch Tyrell surpass Lannister in reputation, let alone allow Tyrell to replace Lannister. Actually, you are all wrong, White Knight Balos interrupted. The Great Sparrow is far more cautious than you think. Since he came to King's Landing, he has almost never left the Great Cathedral. In front of the Great Sage Hall, there were thousands of beggar soldiers and hundreds of sons of war who were armed. Before his safety is guaranteed, he will not enter the Red Keep alone. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Because the weather is getting cold, the Great Sparrow told me that the church needs the right to cut firewood in the Kingswood. As a matter of fact, he had only informed Humphrey, and had arranged for the sparrows to chop wood in the woods early in the morning. What? Pycelle, Queen Marjorie and Sir Harris all paled at the same time. The Grand Scholar was furious. The Kingswood is the king's private hunting area. Every deer and every piece of wood belongs to the king. This is a tradition that even the seven gods cannot violate. How dare the church risk universal condemnation? They were really angry. Detaining the queen and the queen dowager, and using their misconduct as a reason to go against the teachings of the seven gods, it was Cersei who took the lead and arranged for her adulterer to seduce her daughter-in-law. She even asked him to pretend to be her daughter-in-law's adulterer and go to the archbishop to complain about her daughter-in-law. Tommen? But taking possession of the king's property was very different. Today they could cut down the king's forest in the name of the seven gods. Tomorrow they could touch the king's treasury, although it was empty. The day after tomorrow, they could confiscate the king's fief and occupy the Red Keep. In fact, the forest, the fief, the castle, the treasury, and the people together made up the title of nobility. It was an inviolable right for the lord. This was also a sacred agreement between the Church of the Seven Gods and the nobles. Now the Great Sparrow was a little arrogant. Well, the Great Sparrow was not arrogant. He had his reasons. The Great Sparrow has a letter of authorization from the Queen Dowager Cersei. The Queen Dowager has agreed. The White Knight mumbled. The gentleman and the queen were silent. Cersei was the Queen Dowager Regent. The royal forest belonged to her family. Of course, she had the right to give her things to others. The Great Sparrow has crossed the line. After a long time, a cold light flashed in Pycelle's old eyes and he said faintly, Although there was no such thing as holding the emperor to order his vassals in this world, they were all big players in the game of power. How could they not understand the meaning of this matter? Harris pulled his collar and turned to the window on the east side of the sea. He muttered, "It's almost noon. I wonder how the battle on Dragonstone Island is going. The waiting time is really worrying." Well, the main topic of today's meeting was actually Dragonstone Island and the Dragon Queen. The few of them had been chatting for a long time just to find a topic to pass the time. Puff, puff, puff. As they were talking, a big black crow flew through the rain and past the window, flying towards the crow's nest tower. "It's coming." It flew back from the sea. "It must be from Dragonstone Island." Pycelle was excited. He stood up and walked towards the door. As he walked, he said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will go to the crow's nest to get the letter." Chapter 372. Grand Secretary Pycelle was 84 years old this year. A few years ago he was still a handsome old man with a white beard. Every night, he would watch the stars and the moon with the ladies on Silk Street. However, he was scared by Tyrion once and was thrown into the dark prison for a few months. Although he was released, he felt like he had lost one of his kidneys in the prison. He could no longer lift his head and walk as if he was flying. The old man climbed up the tower shakily and hurriedly took out the letter from the crow's leg. He only took a glance and shouted excitedly, "Seven gods bless." After half an hour of back and forth, he was still a few steps away from the door of the conference room. He held the letter and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, Queen, great news. The mystic dragon which retreated, the army suffered heavy casualties, even the mystic dragon was heavily injured, we won." "What? Killed the Megalosaurus?" Sir Harris shouted in shock. "Is the mystic dragon which dead?" Little Rose asked anxiously. "Not dead." Pycelle held onto the door frame and gasped. "Then how badly is she injured? How long can she last?" Palos hurriedly got up from the chair and walked to the door to take the letter. After reading for a while, the White Knight who entered the palace for the second time said awkwardly, "The battle hasn't even started yet, what do you mean? Hey, why can't you read between the lines?" "Look." Grand Secretary Pycelle took back the letter and read loudly, "The Dragon Slayer crossbow completely restrained the Megalosaurus. The mystic dragon was afraid and hesitated. After a wave of arrows, the mystic dragon had no choice but to retreat. Our army occupies the commanding heights. The flying dragon tower is covered with arrows. We will win and not lose, at least we can hold on for a month. Sir Marintran, please do not rush to march. If the warship is not equipped with the Dragon Slayer crossbow, please do not go out to sea to avoid colliding with the fleet of the Mother of Dragons." Do you see between the lines? I seem to see Sir Lucian's confident smile. Everyone knows Lucian's character. He is honest and steady, serious and does not smile. If he says there is no problem, then there is no problem. The Grand Secretary emphasized. "Yes, I watched Lucian grow up. That boy never talks big." Sir Harris nodded in agreement. Little Rose lazily sat back in her chair and said in annoyance, "Dragon isn't dead, Dragon Queen isn't injured, and no one on the other side has died. What are you all so excited about?" "Your Majesty, you don't understand. The dragon-slaying crossbows were invented by our scholars. There are 500 brand new dragon-slaying crossbows in the Red Castle's armory. Now that Dragonstone Island has confirmed the use of the Dragonslayer crossbows, we no longer need to worry about the witch riding her dragon and burning Red Castle," Pycelle said with a serious expression. Little Rose thought about it carefully and nodded in agreement. After being taken out of the great cathedral by Count Tali, she really had the thought of immediately escaping back to the High Court. In addition to the fear of the Big Sparrow occupying the King's Landing, she was also worried that the Dragon Queen would burn down the Red Castle and burn herself to death. On the third day after Marjorie left the great cathedral, she received a letter from the City of Knowledge. If the dragon-slaying crossbows were really as powerful as the data on paper, the Westeros dragon-slaying crossbows had not killed a dragon yet, then the Red Castle could at least guarantee its safety. The Dragon Queen has only been in the Westeros for a few days. How did you make 500 dragon-slaying crossbows so quickly? Is it easy to make dragon-slaying crossbows? She asked curiously. On the contrary, only the toughest metal and wood, the strongest beast tendons, and the strongest shrapnel can be used as materials for crossbows. The process of making them involves complex mathematical calculations, and it requires a lot of time and energy from the top craftsmen to carve the standardized parts. In the end, the scholars will personally assemble the parts into a crossbow according to the blueprint. Moreover, the cost of a crossbow is as high as 150 gold royals, which is more expensive than the ransom of an ordinary knight. It also takes a top craftsman 1.5 months to complete it, Pycelle said with a sigh. Then why does the Red Castle have so many dragon-slaying crossbows? Sir Harris asked doubtfully. It's Duke Tywin, Pycelle said respectfully. He has great foresight. About 1.5 years ago, before the rebellion of the Four Kings ended, he wrote me a letter asking me to find the blueprint of the dragon-slaying crossbow in the royal library. Then, according to the blueprint, he bought materials from all over the world and hired dozens of top craftsmen from Mir, Khal, Tyrasai, and other cities. He also bought more than 1,000 experienced blacksmiths and carpenters as slaves. Little Rose was stunned and said in disbelief, "He knew about the Mother of Dragons at that time? He guessed the situation today?" Pycelle looked deeply at Queen Rose and said, "Do you know the warrior group? Blood Troop?" Sir Harris complained. The worst thing Sir Tywin did in his life was hiring the Khal mercenaries. The Blood Troop was undisciplined and had no honor. At that time, Sir Tywin was still in Helen Castle, and the Blood Troop dared to kill my servant. Later, he joined the Northerners and cut off Jaime's right hand. Maybe. Pycelle did not have a good impression of the Blood Troop either. It was the Blood Troop that wreaked havoc in the Three River Valley, causing the people in Hedjin County to have no choice but to come to King's Landing as sparrows. Well, the sparrows came from Hedjin County as well. Little Rose said thoughtfully, "Could it be that Duke Tywin heard about the Mystic Dragon when he hired the warrior group and started to build dragon-slaying crossbows to defend against the Mystic Dragon?" Defend? Pycelle sneered at first, then looked disappointed. Dragon-slaying crossbows were just a backup plan just in case. Who would have thought that just in case would really come? Damn Bravosi bastard taking so many gold royals. The old scholar cursed in a low voice. No one could hear what he was mumbling. What about the craftsmen and slaves? Can they build more dragon-slaying crossbows and arm the entire King's Landing? White Knight Balos asked. You'll have to ask Lord Kevin. The craftsmen, slaves, and materials are all in the west in Casterly Rock City. Caw, the faint sound of crows could be heard in the rain outside the window. The ministers and the queen in the meeting room did not pay attention to it. Instead, Tommen, who was staring at the window in a daze, shouted, "Master Pycelle, I see crows." Black wings bring black news. Pycelle was startled. He walked to the window and looked out. He did not see any crows, so he said casually, "Your Majesty, we use black crows to deliver good news and bad news. There are also white crows in the crow's nest, but white crows are not as strong as black crows." "I really see crows," Tommen insisted. "This is the Red Keep. Nobles often send letters here," the scholar said casually. "Since Lord Lucian is confident that he can defeat the rebels, then should Lord Marin Tran go to reinforce Dragonstone Island? According to the plan, he should take 1,000 gold robes out to sea this afternoon," Lord Balos asked. "What do you think, Lord Harris?" Pycelle asked uncertainly. After a moment of silence, the bald old man waved his hand and made a slashing motion. He said coldly, "It's time to reinforce. Dragonstone Island's terrain is dangerous. It can easily result in a loss ratio of 1 to 10. 1 for us and 10 for the demon dragon. As the news of Targaryen's return spreads, there will inevitably be disloyal people in the Seven Kingdoms. We will turn Dragonstone Island into a slaughterhouse and kill the rebels in the Seven Kingdoms who are still loyal to the demon dragon." "Yes, Lord Harris, you are right." Pycelle looked at the bald old man with admiration and said, "We can equip 50 Dragonslayer crossbows and place them on the ships." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried footsteps outside the door interrupted the scholar's words. Everyone frowned as they looked at the door that was violently pushed open. The gray-robed scholar who rushed and howled, "Something bad has happened. Lord Pycelle, lords and your majesty, Dragonstone Island has fallen. Lord Lucian has died in battle. The Dragon Queen has taken Dragonstone Island." "What?" the 5 elders exclaimed in unison. Even Tommen, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, exclaimed. The little fatty was 9 years old. At least he knew who was the enemy and who was on his side. "Scholar Da Vinci, what are you talking about? I just received a letter from Lord Lucian." The scholar raised the letter in his hand with trembling hands. "You were also at the crow's nest just now. You personally saw me receive the letter?" Scholar Da Vinci was in his early 30s. He had a round nose, a round face, and a bald head. He was the scholar's assistant. Yes, the scholar's assistant was also an erudite scholar. There are more messenger crows flying over from Dragonstone Island. The battle is over. The Dragon Queen has taken Dragonstone Island within an hour. How is that possible? Dragonstone Island has Dragonslayer crossbows. Even the Megalosaurus did not dare to come close. Does that woman know magic? Pycelle said with a pale face. She really knows magic. The few of them looked at the panicking scholar and mumbled. Pycelle waved his hands unconsciously. What kind of magic can break through? Forget it. Give me the letter. As he spoke, the old scholar stepped forward and snatched the letter from the old scholar's hand. The letter is from that woman. She wants us to pay the ransom. If we don't pay, we will send them to the Great Wall to be black-clothed men. But why are there only 32 soldiers? The scholar muttered. Little Rose was shocked. She said in fear, they're all dead. Only 32 out of 400 guards are left. Hiss, the witch is so vicious. The bald knight's scalp tingled. Not only is she vicious, but she is also greedy. Pycelle slowly put down the letter. 10 gold royals for each soldier. 5,000 for Sir Rek. Is she crazy? Are you crazy? On Dragonstone Island, in the hall where the Megalosaurus was lying, Sir Titus Rex struggled to open his bruised eyes. He glared at the Dragon Queen who was sitting on the black stone throne. I am only a knight. A knight's ransom is not more than 300 gold royals. 5,000? Do you think I am Jaime Lannister? Idiot, do you think Jaime Lannister is still alive to kneel in front of me and shout? Dany tilted her head and said in disdain. But I am not worth 5,000 gold royals. Titus Rex said, aggrieved. Dany was waiting for this sentence. She immediately said, then put on the black cloak and guard the Great Wall. I have a wife I can't bear to. Your wife is beautiful? Dany asked curiously. His wife is an ordinary-looking Lannister collateral relative. The old crab said. The black-armored knight who had boasted about slaying dragons looked at the Dragon Queen with pleading eyes. He said sincerely, Margot is not beautiful, but having a wife is better than nothing. I can't bear to leave the noble life now. Dany's mouth twitched. She asked, then how much can you pay? 400 gold royals, how about that? The black-armored knight gritted his teeth. Dany waved her hand. Bronn, drag him out. If we don't get the ransom in a week, pack him up and send him to the Great Wall. No, the black-armored knight looked desperate. He screamed. Chapter 373. Dragonstone Island changed hands and the whole world was shocked. She took Dragonstone Island in less than an hour without losing a single soldier. How did the Dragon Queen do it? Everyone knew that Lannister paid a great price to take Dragonstone Island. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, was even disfigured. Because of this, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were even more shocked by the Dragon Queen's terrifying witchcraft. On the day that Dragonstone Island fell, the ministers of the King's Landing believed that the mystic dragon which had used evil and terrifying witchcraft. Then they sent messenger crows everywhere to tell the City of Knowledge, the Church, and all the nobles that the Dragon Queen had become a follower of an evil god. Just like how Stannis attacked Storm's End Castle, she used sacrifices and blood magic to take Dragonstone Island. They called on the heroes of the world to unite the knights and followers of the Seven Gods Church to protect the Church. The Dragon Queen did not respond to this. But a few days later, a merchant from Dragonstone Island brought news that the holy church that Stannis had rebuilt into the Red God Temple welcomed the statues of the Seven Gods again. Well, after Lannister took Dragonstone Island, he did not destroy the Red God Temple, because Cersei had not chosen the Lord of Dragonstone Island at that time, and Lucien was only the acting lord. As Barristan had said that day, the 7 wooden statues had been consecrated by the Archbishop. Archbishop Dany had consecrated them. Of course, the fact that the Dragon Queen believed in the 7 gods could not deny the fact that she was a witch. In fact, Dany was not in the mood to argue with the King's Landing. The day after she took Dragonstone Island, she rode her dragon back to Slaver's Bay. If not for the Three-Eyed Crow's sneak attack, Dany would have left the Westeros and gone to the Rhone River to intercept the fleet that set off from Coer. Well, it was the fleet that transported the dragon-slaying crossbows. Even if she did not have time to burn the dragon-slaying crossbows, there were still many things waiting to be dealt with in Slaver's Bay. How could she be in the mood to mess around in the Westeros? Barristan and Whitey stayed on Dragonstone Island to deal with the possible attack from the King's Landing, while Dany took Old Ymont back to Slaver's Bay. Dragonstone. Pentos. Dagger's Lake, the great lake in the center of the Lorne. It was a journey of more than 8,000 kilometers. Because the old man was old, he had to stop and rest for a while. After flying for 2 days and 1 night, Danny once again returned to Slave Bay, a place that made her feel comfortable. Above the blue sea, about 30 kilometers away from Astapor, 2 megalosaurus, one big and one small, one green and one gold, were flying towards them. He wanted to get close to Boss Black Dragon, but he was also afraid of the unfamiliar Boss Black Dragon. After not seeing him for a short while, Big Brother seemed to have changed again. The last time Dahe learned magic, it had already frightened the 2 younger brothers. At this moment, there was an additional divine pressure that made the dragons fearful. They hesitated to move forward, hissing endlessly at the side. "O 7 gods, this is your dragon? So beautiful, what a magnificent scenery." Old Yamant took off his flying helmet and looked at the 2 dragons flying together in a daze. It was as beautiful as a dream. "For dragons, Danny, you will be the greatest Targaryen in the history of our family." The old man wiped his tears and smiled. "No, 5 dragons. I am in a hurry to leave Dragonstone Island because Little Red is about to be born. Although there is no weirwood on Dragonstone Island, it is still part of the Westeros. Slave Bay is still safer." She had already decided that unless they could be like Little White and Dahe, who could share her dragon spirit, she would not bring any of them to the Westeros. Megalosaurus in the form of a dragon spirit could not be stolen, not even the gods, because the dragon spirit represented that the soul of Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen were one. Enslaving the soul of a Megalosaurus was equivalent to enslaving the Dragon Queen, but even the gods could not enslave the great wizard Valeglia. Well, although Danny's Green Prophet meditation was complete, it could not split thoughts, nor could it possess animal companions. The ring's second soul bound Little White, just like the main soul bound Dahe. It seemed that she was only a mage who had learned the Green Prophet meditation, and the meditation did not give her some of the Green Prophet's talents. However, Danny was not discouraged. Now, she often entered the state of being one with the world and the wind, which was also the state of listening to the song of the wind. In that state, her Green Prophet meditation technique was undergoing a mysterious evolution at every moment. In the future, she might become the first, which was the Green Prophet who listened to the song of the wind on the weirwood. "Little Green, come here." The wind blew Danny's fluffy hair. She stood up with the dragon's back and waved at Little Green. For some reason, Little Green understood her meaning even though she was not in the form of a dragon spirit. He slid sideways under Dahe, and the 2 dragons' bodies staggered slightly. In old Yamant's cry of surprise, Danny lightly jumped and stepped on Little Green's back 8 meters below. Little Green's body couldn't help but sink a bit, then quickly rose up and flew in front of Dahe steadily and happily. Squeak, Little Gold, who was less than 7 meters long, also came over, as if he wanted to learn from third brother and play with Mother Dragon. "You can't, you're too small." Danny waved her hand to drive him away. "It's too dangerous, Danny. Don't do that again in the future." Old Yamant faced the wind and shouted loudly. Luckily they were close to Astapor, so Dahe reduced his speed. Otherwise, he would have shouted himself hoarse and Danny wouldn't have been able to hear him. "I am the spirit of the wind. Listen to the song of the wind, and I will become a god." Danny opened her arms and said loudly in a language that old Yamant could not understand. She was not bragging. The song of the wind had improved her ability in all aspects. The most direct benefit was reflected in the changes in her character attributes. P.S. Originally, her speed and strength had increased at the same time, but now her speed had soared by a large margin. There was also the special effect of the Song of the Wind to assist in cultivation, which made her truly qualified to become a cultivator. Under the blue sky, the blue sea, and the white dock, workers, peddlers, and shop assistants in short-sleeved shirts and silk pants, as well as sea merchants from other cities, looked up and saw the black dragon flying at low altitude. They all cheered loudly, "The Queen is back! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Megalosaurus! Long live the Black Dragon! Long live the Queen Danny Lilith! Her Majesty is home! The Megalosaurus is home!" Gradually, cheers and noise spread from the dock to the streets, and then from outside the city to inside the city. Countless new freedmen put down their work, walked out of their houses and stood on the street, waving and shouting at the Megalosaurus that was slowly gliding in the sky. Woo woo, and Unsullied blew a buffalo horn that had been relocated at the top of the Great Pyramid. Immediately, Unsullied and Centaur maids walked to the steps of the pyramid and knelt down to welcome the returning queen. Looking at the city below that had fallen into an uproar because of the arrival of the Dragon Queen, looking at the various dragon banners fluttering in the wind, looking at the men and women kneeling on the ground on the Great Pyramid that towered into the sky, and looking at the androgynous men and women kneeling on the ground. Old Yimant's eyes were wet, and he understood in his heart. Targaryen did not necessarily need the Iron Throne. This was the true home of the Dragon Queen, the true foundation. The new freedmen who received the Queen's favor revered the Megalosaurus, but they did not hate the Megalosaurus like the City of Knowledge. In the Westeros, the Megalosaurus used blood and fire to conquer the world, bringing fear and death to the common people and nobles. In Slaver's Bay, the Megalosaurus used flames to burn the chains and shackles of the slaves, bringing freedom and new life to the slaves, becoming the guarantee of their safety and happiness. Therefore, in Slaver's Bay, the Megalosaurus was sacred, not the demonized demon dragon of the Westeros. The people supported the true dragon family from the bottom of their hearts. In this land, the Targaryens were the indisputable orthodoxy of the dynasty. His 3 Megalosaurus slowly circled 200 meters above Astapor, responding to the people with a loud and long dragon roar. When the 3 dragons landed on the top of the pyramid, Mormont, whose chest was inlaid with exquisite white glaze and a pure white cloak, walked over with red eyes and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, you have finally returned." Behind him, the Unsullied, the Centaur maids, and the officials working at the Great Pyramid knelt together and said, "Welcome back, Your Majesty the Queen. Get up, all of you, get up." Dany landed lightly on the dragon's back and walked to Blackie's side, helping old Ymont down. It took a long time. The Westeros matter was more troublesome, but I gained quite a lot. She took off her backpack, took a warm and wet towel from the maidiery and wiped her face. Then with their help she took off her grey armor. This is... Jorah Mormont had never seen Ymont before, and his expression was a little confused. "You are the son of Commander Geo, I know you. Know what about me?" In order to help his wife pay off her debts, he became a slave trader, and was later abandoned by her, wearing countless hats on my head? The Great Bear was stupefied. Old Ymont was wrapped in a thick layer of fur. At this moment, as he took off his clothes, he looked at the majestic and spirited White Knight affectionately. "Good, very good, this is the demeanor of a White Knight." Mormont's burly body, clean and shiny armor that was as white as snow, made the old man admire him greatly. Jorah heaved a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with Lyneth. After taking off her armor, Dany felt unprecedentedly relaxed. She moved her arms and legs a little, then smiled and explained to everyone, "This is Scholar Ymont Targaryen, the second brother of my master." "Greetings, Scholar Ymont." Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. "Ah, so it is Scholar Ymont." Sir Jorah reacted and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, why did you go to the Great Wall? This is different from the original plan." Dany's face darkened and she said hesitantly, "Let me freshen up first, then I will tell you about my experience in the Westeros. I gained quite a lot, but the process was not very pleasant." When she returned to Slave Bay, it was noon. Dany did not hold a big banquet. She simply filled her stomach and went to the bathroom to take a bath. She changed into a silk robe, a layer of light leather armor and a mail armor. Because of the return of the Dragon Queen, the citizens of Eastport crowded from the Great Pyramid after lunch. She had to stand on the first stone step and greet the new freedmen at close range. Old Ymont was behind Dany, looking at the crowd below who stretched out their arms and shouted, "Misha," fanatically. With a complicated expression, he said to the little black girl Missandei, "I did not expect your Majesty to be so loved by the people here." After introducing the senior leaders of the Great Pyramid to old Ymont, Dany entrusted the little black girl to him and let the old scholar train Missandei with all his strength. At the same time, she also entrusted Ymont to the little black girl, let her teach him the customs of Slave Bay, and let him familiarize himself with the new Targaryen kingdom. The Queen liberated us and brought us a happy and peaceful new life. Of course we love her. You probably haven't seen the past life of the slaves, especially the slaves of Slave Bay. Otherwise, there would be no doubt, the little black girl said seriously. Under the sun, the crowd swarmed over, and their enthusiasm was as dry as the temperature in Slave Bay. The elderly and children, men and women, all sincerely expressed their love and respect for the Dragon Queen. Ymont was silent. Chapter 374. The Great Wall Dark Castle. Just after lunch. In the square in front of the castle, a few instructors were training the night watchers. Further away, giants and barbarians were busy at the construction site. Dragon Queen had left the Great Wall for more than a week, and the arc-shaped walls surrounding Dark Castle had been reinforced. Although Stannis had requested to stop the project and help him repair Nightfall Castle when the Queen had just left, the Night Watchers and barbarians had refused without hesitation. "We have sworn to the Dragon Queen, a sacred oath, that the Night Watchers will remain neutral. Repairing the castle of another king is completely different from repairing the walls of Dark Castle." Bowen Maxey's voice trembled, but his tone was firm. "No, some of us are Dragon Queen's captives, and the rest have signed a lease agreement with the Dragon Queen. We will not work for God in blazing red heart," the barbarian roared at Erlu. At that moment, Stannis's face was twisted, and his hand was on the hilt of his sword. Hiss. In the grayish-blue sky, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. In the construction site, the barbarians and Night Watchers at the top of the Great Wall, the Night Watchers training in the training field, and some Deer faction knights following the training all put their hands in front of their foreheads to block the noon sun and looked up at the sky. "It's a dragon, a black dragon. The Dragon Queen is here." Sir Elisa and a few Dragon faction knights were overjoyed, waving their arms wildly at the sky. "Back so soon? Are you worried about the barbarians?" Erlu walked out of the king's tower, gritting his teeth, his eyes unreadable. The anti-dragon faction knights beside him looked at each other, and a sinister smile appeared on their lips. Yes, Erlu had moved into the king's tower. The commander's tower belonged to the Night Watchers, and when the commander-in-chief was elected, he would have to move into the commander's tower. Nightfall Castle was too dilapidated, and it would take half a year to repair it. At this time, the factions of the Deer Party had also quietly changed. They were divided according to their attitude towards the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Alliance Party, formed by the nobles of the royal domain, and the Dragon Devourer Party, formed by the Empress of the Land of Storm and the Land of River Bend, Red God believers. The Dragon Queen had already given up on the fantasy of a marriage between dragon and deer. The Dragon Queen completely looked down on her lord, calling herself a true dragon, but treating King Stannis as a grasshopper on the ground. Now they advocated for an alliance with the Mother of Dragons, fully abiding by the covenant of "the one who ends the long night shall be king." If they won, they would be the king. If they lost, they would be content to be the Dragon Queen's subjects. After all, they had been doing that for hundreds of years. The Dragon Devourer Party turned their unspeakable plot into a practical plan. They planned to find an opportunity to deal with the Dragon Queen and remove the biggest obstacle to the Iron Throne for King Stannis, who had entrusted his family with his future, just like what Ymont was worried about. The Dragon Queen's swift departure had dealt a huge blow to the devouring dragons. With her gone, how were they going to scheme? At this moment, seeing the black dragon coming to the Great Wall again, they were ready to make a move. The Megalosaurus was more than 1,000 meters in the air. Yrgrat opened her watery blue eyes wide and was the first to notice the abnormality. "No, there is no one on the dragon. Look, the black dragon is carrying a black sack." Hiss. The black dragon quickly descended from a height of 1,500 meters to 300 meters, 200 meters. It was indeed a sack. Everyone gradually saw it clearly. But Blackie did not land in the courtyard. It only flew low over the walkway at the top of the Great Wall and threw the two sacks together on the top of the Great Wall. Hiss. Blackie lowered its head and let out a cry in the direction of Dark Castle. Its eyes flashed with a human-like light. It quickly changed its direction and flew towards the southeast. Seeing the black dragon fly higher and higher and disappear into the clouds, Jon felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He turned his head towards the Great Wall and said, "It came to the Great Wall to deliver supplies. I wonder what is in the sack." "Gold coins, 7 levels of hell, it's all gold coins." Todd was lying on the battlement, holding a handful of gold coins in his hand. His face was red as he waved his hand wildly at the people below and shouted, "Countless gold coins that can't be carried. A few £100, a few £1,000. Gold coins?" The Night Watchers were shocked but also enlightened. The Dragon Queen fulfilled her promise and delivered supplies to the Great Wall. With gold royals there will be food. Bowen was so excited that his whole body trembled. "It's not gold royals. It's a type of gold coin that I don't recognize. It's smaller than gold royals. It seems to be the Radiance coin that is popular in the Free Cities," Todd shouted from above. "Radiance coin?" Stannis blurted out. He looked at the knight beside him in shock and muttered, "The black dragon came from the other side of the narrow sea. She returned to Slaver's Bay. Then did she take Dragonstone Island? Gordifalin asked doubtfully. Definitely. Don't forget she has a dragon, Stannis said with a gloomy face. But Florin and the other anti-dragon knights looked at each other. They were all at a loss and were in low spirits. She really left the Westeros? She didn't gather the old officials of the royal territory at Dragonstone Island? After a long time, the Night Watchers finally brought the 2 sacks of gold coins to Dark Castle. The giants, barbarians, Night Watchers, and some knights of the Deer Party all gathered around. The sacks were as tall as a person and thicker than a wooden bucket. When the sack was opened, the golden light dazzled everyone's face. It's Radiance coin. There are several types. Radiance coin from Queers, Volantis, and Slaver's Bay. But the face value is the same, about 3 Radiance coins for 1 gold royal. A Night Watcher who looked even more feminine than a woman said. His name was Sardine, and he came from a brothel in Old Town. He was a male prostitute. Blacksmith Tanner tried to lift it and his face turned red, but the sack only shook a few times. So heavy. It might really be 1,000 pounds in total. That's tens of thousands of gold royals. He clicked his tongue. There's also a letter. Todd handed over a roll of snow-white paper. Paristan took it, but before he opened it, he pinched the paper and said doubtfully, "This isn't parchment. It's thinner, cleaner, and whiter. Look at what's written on it." Sir Alistair urged. Oh. Paristan temporarily put aside his doubts about the material of the letter. He cut open the wax with the picture of a 5-headed dragon and opened the folded letter. He read, "More than 1,000 pounds of gold, about 250,000 Radiance coins, P.S. 100,000 for the Night Watchers to use as they wish. 150,000 for half a year's worth of food for the savages of the Great Wall, as well as the starting fee for migrating people to the Narrow Sea. The Night Watchers, Vol, Morona, and the other Kiliarchs will discuss how to use it. In 2 months, Targaryen's fleet will go to Eastwatch to pick up the people. At that time, a second batch of supplies will be sent. Remember, Slaver's Bay is too far from the Great Wall. Astapor can't transport the gold over even if they have it. Don't waste it. We have a share of the gold. Long live the Dragon Queen." Yrgrat shouted. Don't say we're freeloaders now. The Dragon Queen has already paid for us." Vol shouted towards the Deer Party's knights. "Long live the real Dragon Queen." The savages shouted. Also, Paristan pressed down with his right hand and said to the Night Watchers, "The Queen also asked if the Commander-in-Chief has been chosen. If the Commander-in-Chief has been chosen, then in the name of the Commander-in-Chief and myself, she will explain the sacred oath of united front against ghosts, and the one who ends the long night will be the king, to all the lords above the rank of count." Red Pomegranate sighed and said, "Her Majesty is right. The Commander-in-Chief must be chosen as soon as possible." In just 20 hours, Blackie returned to Astapor. At this time, it had only been 3 days since the Dragon Queen returned to Slaver's Bay. Having a dragon was just that convenient. Especially after devouring the rat chef, Blackie's physique did not change much. Its strength, speed, and endurance had almost doubled. Previously, Blackie could only carry 500 pounds. Any more and it would seriously affect its flying posture. Now that it was carrying half a ton of gold, it was still agile and fast. When it was not carrying any weight, it could reach a maximum speed of 450 kilometers per hour. It could glide at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. In fact, from the time it carried the sack and left the Great Pyramid to the Great Wall, dropped the gold and flew back, it had been 2.5 days. It did not touch the ground nor did it eat anything. In the 3 days back in Astapor, Dany only dealt with one thing, which was to detain the Count of Shattered Shackles, Clan. Scholar Lai was imprisoned. Scholar Lai was too awesome. In the month that Dany left Slaver's Bay, he exterminated 80% of Meereen's nobles and merchants. He did not kill anyone, but they were all sentenced to death or permanent labor, life imprisonment. According to the code formulated by Dany, the result of a trial involving the death penalty must be approved by the Queen or the Hand of the King before it could be finally carried out. At this time there was no Hand of the King in Slaver's Bay. According to the original plan, it was going to be done by Barristan after returning from his trip to the Westeros. The Queen was also out, so the death penalty had not been carried out yet. When the news of the Queen's return spread, the Green Saintess of Astapor, Grazda, immediately came over with 7 or 8 frightened toga-robed Gith people. At that time, Dany had just watched Blackie fly away with the gold. She was wearing loose silk underwear, lying under the cool persimmon tree by the pool, chatting with old Yamant and Cora about the Westeros. Well, Missandei, I was also listening. Your Majesty, you are back. The old Gith woman, wrapped in a green flowing gauze, ran to the Dragon Queen in tears, crawled at her feet, hugged her strong and well-proportioned legs and sobbed, "The Count of Broken Shackles is crazy, Queen, that butcher is crazy." Lady Green Saintess, get up first." Dany helped the old Saintess to the soft couch opposite and pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's so urgent that you can't say it at the banquet tonight?" Well, Dany was going to hold a party at the Great Pyramid tonight and invited all the senior officials and foreign businessmen in the city. It was to celebrate her return and to introduce old Yamant to everyone. As one of the ministers of the council, the Green Saintess was naturally invited. "Your Majesty, you can't help but be anxious. The good families in Meereen City are now empty. They are all detained by the Count of Broken Shackles and sentenced to death. There are more than 20,000 people." "What do you mean? How can they be sentenced to death just because of the confiscation? More than 20,000 people, what is this all about?" The Dragon Queen was anxious and angry, but she also looked confused. While covering her face and crying, she secretly observed every expression of the Dragon Queen. The Green Saintess breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. "Fortunately, with the ability to observe people's expressions that I have trained for decades, I can be 100% sure that the Dragon Queen doesn't know about this." The butcher Clan didn't get any hint from the Queen. He acted on his own. Too hateful. After cursing Cleon a few hundred times in her mind, the Green Saintess wiped the tears and sweat off her wrinkled face with a light green handkerchief. She cried to the Dragon Queen, "Your Majesty, the Count of Broken Shackles misused his power, framed the loyal people, oppressed the people, took bribes and broke the law, stole women, disregarded the law, and disrupted the order of the court." The Green Saintess did not repeat herself. She listed hundreds of crimes that Clan had committed. Dany felt a headache coming on. She could only interrupt her and say, "Keep it simple and get to the point. What exactly did Clan Shackle do?" Chapter 375. The Green Saintess slowly recounted what had happened in Meereen in the past month. Not only was Yamant stunned, but even Dany was convinced by the scholar. Not to mention Slave Bay, which had a population of 1.5 million, even in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, where there were tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people, major cases involving tens of thousands of people were rare. Zhu Yuanzhang, who liked to kill meritorious officials, only killed about 30,000 people in Hu Weiyong's case, and only 15,000 in Blue Jade's case. However, in Meereen, which only had a total population of about 300,000, Scholar Lai handled a terrifying case involving 80,000 people and as many as 20,000 prisoners on death row. As the Green Saintess said, almost all the Gith nobles and merchants in Meereen were defeated. Well, in the surprise attack on Meereen, because Meereen did not have time to resist, Dany only detained the great lords and some of the slave owners who supported Kayuan City. She did not hurt the Gith people above the middle class and below the great lords. There were economic losses, and Dany deprived them of their slaves and most of their fixed assets. Because of this, the Gith people who were dissatisfied with the Dragon Queen gradually gathered together and formed a terrorist organization called the Sons of the Harpy. Of course, Dany was not a White Lotus, and she was not like the original Dany Lilith who was bound by the curse of, "You are as benevolent as Liga. Can't find a clear reason, so keep enduring?" It was impossible. Whether the Sons of the Harpy caused trouble or not, the Gith people had to be cleaned up. According to her original plan, she intended to choose the battlefield under Meereen City to let the Gith people bear the pain of the War of Liberation, and completely destroy the existing social structure of Meereen. There were two reasons for choosing Meereen as the battlefield. 1. Resisting the enemy outside the country sounded simple, but it was difficult to do. If Dany chose the battlefield at Tolos, 900 kilometers west of Meereen, just the food transportation alone would kill her. 2. The terrain of Meereen is very unique. To the north of Meereen is a huge plain that leads to the Dothraki Sea. If her army leaves the city walls and goes to the west to attack Toros, the Allied army will definitely cut off her escape route from the Dothraki Plains and the sea at Slaver's Bay. They might even attack Meereen, which is the center of grain transportation. If one were to compare Meereen with the famous passes in the history of the Celestial Empire, it was very much like Shanhai Pass. It was close to the sea and connected to the Great River. Beyond the pass was a vast plain and a strong enemy of the barbarians. Beyond the pass was Meereen, Kayuan, and Astapor. It was because of this black-hearted plan that Danny moved the Gith of Kaiyuan to Mirin, and the new freemen of Mirin to the Kaiyuan plains. As for whether or not the Dorgis in Mirin would revolt, despite the scholar's torment, Mirin still did not lose control. In fact, one of the Dragon Queen's main field forces, the Imperial Guards, was stationed in Mirin. Unfortunately, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. The Dragon Queen had gone against her conscience to play dirty, but the scholar had easily disrupted her plan. Because of an assassination, the one who was assassinated was not the king, but the commander of the Imperial Guards, and tens of thousands of heinous rebels were implicated. Of the less than 300,000 Gith, 60,000 were imprisoned, and 20,000 were sentenced to death. With this ratio, even in the entire history of China, the scholar dared to shout to countless ancestors, "Who else?" What was even more impressive was that not only did he attack the nobles and merchants, even the religious forces of Mirin were almost wiped out. The status of the Green Saintess of Mirin in the religious world at Slavers Bay was similar to that of the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods, but her entire family was locked up by account, and her family's property was confiscated. It was just too, bam. The Dragon Queen smashed 3 teacups and a teapot with one slap. Too hateful. Smashed on the tea table, and the porcelain bowls and teapot fell to the ground and shattered. The queen was furious, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Bastard, how dare he treat my codex as child's play, and ignore the tradition of not punishing the saintess, he's tired of living. These words seemed to support the Green Saintess' courage and backbone, and also opened the valve of resentment in her heart. Following the Dragon Queen, she scolded, "Klein is a cruel, merciless, inhumane, cruel and cunning butcher. He was lucky to get to where he is today with his insignificant achievements, all thanks to Her Majesty's grace. But he did not think of repaying Her Majesty's trust. He should be executed immediately, and let the Megalosaurus eat him." How about this? The Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "Your Excellency Green Saintess, why don't I ride a dragon to Mirin now, and use the Queen's privilege to arrest Klein immediately? Or let's go through the normal procedure, I'll write a Queen's edict and give it to you, then you can take a ship to Mirin City, and use the edict to find the great commander of the Imperial Guards, Sir John, to tie Klein Shackler up and put him in prison." Oh, what's the difference? The old Saintess was stunned. Danny pointed at the 7 toka-robed Gith people who were blocked 4 to 5 meters away by the Unsullied and asked, "They are all the victims of Mirin who were bullied by Klein, right? Plaintiffs and witnesses." "Yes, they are all Mirin merchants who came to Astapor to complain to you." The Green Saintess nodded. Originally, she was worried that the Dragon Queen would cover up for her own subjects, or even that she was the mastermind behind the scenes. So she gathered a group of plaintiffs to prove how heinous Klein was, hoping to put a little pressure on the Queen so that she would not be so ruthless. After coming here, she found that she had thought too much. The Queen had always been so wise and benevolent, and she also sympathized with the Butcher Earl's atrocities and decided to arrest him immediately. In this way, the witnesses who were used to complain and gain sympathy were useless. "Do you remember the Code of Nobility that I made? It's the legal provision against crimes committed by nobles." Danny asked. "This." The Green Saintess was stunned and began to think hard. But after thinking for a while, she only remembered that there was such a law, but she could not remember the specific content. "I don't really remember," she said honestly. Danny waved to the little black girl in a purple cheongsam with a serious expression and said, "Missandei, come and explain to Her Excellency Green Saintess." Missandei's big golden eyes widened and said, "The Code of Nobility stipulates that there are only 2 ways to arrest a noble. First, regardless of whether there is conclusive evidence, the Queen or the King's hand can announce the crime in front of the person and immediately arrest him. But in the trial process, the Queen or the King's hand cannot appear as a jury. Second, the plaintiff provides sufficient witnesses and material evidence, legal and reasonable, and the Queen or the King's hand can approve the arrest warrant. A minister holds the arrest warrant to arrest the criminal noble, and both the Queen and the King's hand can appear in the jury. To put it bluntly, like the judicial system of modern society, arrest, administrative, and trial, judicial, were 2 different institutions. The Queen could automatically choose to join one of them, but she could only be one of them. She could either be a police, prosecutor, or a judge. She could not arrest and convict people. There was no doubt that this law greatly limited the Queen's judicial power. "Yes, I remember, that's it." The Green Saintess nodded repeatedly. Catching a glimpse of Yimon's thoughtful eyes, Danny smiled and explained, "The story of my father killing Duke Stark and his son was too shocking. When facing Mrs. Stoneheart and Jon Snow, I was a little lacking in confidence. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, I made a law that strictly protects the rights of the nobles. Of course, there are also laws that protect the common people." Due to the ancestral mad blood gene of the Long family, Danny did not dare to act arbitrarily like the emperor of the great celestial empire. Whether it was his descendants crazily slaughtering the innocent, or a certain Targaryen being too crazy and having his entire family wiped out, she did not want to see it. Of course, it was very likely that the Targaryen who had awakened the mad blood would not even care about the Queen Dany's code that Elder Dany had made. At that time, the law in the Code King's speech, that abolished the Mad King's throne in favor of another Targaryen would come into effect. With the law to follow, there would be a proper channel to vent the grievances of the people. Her descendants would not end up in a miserable state of extinction. At least the probability would be reduced. What should I do? The Green Saintess asked blankly. Either she let the Dragon Queen use her special power to immediately arrest the Butcher Count, which would save time and put Klein in prison tonight. Or she let the Dragon Queen participate in the final trial. She would go through the normal procedure and personally bring people to arrest Klein. That seemed to be very satisfying. However, Meereen and Astapor were 1,000 kilometers apart by sea. If the wind was favorable, it would take 4 to 5 days. In fact, it was not up to the Green Saintess to choose. It was the Dragon Queen's right. Why don't you go back and think about it? Klein can't run away anyway. I will immediately ask Missandei to write a letter to John Bolton and ask him to monitor Klein, Danny said. No need to think about it. I will go to Meereen now and see what face Klein will have to face me. The old Saintess had also come to her senses. Since the Dragon Queen wanted to arrest Klein according to the code, she would definitely judge him according to the code. She did not know how much time would be wasted in the meantime. Since she could not immediately let the Butcher count the criminal code, she might as well arrest him personally and ridicule him in front of his face. Don't be in a hurry. You are the minister of the council. Attend tonight's banquet first. Danny smiled and pulled the Green Saintess to Yimont. Come, let me introduce you. The party at night was very grand. Other than the officers, the officials of Astapor, and the Free City's big sea merchants, there were also 100 or 200 famous free people in the city. The food was also very sumptuous, and there was an unlimited supply of good wine. Everyone returned home drunk. Danny C. help me do something. At around 10 o'clock after the guests left, Danny called the little assassin to her bedroom. Well, Danny rejected her suggestion to go to Volantis or New Gisborne as a spy. After freeing Kai Yuan, she kept her by her side as a shadow guard. Danny C., who was wearing a dark gray leather armor, walked out from the shadows and asked expressionlessly, "Are you going to kill the Green Saintess?" Under the orange oil lamp, Danny, who was writing a letter on the table, froze for a moment and turned back with a wooden face. "What do you think?" The little girl said seriously, "When you were away, the Gisborne people from Meereen went to find the Green Saintess and gradually formed a small Gisborne group. Missandei thought that after Klein was defeated, the victory would make the Gisborne group expand further, from a group seeking survival to a legitimate political force in Slave Bay. In the future they will inevitably demand more political power." Did Missandei really say that? Danny was shocked. Yes. Blackie really saw the essence of the old and young of the previous dynasty. If they could not be killed, they would inevitably rise again in some way. After all, the Gisborne also had 200,000 or 300,000 people. If they really recovered and united, even if they did not rebel, they would become part of the power structure of Danny's dynasty. Danny patted her little head and asked with a smile, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I don't need to understand." Danny C. turned her head awkwardly and muttered with a nasal voice, "I am a sword in the dark. As long as the dagger is sharp enough, it will be fine." "Oh, there are some things that can't be solved with a dagger alone." Danny smiled and pinched her cheek. Before she struggled to resist, she pulled out a roll of parchment from the table and stuffed it into her arms. "Give this to Klein." Chapter 376. Danny C. did not have wings and could not fly to Meereen. Little White and Big Black, who had dragon spirits, were not at home. Danny C. could only ride on Little Green and personally send the little assassin to the outskirts of Meereen. 4 o'clock in the morning, on the 7th floor of the Great Pyramid, in the bedroom of the Count of Broken Shackles, Clan. Slap, slap, slap. A few crisp slaps sounded between the beds. There was a wide feather bed by the window. Under the pink silk curtain, a strong man who looked like a black pig was entangled with two women, one brown and one black, like tree roots. They were sleeping soundly. At this time, there was a little person in black who was squatting beside the strong man's pillow. She stretched out her small hand and slapped him hard on the mouth. Looking at that face, wasn't it Danny C? Clan, wake up, she slapped and shouted, but the strong man with black and red hair did not respond. Helpless, Danny C could only turn over and pull out a bronze chamber pot from under the bed. She pinched her nose and poured it on Clan's nose. Clan opened his eyes in a daze. The room was dim and there seemed to be a candle swaying above his head. His consciousness gradually returned, and the smelly liquid in his nose began to send stimulating information to his olfactory and taste nerves. Demon dragon above, who peed on my face? You guys are going too far, aren't you? He rubbed his sore temples and cursed at the woman beside him. Clan, you're awake? Danny C put down the candle and asked coldly. Oh, there was someone else in the room? Clan was completely awake with a sudden shudder and a layer of sweat on his body. You are. Demon dragon, why are you in my house? Clan only opened his eyes to look at the little girl and recognized her identity as an old acquaintance. Well, Clan and Danny C were very familiar. They were both slaves of the great benevolent lord, and they had revolted together and destroyed the great benevolent lord's entire family. Are you here to kill me? He shook his body a few times like a chicken and said in horror. If I want to kill you, how would you know? Danny C rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Well, that's true. The Count of Shattered Shackles was relieved. He wiped his face and complained, What's wrong with you? Why did you pee on my face? Dang, dang, dang. Danny C kicked the copper pot beside the bed a few times and threw the letter over. She said impatiently, Don't talk nonsense. Her Majesty the Queen is back. This is a letter for you. Ah, Her Majesty the Queen is finally back. Klein was shocked. He opened the letter and asked casually, Did she approve me? I'm being arrested? Damn it, those traitors still haven't been completely caught. Some of them actually ran to Astapor to report me. Butcher Count cursed loudly. After cursing a few times he stopped. Bewildered, he moved closer to the two girls by the pillow and looked left and right. Even such a loud noise didn't wake them up. Butcher was shocked and angry. You suffocated Xena and Angie? Danny C crossed her arms and stood a few meters away from Butcher. She said indifferently, Knockout drug. Why else would I pour urine on you? Oh. Butcher turned his gaze back to the letter. Under the weak candlelight, one could see that his brows were furrowed deeper and deeper. It seemed that he had encountered a big problem. Are you done reading? After a full quarter of an hour, seeing that Butcher Count was still sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed and staring at the letter with a serious expression, Danny C was a bit impatient. Butcher suddenly raised his head and sighed. He waved to the little assassin and said, Danny C, come over here and help me. How do you pronounce this word? How stupid. After learning for more than a year, you still can't recognize all the words. Danny C said disdainfully. However, she still walked over and asked, Which one don't you know? This. Danny C's face scrunched up in embarrassment and annoyance. She muttered in a low voice, The Queen is really something. Why did she use such a rare word? Butcher glanced at her with a wooden face and moved his finger to the next word. Hey, this is a letter from the Queen. I can't read it. Danny C's face was slightly red. She retracted her head and said with a straight face. Then, can you explain to me the story of Scholar Bao? Butcher Count asked again. What Scholar Bao? The Queen thinks that my methods are too cruel and will affect the people's perception of me. However, in Westeros history there was also a famous official who enforced the law. Scholar Bao had 3 guillotines. He killed the husband of a princess, the dukes of 7 countries, and his own family members who committed crimes. He also killed countless nobles and poor prisoners. However, this Scholar Bao, who was even more ruthless than me, became a model official who was loyal, just, and righteous. The Queen asked me to learn from Scholar Bao and present myself as Scholar Bao. At least, let the people think that I am Scholar Bao. I have a lot of respect for Scholar Bao and I want to know more about him. Clean sighed with admiration. There was Scholar Lai before and Scholar Bao after. They are both role models for my generation to learn from. Speaking of which, the Westeros are really full of talents and famous officials. It is really something to look forward to. I have never been to the Westeros, so I don't know much about Scholar Bao. Braavos was located at the intersection of the Narrow Sea and the Trembling Sea. It was made up of hundreds of islands in the bay, and the islands were connected by stone bridges and river boats. It was like a water city in another world, Venice. However, in terms of terrain, Braavos was 100 times better than Venice. The bay where Braavos was located was surrounded by islands as tall as mountains. There was only a natural gap that was large enough to accommodate long-distance merchant ships. It was as if the gods had molded a stone wall around the bay to protect it from any tsunamis, storms, and enemy fleets from the ocean. Even during the period of Valeglia, the sky was covered with a thick layer of fog that could make the Megalosaurus lose its way. The Dragon King had never thought of conquering this water city. Today, the other 8 free city-states in the Westeros could not take down this bay city even if they joined forces. In fact, ever since Braavos was built, no enemy had ever broken through its first line of defense, the Titan's Crotch. The people of Braavos had built a statue of the Titan at the gap. It was made of a mixture of stone and bronze. It was hundreds of meters tall and stretched across the mountains of 2 independent islands. All ships entering and leaving Braavos had to pass through the narrow passage at its crotch. There had been no exception for hundreds of years. Until today, the red sun was setting in the west. The sea was sparkling and the sky and sea were soaked in a blood-red sunset. A swan ship with white sails was slowly approaching the gap. No matter how many times they saw the bronze giant in front of them, the sailors from the Midsummer Islands could not help but be shocked. The sailors put down the ropes, barrels, and sacks in their hands. The captain left the rudder. The red archers put away their golden and wooden bows. They walked to the deck together and looked up at the godlike giant. The sun was immersed in the sea. 2 blazing flames were ignited in the Titan's eye sockets. It was as if the gods had opened their eyes and looked at the world. The swan ship came under the legs of the black granite reef. Suddenly the giant seemed to have come to life. Roar! The giant's mouth let out an earth-shattering roar. Coupled with the flashing red eyes and the green hair that swayed in the wind, a green rope tied to the head, the sailors were really scared. They were afraid that the broken sword in the Titan's right hand that was raised high above its head would come swinging down and split the laurel wind in half. That's scary. Can the giant really roar? On the bridge, a black guy was horrified. That's the horn. It's a trick of the Braavosi. Every time a ship enters the harbor, the guard in the Titan's mouth will blow the horn to alert the munitions factory behind. If it's an enemy, the horn will sound different. Captain Kuhulu smiled. The swan ship sailed under the giant's armor. They could see the beehive-like arrow holes on the inside of the Titan's thighs. There were even rows of killing holes under the skirt. The bald black girl with the golden and wooden bow sighed. I wonder how many passages and rooms are built inside the Titan. I heard that there are thousands of armored soldiers stationed inside at all times. Even the Dragon King would not dare to hiss. A loud and majestic roar came from the sky. The black girl and the captain's expression changed. This sound, they all felt that it was familiar because they heard it 2 years ago. However, the roar was not as loud and domineering as this. Clang. The golden and wooden bow fell on the deck. The black girl Ko Jia suddenly turned her head and screamed in horror. Megalosaurus. The red sun was like a huge plate that slowly sank into the dark sea. A black mark with the setting sun as the background flew along the red sparkling sea surface and quickly flew towards the Titan. As it got closer and closer, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. It was like the god of the sky that came out from the red sun. Hiss, Megalosaurus. It's him. That black dragon, Black Diamond. Dragon Queen called him Big Black. Captain Kuhulu's dark and rough face showed a complicated expression. I haven't seen him in 2 years. He has grown so big. He could already draw back then. I wonder how smart he is now. Will he be able to recognize us? Ko Jia said, Dad, the Dragon Queen might be up there. Should we wave at her and shout? Thinking of the painting hanging in the captain's room, Kuhulu felt a little excited. However, when he looked up and saw the giant Titan statue, his excited brain instantly sobered up. No, he shook his head and said seriously. The Dragon Queen is not here with good intentions. I'm afraid that there will be a big dispute between her and the people of Braavos. You mean the Alliance? But didn't the people of Braavos always say that they are against slavery? The Dragon Queen might be here to form an alliance with the people of Braavos. The black girl was a little confused. Kuhulu's black face showed a mocking smile. Since the beginning of Braavos, they have been promoting the idea of abolishing slavery. After 900 years, they have become the world's #1 city-state. However, they didn't even abolish slavery in the neighboring Novos. The other slave-trading city-states also never treated Bravos as an enemy. On the other hand, the Dragon Queen doesn't shout slogans to the outside world. However, in just 2 short years she liberated 3 cities in Slaver's Bay. Now all the slave traders in the world have trouble sleeping and eating. Roar, 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 the Titan suddenly let out a rapid and sharp roar. Then, the stone and bronze giants seemed to come alive. Countless holes opened up. Ballistas, bows, catapults, and even dragon-slaying crossbows, which were identical to the ones in the City of Knowledge, were all pushed out from the holes. Under the light of the fire, the densely packed metal arrowheads reflected a cold light. Dong dong dong. Heavy drums sounded from the munitions factory behind the giants at the mouth of the gorge. At the entrance of the Great Lagoon, which was behind the Titan of Bravos, there was a fist-shaped reef island. On top of it there were countless catapults, ballistas and fire-breathing crossbows. This was the munitions factory, the headquarters that guarded the main port of Bravos. At the same time, the munitions factory was also a dock that could accommodate dozens of large ships. On its shores there were countless docks, sheds and docks, where even more ships were anchored. The city's defense fleet was stationed here. At the same time, it was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. On average, 1 warship could be built in this place every day. The name of the munitions factory was appropriate. Woo woo woo, the sound of horns on the munitions factory's dock was continuous. One after another, warships and paddling boats left the rocky island and formed a formation at the wide mouth of the lake behind the Titan, ready to welcome the enemy. Blackie picked up the goldenwood bow from the deck and looked at the huge fleet in front of them. She said bitterly, "The Bravos people were prepared? They're moving too fast. This is troublesome." Kuhulu's face was pale. He stomped his feet and cursed, "We're stuck in the middle of the battlefield. What should we do?" Chapter 377. Hiss! The black dragon flew over the Titan's head calmly, just like how it usually flew over the mountains and rivers on the earth. The Titan's fortress, which could withstand the attacks of all the fleets in the world, had become a rock. At this moment, facing the Megalosaurus, it was no different from a rock. The broken sword in the Titan's hand threatened countless merchants, tourists and pirates entering Bravos. But despite the Megalosaurus's attitude, the broken sword could not be swung down at the enemy. The calmness of the Megalosaurus only brought endless humiliation and despair to the thousands of guards in the fortress below. The world's #1 sea checkpoint, the Titan, had fallen. This is... Kuhulu watched in a daze as the Megalosaurus flew over the Titan, and then flew over his head like a normal person flying over ants. It flew over the fleet with the horns sounding everywhere, and headed straight for the inner city of Bravos. This is ridiculous. He suddenly laughed. The Bravos fleet that had shocked him, made him respect and made him panic, could only make him laugh. So what if they reacted quickly? So what if they were ready to go? So what if they were filled with arrows? So what if they were numerous? In the face of attacks from humans, the Titan's fortress and the invincible fleet of Bravos were insurmountable and undefeatable. But only one dragon, as if taking a stroll in the park, crossed these obstacles and entered the heart of the city. The demon dragon is attacking. Look, that's the Megalosaurus. The Dragon Queen is attacking Bravos. Panic suddenly descended on the water city like a tsunami, and swept through the entire city like an unstoppable tsunami. From the arsenal to the checkered dock where the customs registered, and then to the old clothes vendor's dock where foreign merchant ships stopped. Merchants, citizens, workers, vendors, and fishermen, they all rushed and shouted. Some people waved at the black dragon in the sunset, some hid in fear, some followed others in confusion, some looked serious, and ordered to leave the port immediately. The Megalosaurus entered the inner city, flew over the streets and came to the square above, looking down at the Sweetwater Canal below. It flew from the civilian district to the noble district. It seemed like it was sightseeing, ignoring the panicking crowd below, and only focused on observing the city on the water. North of Water City, Sea King's Palace. In a tower near the sea, an old man with a sickly look came to the window with the help of a maid. Looking at the black dragon leisurely hovering and gliding above the islands of the gods, a hint of anger flashed in the Sea King's dull old eyes. He panted and cursed, "How dare she? What does she think Bravos is? An amusement park? A tourist attraction? Cough cough cough, I should have killed this female dragon back then." Lord Sea King, please calm down. Chief Swordsman Kue Luo took a step forward and arrived beside the old Sea King like a shadow. He looked at the black dragon with a cold expression and said, "Who would have thought that an infant from 16 years ago would become the Dragon Queen of today? She insulted me, insulted Bravos, I want her dead." The old man's face was ferocious. Blue veins popped out on his bony hand that was holding the maid's right wrist. He tightened his grip as if he was trying to break someone's thin neck. The round-faced blonde maid was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes, but she did not dare to make a sound. Swordsman Kue Luo shook his head and said, "We have sworn an oath to the White Knight, Jero Dane, that we will accept the Dragon Queen's visit and treat her as a guest. Similarly, the Dragon Queen has also sworn an oath to accept the host's hospitality as a guest. I know, a guest's right is sacred and inviolable." The old man smiled bitterly and sighed. "I want to learn from Wade Fry from the neighboring continent, but I don't dare and I can't. I'm only the Sea King and the Sea King isn't the master of Bravos." Hiss, the black dragon slowly flew towards the west, towards the Sea King's palace. "They're here," Chief Swordsman said. Yes, the Dragon Queen had come to Bravos. At least the officials and people of Slavers Bay, the nobles and top merchants of Bravos all thought that the Dragon Queen would visit Bravos today. On the second day of the Dragon Queen's return to Astapor, the Green Saintess took a ship to Myrine to arrest the Count of Shattered Shackles. Count Leon Shattered Shackles was formally charged, and the Dragon Queen informed Myrine, Kaiyuan, and Astapor of the matter. She also announced the formation of a final jury of 15 people, and after Leon was escorted back to Astapor, they would hold a public trial. The case would be tried strictly according to the code. The Dragon Queen was the chief judge, and 5 nobles, 5 representatives of the new freedmen, and 5 representatives of the Gith people would put an end to the case of the Harpy's son, at the same time as the trial of Leon. Calculating the time to travel to and from Myrine, it would take at least half a month before the official trial began. Therefore, the Dragon Queen had time to negotiate with the people of Bravos. Well, the Dragon Queen did not idle after returning to Slavers Bay for a few days. The next day she led the cattle, picked up the hoes and led tens of thousands of farmers to cultivate crops outside the city. In fact, the Dragon Queen's great leap in agricultural production plan had never stopped. In the more than a month since she left Slavers Bay, Astapor had the White Knight Yora, who represented the Queen every now and then to participate in agricultural production. Myrine had the Blood Alliance Guard Argo, and Kaiyuan had the Fat Eunuch Bivos. They were all qualified to exercise authority and perform duties on behalf of the Dragon Queen. However, after Blackie flew back to Astapor from the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen decided to go to Bravos. Because the Dark Star Geralt completed the task she gave him, crossed the narrow sea, rushed to Bravos and met the Sea King in the Sea King's palace. As the representative of the Dragon Queen, Geralt was received by the Sea King of Bravos and a group of nobles, and bravely questioned the Sea King on the throne in the palace. Why did he agree to arrange for the Faceless One to assassinate the Dragon Queen, who was his old friend? Well, he was lucky that the Sea King, Frago Antalion, did not get angry and let the chief swordsman cut off his head. But the Sea King did not admit the relationship between the Faceless One and Bravos. Naturally, there was no involvement in the murder of the Queen. In this way, the talks between the two sides reached a stalemate. The Dark Star planned to leave Bravos with such an answer. The Queen had told him that if the people of Bravos were not sincere, he should go to Pentos. As for the plan of food futures to save the world, Danny had the intention, but the Sea King did not even admit the matter of the Faceless One, so how could the two sides trust each other? In the end, the key keeper of the Iron Treasury, Bersalo Ryan, stood up and proposed. The Sea King and the Dragon Queen should each make a sacred oath to meet and talk in person, and both sides would not harm each other. The Dragon Queen only needed her or her White Knight to make an oath. The Bravos side needed the Sea King, the key keeper, and the chief swordsman to make an oath at the same time. It seemed that Bravos was very sincere, and completely sincere in wanting to get along with the Dragon Queen in harmony. Then, the Dragon Queen seemed to have forgotten the lesson of the City of Learning last time, and did not hesitate to agree to this matter. So, there was this evening when the Black Dragon flew over the Titan, and the Dragon Queen came to Bravos. Well, the two sides agreed on a time and place for the negotiation, so the munitions factory fleet could react so quickly because they were prepared in advance. They were ready to let the Dragon Queen see the majestic military power of Bravos, and it was a show of strength. In the end he was easily taken down. However, beyond the expectations of the Sea King and the Key Keepers, the Dragon Queen did not land at the stargazing tower of the Sea King's palace after touring around the islands of the gods. Instead, she went to the neighboring flooded town and landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond. The hundreds of islands of Bravos were distributed near a main river, or the so-called islands were originally swamps near the estuary of the river. The river came from the southern continent of Ursos, and the island of the Sea King's palace was north of the river, facing the open sea, so a huge harbor could be built, Purple Harbor. But at the estuary of the river, there were many islands and reefs nearby, and there was no place for ships to dock, so a dock could not be built. There was no doubt that an island with a dock was more prosperous. However, because the flooded town was right at the estuary of the river, although it was not as prosperous as the Purple Harbor and the old clothes merchant's dock, it was still crowded with people because of the river boats. In short, the flooded town had people and inns, and it was a place for middle-class residents and inns. At this time, the Dragon Queen arrived at the flooded town, and the Black Dragon landed on the rooftop of the Green Eel Inn by the Moon Pond amidst the exclamations of the citizens and tourists. Well, because the 4-story Green Eel Inn had an open roof terrace, the Dark Star bought this in 3 days ago. That's right, they bought it. The Megalosaurus is here. The Megalosaurus went to the Green Eel Inn. Dragon Queen, I saw the Dragon Queen. Quick, go to the Green Eel Inn, I want to stay in the same inn as the Dragon Queen. Seeing that the Megalosaurus did not burn the city, the citizens regained their composure and no longer ran in a panic to hide. Instead, they surrounded the Green Eel Inn. Why is the inn door closed? When they arrived at the Green Eel Inn, they were surprised to find that the inn did not seem to be open for business. The fat boss of the black ship worker inn next door suddenly said, I remember now, the inn was bought by an outsider. He calls himself a Dornish and plans to settle down in Bravos. He even hired a team of craftsmen at the dock. I heard that he wants to renovate the inn in the Dornish style. Creak! As the crowd was talking, the inn door opened on both sides, and a dozen assassins in gorgeous silk robes walked out. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their cheeks were flushed red, as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky and landed on their heads. They were dizzy and their steps were light as a feather. Even the water dancer's steps were messed up. The assassins dressed like peacocks separated the crowd and made way for the people behind them. Then they saw a hook-nosed knight in a white robe, escorting a tall silver-haired lady out. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. The lady had exquisite facial features, fair skin and a pretty face. The lady exuded a dignified aura, and there were 3 dragons on the lady's leather armor. Targaryen, it's really the Dragon Queen? A Westeros merchant moaned. Ah, she's Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Slave Bay. Dragon Queen, this is the Dragon Queen. Gods, I've seen the Dragon Queen. Everyone's mouths were like little motors that had been switched on, and started buzzing. Silence. The hook-nosed knight beside the Dragon Queen had a loud voice, and instantly shut down the hundreds of little motors at the door. At this moment, the Dragon Queen cleared her throat and began to speak. As you guessed, I'm Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, the Queen of Slave Bay. This time, I came to Bravos under the joint invitation of the Sea King, the Iron Treasury Key Keeper, and the Chief Swordsman to negotiate a solution to the assassination of me by the Faceless One. Chapter 378. The Faceless One of Bravos tried to assassinate me, so I came here this time. I will discuss this matter with the Sea King. Boom. The Dragon Queen threw a nuclear bomb into the crowd. No, the word Faceless One was more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Hundreds of small eyes that were blinking fervently were extinguished all of a sudden, like stars covered by dark clouds. In unison, whether it was the citizens of Bravos or the foreign merchants and tourists, they all took a step back, then another step back and another step back. The doorway suddenly became open and quiet. Fear was clearly written on their wide-open eyes, pale cheeks, and mouths that were chattering up and down but could not utter a complete word. Such a uniform reaction of fear made the Dragon Queen stunned. The Faceless One was actually so terrifying. Of course, if Dany knew the details of Arya's experience in Bravos, she would not be so puzzled at this moment. When Arya found the ship to Bravos in Saltpan town, the captain refused to let her board the ship even if she was willing to work as a laborer and pay the rest of the fare. Then Arya took out the iron coin that Jianghu gave her and said, "All mortals have to die." From the sailor to the captain, from the gangplank to the deck to the cabin, it was like pressing the pause button. Silence, and their movements were stiff. After that, Arya was treated as a guest of honor. But no one dared to talk to her. On the way from Saltpan Town to Bravos, everyone was in awe and alienation with her. In the end, the captain even personally rowed her from the dock to the Black and White House on the Isle of Gods. And the captain had nothing to do with the Black and White House. He was just an ordinary Bravos sea merchant. Just like what Jianghu said before he left Arya, he threw the iron coin in a very pretentious way. Take it, find any Bravos person and say, all mortals have to die, he will take you to that place. He was not pretentious, the Faceless One was really awesome. At this moment, the Dragon Queen also experienced it. Cough cough, yes, Faceless tried to assassinate me, but she disguised herself as my maid. Unfortunately, my Wang Kai found out. Oh, you don't know who Wang Kai is? Sigh, it's just a mutt, a yellow-skinned puppy from Astapor. Dragon Queen said as she waved her hand carelessly. Crack crack. The sound of jaws dislocating could be heard from the crowd. In short, I escaped the assassination of Faceless One without any danger. But I don't understand. Bravos has always been preaching against slavery, because the ancestors who built this city were all slaves. But why were the descendants of the slaves hired by the slave owners to assassinate a liberator of the slaves? Could it be for the gold royals? Then I came. I sent the White Knight, Sergero, to Bravos to ask the Sea King about this matter. Speaking of which, I'm acquainted with His Majesty the Sea King, Frego Antalion. I grew up in Bravos before I was 5 years old, but unfortunately, originally, I didn't dare to come here because before this, in the old town of Westeros in the City of Knowledge, a sensational and cursed thing happened. When the scholar invited me as a guest, he violated the guest's rights and poisoned me to assassinate me, arranged for a knife and axe man to kill me, and hundreds of crossbowmen to kill me. Sigh, the degeneration of humanity, the distortion of morality, the wrath of the gods. Boom. One atomic bomb after another blew up the melon-eating crowd, causing a collective climax, and the climax continued. The melon was too big, it was too big. The nearby citizens and tourists were frightened and excited. The Dragon Queen's melon was more frightening than the dragon flame, but it also stimulated their faces to turn red. They were afraid and wanted to hear it, but they couldn't stop. It was too difficult for them. They unknowingly took another step forward, and another step forward, and another step forward. They were closer to the threshold than before they heard the words, Faceless One. Not only were they closer, but more and more people were gathering around. Assassins, tourists, mercenaries, citizens, shop assistants, dock workers, vendors. The news of Dragon Queen's arrival at the Green Eel Inn spread like the wind in all directions. People who were idle and busy, stepped on the last ray of light of dusk and rushed to the moon pond. After explaining how the City of Knowledge violated the guests' rights, the Dragon Queen looked up at the sky. It was a cobalt blue and there wasn't much time left. The Sea King and his people should be here soon. In view of this, the Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman made a joint oath that we would never hurt each other during the negotiation period, nor would we violate the guests' rights. Now I'm here for world peace, for the happiness of the world's people, for the thousands of slaves who are worse than death. I need to talk to the Sea King. The matter of Faceless One, you must give me an explanation. It must be solved or else. The Dragon Queen, who was originally amiable and soft-spoken, suddenly turned stern and said in a cold voice, I will burn Bravos, let the Sea King's palace and the school of Black and White turn into scorched earth, and let this water city boil. The worst result is here, don't say I didn't warn you. Wow. Everyone was shocked, angry and frightened, and their faces were green and white. While they were at a loss, the Dragon Queen took a step back, and the door of the inn slowly closed. Is it useful to say that? Hearing the uproar outside, Dark Star's stern face flashed a trace of disapproval. If the City of Knowledge cared about the contempt and blame of foreigners, it wouldn't have repeatedly arranged for scholar spies to steal the technology of smelting steel and firing high-grade lenses from Reese and Coer. The Sea King and the nobles of Bravos, if they really wanted to do something, they wouldn't stop because of public opinion. The nobles only believe in swords, and the swords in their hands make them confident and powerful, while the swords in the hands of the enemy make them afraid and obedient. Danny walked to the stairs and said with a faint smile, if the public's words were really useless, the story of the rat chef wouldn't have been passed down through the ages. Or is it that they have no sense of shame at all and don't care about becoming the rat chef in the legend? Even if they can be shameless and proud, at least I can take the righteousness and the title, and stand on the moral high ground to judge the enemy. Righteousness and whatnot are not as practical as a dragon flame. Gerald sighed, stopped, and said to the dozen or so assassins behind him, "You all wait here and prepare to welcome His Majesty the Sea King." "Yes, Sir Gerald." The assassins respectfully answered. Dark Star accompanied the Dragon Queen to the third floor, where a spacious hall was. The former dining room was empty, and the walls and roof were covered with new yellow satin. The fireplace was lit, and 40 to 50 candles were lit on the chandelier. The room was warm and comfortable. Danny was by the window, gazing at the scenery of the Moon Pond. Drown Town was named appropriately. There used to be a city in the mud at the mouth of the river. Hundreds of years had passed and the environment had changed. The buildings there had been submerged under the green water, and only the domes and spires of the ancient buildings were occasionally exposed. Since the ancient town had sunk to the bottom of the river, its original dock for river boats had become deeper, and more ships could be docked there. Therefore, the people of Bravos built a dock out of wood and stone, and surrounded it with a pond for ships to dock there. The locals called it the Moon Pond. The entrance of the Green Eel Inn was facing the Moon Pond. Winter was coming and the weather was getting colder. Otherwise, the children would have jumped into the water long ago, playing in the Moon Pond and swimming in the deeper water. Some mischievous children would even dive into the buildings at the bottom of the river, and then climb out through the domes that were exposed above the water. After waiting for about an hour, a fleet sailed over from the distant sea, escorting a strange cruise ship that was covered with exaggerated smiling faces from the bow to the stern. The ship slowly entered the river. "It's the Sea King's fleet. He's on the smiling cruise." The Dark Star's eyes flashed and his voice was flat. Danny turned to look at the cruise ship and asked, "Is everything ready?" The White Knight in reserve raised his strong chin toward the wall by the river and said in a low voice, "Everything is ready." Arya had also seen the dragon. Oh no. She was no longer Arya Stark. The person who saw the dragon flying over her head was the cat by the canal. The instructor of the Faceless, the kind man, had told Arya on the first day she entered the school of Black and White that the Faceless would give up their previous memories, feelings, identities, and assets. Even the sewing needle that John had given her, which represented Arya's identity, had to be thrown into the river. She couldn't bear to part with it, so she hid it. But while she could hide the needle, she couldn't hide her name, surname, personality, habits, and feelings. The kind man wouldn't allow her to hide them. Every day since she came here, she had to play a game of mutual lying with the street children. She had to fabricate her name, background, today's experience, personality, and feelings so that the other party would judge whether it was true or not. Gradually, the lie slipped out of her mouth seamlessly because she had learned a skill to make herself believe that this is the truth at the last minute. Telling a lie that even she believed was only the first step. Arya was then given various identities and adapted to various lives. The little girl who sold oysters, the beggar girl in the Purple Harbor, the thief near the Palace of Truth, the waiter in the hotel, the street cleaner. Now she was the maid of Brusco, the fishmonger at the drowning town dock, the cat by the canal. Now she was a nameless person. The Faceless, the believer of the God of 1,000 faces, had 1,000 faces, 1,000 personalities and 1,000 lives. Just like how the kind man had done to countless Aryas, the traces of Arya gradually disappeared, until one day the cat by the canal dreamed of a wolf, and then she became a wolf. She saw the world with the eyes of a wolf, used the teeth of a wolf to bite her prey, and used the body of a wolf to feel the passion that did not lose out to her age. Gradually she dreamed of a girl named Arya Stark. She was freed from the brainwashing and she found herself. During the day when she was awake, she was a nameless person. At night when she was asleep, she was a happy and unrestrained she-wolf. She knew that she was Arya Stark. Therefore, she could not help but pay attention to the news of the mystic dragon and the Dragon Queen. Because the Dragon Queen's surname was Targaryen, and her surname was Stark. The cat chased the mystic dragon to the Green Eel Inn, and ate a few melons in the crowd. The Faceless assassinated the Dragon Queen? The Faceless was discovered by the dogs? The City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests? The Mother of Dragons was indeed a Targaryen, and when the negotiation failed, she went berserk and burned Bravos in the House of Black and White? But she seemed to be a member of the House of Black and White and she was also a Faceless. Chapter 379. At the mouth of the canal, on the third floor of the Smiling Face cruise ship. These are the words that the Dragon Queen said to the crowd. They are complete without missing a single word. A water dancer in a flowery robe knelt before the wooden throne and repeated the Dragon Queen's words. Well, according to the custom of bravos, the water dancer assassins were used to wearing colorful silk garments that were very eye-catching. If you met them on the street, you could tell their identity at a glance. The nobles and merchants of bravos, regardless of their gender, preferred dark and solemn clothes. This was the exact opposite of the Westeros. An obscure light flashed in the eyes of the key-keeper Bisalo, and he asked nonchalantly, "Are you sure it's the Dragon Queen herself? We're not even sure about the details of the negotiation. How could she arrange for a substitute to come over? Besides, she and I are old acquaintances who can fool the other." The Sea King brother Frere sneered. "It's true, silver hair, purple eyes, and a handsome face that surpasses the average person. Especially the temperament, dignified, amiable, and domineering, it can be changed freely with the tone, harmonious as one. Ordinary people can't do that." The water dancer below said seriously. "That's good." The key-keeper murmured. "Have you investigated the matter of the Green Eel Inn?" The chief swordsman standing beside the throne asked. "Well, about a week ago, Jarrow Dane came to Bravos as Dorn Arthur, and spent a huge sum of 2,000 gold royals to buy the Green Eel Inn and the 3 warehouses behind it. After that, he drove away all the tourists in the name of renovating the inn, and the inn's business was also suspended. The staff and chefs were all on paid leave. In addition to hiring craftsmen to do a simple renovation of the inn's 3rd floor, Jarrow Dane also recruited 15 water dancers who are proficient in sword skills from the Moon Pond." A week ago. The key-keeper's expression was unpleasant. At that time, Jarrow Dane had not yet gone to the Sea King's palace. When did he come to Bravos, and how many things did he do with different identities? If he didn't have such caution, he wouldn't be worthy of being a white knight. The chief swordsman praised. But at that time, no one could be sure that the Dragon Queen and the Sea King would have a face-to-face meeting. Bisalo the Key Watcher said angrily. He had always thought that he was the one who suggested the 2 kings association, to break the deadlock between White Knight and the Sea King. He was the one who initiated this meeting, but now, could it be that he had been fooled? What's the point of saying all this now? The chief swordsman shook his head and said to the Sea King, "The most important thing is to ensure your safety. We must always be vigilant, and we are about to face a queen of Westeros." In fact, the things that had happened in the Westeros in recent years were all shocking. The queen's betrayal, adultery, incest, using a lion in place of a deer, Robert's mysterious death, Ide and Stark being beheaded by Joffrey, the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, the patricide, the Great Fire of the Academy. In the end, the chief swordsman sighed. "I didn't expect Westeros to be so rotten. It's too scary." "There's nothing surprising about barbarians who don't know etiquette and aren't educated," the Key Watcher said with a look of disdain. "The more rotten and chaotic Westeros are, the better it is for us, cough cough cough." The Sea King covered his mouth and coughed out a puddle of sticky yellow phlegm. His face looked better, and he asked, "Do those water dancers know that the Dragon Queen is about to arrive?" "No, they only think that they serve the Dornese, Arthur. They don't even know the true identity of Gerald Dane," the rainbow-robed water dancer kneeling under the throne said. "Have you checked the houses near the Green Eel Inn?" the chief swordsman asked. "There are no suspicious people within 500 meters, and there are no flammable goods such as kerosene and kapok." After a moment of silence, the Sea King Frere asked softly, "Is the nameless man here?" There was silence in the ship's hall. After a while, the Key Watcher on the wooden chair twisted his body uncomfortably and said, "He's waiting for you by the Moon Pond." "Oh, the kind man, he's here in person." With 2 rowed longboats moving side by side to clear the way, 10 warships meandered into the canal, almost causing traffic on the river to come to a standstill. Beside the Green Eel Inn, there were 2 large warships with decks full of ballistas. However, not only were the ballistas not loaded, they also deliberately changed their direction to avoid the airspace near the inn. After that, the Smiling Face cruise ship slowly entered the Moon Pond and stopped beside the small dock. 2 blue-robed eunuchs walked down the ship, holding shiny gongs in their hands, and ran along the dock towards the Green Eel Inn. "Dang!" The eunuch hit the gongs and shouted in a sharp voice, "His Majesty the Sea King has arrived, please step aside." Behind the eunuchs, there were water dancers in golden short robes. They held swords in their right hands and torches in their left. They formed 2 rows between the dock and the inn, separating the crowd of onlookers and clearing a path for the Sea King. 16 strong black men carried down a huge octagonal palanquin from the ship. The palanquin and the poles were painted with red paint. The surface of the palanquin was 7 to 8 meters square, with a gold roof and colorful brocade curtains hanging in all directions. As the palanquin swayed, the people nearby could see the sickly sea king through the gaps and the huge throne he was sitting on. It was the same one on the ship. At that moment, the dragon queen and the hook-nosed knight went downstairs again. She even ordered 2 colorful assassins to climb up the wooden ladder and change the plaque on the door. Green Eel Inn was changed to True Dragon Resort. She didn't mind this shabby place. The dragon queen didn't leave the inn, no, the resort. She didn't leave the resort to welcome the sea king outside. Instead, she opened the door and allowed the sea king's chief swordsman to bring people into the 3rd floor of the resort. After the chief swordsman checked the spacious negotiation room on the 3rd floor, he came down and reported to the sea king's palanquin. The palanquin approached the entrance of the resort and landed. The brocade curtains were opened and 2 maids helped the old sea king down. The sea king had a pig's kidney face and sky-blue eyes that Danny was familiar with. However, his face was older and weaker than in her memory. His strong muscles were loose and his tight skin was wrinkled. However, the majesty in his eyes was stronger than before. Your Majesty Italian, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You're still so? What's wrong with you? Danny asked with concern. She was going to say, old but vigorous, hale and hearty, but the old sea king's appearance was too weak. Danny wouldn't be surprised if he died in front of her in the next moment before answering her question. She couldn't even say any polite words. She could only show her sincere concern. The old sea king seemed to be very touched. 2 tears came out from the corner of his eyes. He said with emotion, "It's an old illness. It's okay. But you, Danny, you were a chubby little doll back then. Now you've become a queen. If Sir William Derry was still alive, he would be very happy and proud to see you now." When William Derry was mentioned, Danny remembered the time when little Danny, Rise and second brother Way were driven out of the mahogany door by the servants. She couldn't help but feel sick of it. It was obvious that the old sea king was behind this. Robert's throne was becoming more and more stable. He even defeated the rebellious King Balan. Little Danny was driven out just after Balan's rebellion was quelled. Targaryen, who didn't have a dragon, seemed to have lost its value as an investment. In order not to offend the new king of the Iron Throne, the Sea King plotted to let the servants take away the family property that William Derry bought for the 2 siblings, the property that they brought from Dragonstone Island. Your Majesty Italian, it's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Danny invited. Soon, the group climbed up 3 flights of stairs and entered the warmly decorated hall. A long wooden table and fur-covered chairs were prepared in the hall. Danny sat alone on the north wall, while the Sea King and the keykeeper, Bezeler, sat on the other side. Danny began to look at Bezeler, who was twice the size of the others. He was a white fatty with a kind smile and proper etiquette. At first, the iron vault was built in the underground mine by 23 escaped slaves. Each founder had a key to open the huge underground vault. They and their descendants were called key keepers. The members of the key keepers were not the same. After hundreds of years, some people fell and lost their keys. There were also new nobles who became the new key keepers. The location of the iron vault where the gold was stored was also changed. The old keys were no longer useful. It was said that the people of Bravos had too much gold, and the previous small iron mine could not hold it. In short, until now, the keys in the hands of the key keepers could not open the door of the new vault. It had completely become a symbol of the family's heritage and power. The Ryan family was the descendant of one of the original 23 founders. They were definitely senior key keepers and the real masters of Bravos. At least, they were one of the masters. Your Excellency Bezeler, Your Majesty the Sea King, first of all, I have to apologize to the 2 of you. I did not go to the observatory as agreed, but instead troubled you to come to my broken hotel. As for the reason, I don't need to say it. You can understand. Yes, I was worried, I was afraid. So I stood at the door and told the people of Bravos the whole story of this meeting. I hope you can forgive me for being so careful. It's really that the experience of the City of Knowledge has left a psychological shadow on me. Danny smiled and told the truth. We understand, Your Majesty the Queen is also cautious. We all understand. The fat keykeeper laughed. It's already very brave of you to come to Bravos in person. The Sea King also smiled and skimmed over the matter. Then shall we officially begin? Danny raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes. The Sea King nodded, put away his smile and said seriously, since Your Majesty is sitting opposite me, I won't say anything more. Yes, Faceless has accepted the mission to assassinate you. But like all the religious groups on the Islands of Gods, the Black and White House is an independent organization. The Sea King and the government of Bravos have no right to interfere. In fact, I went to the Black and White House to find out about the bounty on you after Sir Gero's visit a few days ago. In the end, he looked at Danny with a sincere face and asked, "How about I call the person in charge of the Black and White House to discuss this matter with you personally?" Danny resisted the urge to slap the old man and nodded, "That's fine too." Clap clap clap. The old Sea King clapped his hands and shouted in the direction of the stairs, "Your Excellency Priestess, please come up." Dong dong dong. Heavy and slow footsteps came from the wooden stairs. It was a person's footsteps. From the frequency of the footsteps and the heavy landing sound, it could be judged that it was an old man. But there were 3 people coming up. 2 thin and shriveled little girls were supporting an old man in a hooded robe. The other 2 people did not surprise Danny, but the horse-faced brown-haired girl was exactly the same as the soul she saw in the dire wolf last time. Area. Chapter 380. The horse-faced girl was none other than Arya. She had been a cat by the canal watching the Dragon Queen in the crowd. Even after the Dragon Queen closed the door to the inn, she did not leave. The cat was working as a helper at the docks of Drowning Town. She wanted to know more about the Megalosaurus. Well, that black dragon was almost the same as the demonic dragon in Old Nan's story. It fulfilled all her fantasies about the Megalosaurus. She wanted to see a dragon. The Dragon Queen was at the inn. That black dragon that had flown off somewhere would come back. She wanted to see it again. A small hand grabbed her wrist. It was her senior sister, Waifu. Waifu was a pale-faced girl who looked no more than 10 years old. Her cheeks were sunken and she was thin and weak. She looked malnourished. But this little girl was older than Arya's mother. She was 36 this year. The strange poison of the House of Black and White had fixed her appearance and body shape to that of a 10-year-old. "The kind man is looking for you. As the former Stark, you should know your greatest enemy," Waifu said. "Who?" Arya asked in surprise. Then she seemed to think of something. She shook her head and denied it. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Stark. I'm the cat by the canal. I work for the fishmonger Brusco. I don't have any enemies." Waifu stared at her for a long time. Then she nodded. "Yes, you are the cat. The kind man wants you to remember someone. The King of the North, Stark's mortal enemy. Are you willing to go?" Arya turned around and looked at the blurry figure of the woman by the window on the 3rd floor of the Green Eel Inn. Her hesitation turned into determination. "Do you want to see Dany Lys Targaryen? I'll go." Then Arya and Waifu put on black and white robes and entered the True Dragon courtyard as the kind old man's maids. Dany was surprised by the horse-faced Arya's appearance. Arya also recognized Dany, the beautiful knight she had seen in her dream. Involuntarily, her eyes began to flicker, and a strange expression appeared on her face. She recalled the female knight's warning to her that day. "You're a shapeshifter, a wolf spirit. When you're in the wolf dream state, you must remember the taboo of a wolf spirit. Don't eat human flesh, don't deny your instincts, don't indulge in things that don't belong to humans." Her long horse-like face began to turn red and hot. She had eaten people before and was addicted to it. "Luckily, I was in my wolf form and she didn't recognize me," Arya thought with relief. The hooded old man noticed Arya's awkwardness, but he only frowned and didn't pay much attention to it. Well, he thought that Kitty was starting to bring in the identity of Arya Stark. It would be strange if Stark's heart was as calm as still water when he saw Targaryen. And this was exactly his goal. "This nameless man greets your majesty, Daenerys." The old man walked to Dany's side and bowed respectfully to her. 1 old man and 2 young. The robes of the 3 faceless people were very distinctive. The right half was black and the left half was white. What was even more distinctive was the old man's face. The moment he lifted his hood, Dany almost screamed. What a face that was. His skin was rotten and peeling off. The white tendons and red flesh showed the gray of a dead person. The bridge of his nose, forehead, chin and other angular parts revealed golden skulls. Right in front of Dany, a white maggot the size of a finger wriggled its way out of the eye socket. "What the fuck?" She cursed in her heart and almost shouted out loud. But in the next moment, in the blink of an eye, the old man's face changed. It was an ugly face with angry eyes. A big what flashed in Dany's mind. In the next moment, just as she suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes, she blinked again and the old man's face changed again. A serious and rigid old man with a white beard. So she blinked again. A mean old man's face. Blink again. A dull old man's face. Blink again. An expressionless old man's face. Blink again. An old man with an extremely faint smile. In this way, Danny kept blinking, and the old man's face kept changing from extremely terrifying to amiable. In the end, he became the kindest old man in Danny's eyes. Looking at that face, the hostility in Danny's heart gradually disappeared. Amazing. She closed her eyes and said sincerely, "Your Excellency High Priest's face-changing technique is at the peak of perfection. I'm amazed." To be honest, even a master of Sichuan opera couldn't compare to this old faceless man. P.S. It was too real. His expression was as vivid as a real person's. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a fake face with the naked eye. The old faceless man smiled indifferently with obvious pride in his eyes. Since he knew the purpose of today's negotiation, how could the faceless man not show off his skills? What's more, a certain queen had just used Estapo's dog to insult the famous faceless man. However, many times we don't judge a person by his face. Danny was unwilling to let the old man leave after showing off. For example, Estapo's dog can detect a person's aura and good and evil emotions. As long as it's an assassin, there will be malice in his heart. She said it again. Let Estapo's dog see a ghost. Dragon Queen's words are very true. The kind old man's heart was filled with hatred, but the kind smile on his face continued, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Danny's expression froze. She suddenly realized that she only felt kindness and peace from the old man, and even a feeling of closeness. But people with normal IQ knew that the old man must have hostility and killing intent towards her. Could it be that faceless people are also divided into levels? Could it be that Arya killed the Night King not because the scriptwriter was retarded, but because she had reached the highest level of faceless, and could even hide the aura of a living person and the killing intent in her heart? Danny was a little uncertain. Your Majesty, you came to me to ask about the assassination of you, right? The kind man continued to smile kindly and then said kindly, you captured the nameless person in the Great Pyramid of Estapo and then released her. So, I don't have to deny the failure of the Black and White School. Yes, we intended to assassinate you but unfortunately failed. Unfortunately? Danny's face was gloomy. Your Majesty, please believe me, the Black and White School has no malice to you, they are just doing things for money. The person who looked at the key handed over a ball of kindness and said with a smile. Danny was so angry that she laughed. Killing me is not malice? The person who wants to kill you is the employer. Assassins are like swords, although they kill people they don't have a personal will. The person who looked at the key explained. The kind man was very dissatisfied with the statement of the person who looked at the key. Although he was talking about the nature of assassins, faceless people did not put themselves in the category of assassins. They were organized, had beliefs, and had lofty ideals. They were an orthodox religious group. So, he turned his head and looked at the fat man beside him. His kind face instantly turned into a serious and rigid face. Danny, who had been staring at him, was shocked again. She wondered if she was a little old and dizzy. He didn't blink, but she still couldn't see his change of face. The serious man said, Your Excellency Bersalo, you have misunderstood the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces. All mortals have to die and all mortals have to serve. Death is a merciful relief. The nameless people are not assassins, they only represent the relief of the God of 1,000 faces. Moreover, the nameless people never selfishly give out gifts, nor do they actively choose to kill people. The nameless people are only the servants of the God of 1,000 faces. What he said was the truth of a lifetime. At least the explanation of the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces that faceless people believed in was not wrong. The assassination of faceless people was regarded as a sacred ceremony, just like the baptism of Christians. Death is a merciful relief. Does it sound like nonsense and perverted? This started with the birth of faceless people. For some unknown reason, Valeglia plundered slaves from all over the world and crazily excavated the 14 fire peaks. The 14 fire peaks were active volcanoes sealed by Valeglia's witchcraft. Active volcanoes. Just imagine, you can guess how harsh the environment inside the mine was. It was said that the strongest slave miners could hardly live for more than a month. Living so miserably, it was better to die happily. As a result, the people who couldn't bear it but were unwilling to kill themselves, brought death to the slaves. They were the first faceless people. At that time, death was really a merciful relief. But this doctrine was now. Not to say that it was inappropriate, at least ordinary people couldn't accept it and couldn't understand it. It was undeniable that in any society, in any environment, there were people who couldn't see past it. But the people who were assassinated by faceless people, 99% of them didn't want to die, and they didn't think that death was a merciful relief. Anyway, Dragon Queen was living well, very happy, and wanted to live for another 500 years. Not only that, even the person who looked at the key twisted his fat face. "Hey, Your Excellency Priestess, the way you talk nonsense with a serious face is really annoying." Danny leaned on the back of the wooden chair and lazily said. The kind person didn't speak, but his face changed, becoming a terrible angry face that could only be seen in nightmares. "Danny, such words should not come out of the mouth of a queen, especially when you are facing a highly respected high priestess." The Sea King's face was stern as he spoke in a serious tone as if he was an elder. "Do you want to die?" Danny squinted at him from the corner of her eyes. The old Sea King was so angry that his face turned white. He pointed at Danny with a trembling hand, trembling and unable to say a word. The chief swordsman suddenly stood up and coldly stared at the Dragon Queen, saying, "Are you threatening His Majesty the Sea King?" Danny spread her hands and said innocently, "Everyone saw that even the Sea King is old and suffering from illness every moment, but he still doesn't want to die, and doesn't think that death is a merciful relief. As the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself. Don't you understand this principle?" The Sea King's face turned purple. He glared at the frivolous Dragon Queen and said, "I respect the God of Thousand Faces, but I also have my own beliefs. The problem is I don't believe it either." Danny became more and more innocent. "Don't talk about this nonsense. Let's get to the point." Dark Star slammed the table impatiently and glanced at the four people opposite him, saying, "The Faceless may not be loyal to the Sea King, but they must serve the interests of the whole of Bravos. The assassination of Her Majesty the Queen definitely has nothing to do with the doctrine of the God of Thousand Faces. If there is no money and some ulterior political purpose, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. We only have two requests. First, don't send the Faceless to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen and her subordinates. Second, Bravos maintains a neutral political position and doesn't interfere in the affairs of Slave Bay and the Allies. In return. Sir Jero, is this your personal opinion, or are you relaying the Dragon Queen's conditions?" The Sea King angrily interrupted Dark Star and emphasized in a firm tone, "I also want to tell you two things. First, Bravos supports religious freedom. We don't interfere in the operations of the Black and White House. The assassination of the Queen has nothing to do with me or Bravos. Second, no outsiders are allowed to interfere in the internal and external affairs of Bravos." He looked straight into Danny's purple eyes and said word by word, "At the peak, Valeglia had more than 500 Dragon King, but the Dragon King never controlled our policies." Chapter 381. Valeglia at its peak conquered the whole world, but it still respected Bravos, the Sea King said firmly. That was bullshit. Valeglia never respected Bravos. Bravos was built by a group of rebellious slaves, while Valeglia took hundreds of thousands of slaves from the whole world every year and sent them to the 14 fire peaks to mine. It lasted for hundreds of years, almost forming an assembly line of mining slaves industry. Countless slaves revolted every year. To the people of Bravos, they felt that it was a great victory to be able to escape from Valeglia. It was enough to be recorded in history, passed down through the ages, and sung by the world for thousands of years. But to the people of Valeglia, it was just one or two supervisors who neglected their duties, just like one or two substandard products on the assembly line. Obviously, the people of Valeglia would not delay the production of the whole factory for a few substandard products. As for the ancestors of Bravos who escaped, the great wizard might have sent 3 or 4 Dragon King to search the coast casually. They did not find anything, so the matter was over because they were very busy, spending hundreds of thousands every minute, so they could not afford to delay. In the end, the ancestors of Bravos were overjoyed, thinking that they had defeated hundreds of Megalosaurus from Valeglia. After that, there was something that made the people of Bravos even more proud. 100 years after the slave revolt, the city of Bravos had been quietly developing for 100 years. During that time, they did not dare to contact the outside world, fearing that the Dragon King of Valeglia would come for them. Little did they know that Valeglia had already forgotten about this. But the people of Bravos still felt guilty. Before the city was completely exposed, they sent messengers with a lot of gold to Valeglia, going in through the back door, buying power and making arrangements. After making sure that the people of Valeglia would no longer trouble them, Bravos was excited as if they had defeated the Megalosaurus and sent out hero invitations, introducing the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia, Bravos, to the world. That's right, Bravos was not as independent as the Westeros. It still belonged to Valeglia's sphere of influence and was known as the illegitimate daughter of Valeglia. Think of Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Lys, Myr and Tarosai, the three sisters of Valeglia, and you will understand the position of Bravos at that time. In fact, before the cataclysm, Valeglia had indeed ruled the world. Other than Westeros, even the Soros continent, which was filled with miasma and plagues, had built a large number of Valeglia-free fortresses. Unfortunately, they were too close to Valeglia and were destroyed by tsunamis during the cataclysm. The Sea King's pretentious words were as laughable as Kakuzu's claim that he had fought against the first Hokage. Ha! Dany chuckled and leaned forward. She placed her elbows on the table and looked into the old Sea King's sharp green eyes. She said faintly, "Everyone, Bravos has never been regarded as a real enemy by the Dragon King, so it has never experienced the dragon's calamity. This has caused you to misunderstand one thing. You think that a strong bison should fear 500 fierce tigers and can be dismissive of 5 fierce tigers. In fact, to Bravos, 5 dragons and 500 dragons are really not much different." Bang! The Sea King slammed the table with all his strength. His eyes were spitting fire as he panted, "Dany Lissa, you are too arrogant. Even your father and grandfather would not dare to say such things to me. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me, and don't compare those two good-for-nothings with me." Dany wanted to shout, but she still bore the title of Targaryen. She could scold him in private, but she could not deceive her master and destroy her ancestors in public. She said faintly, "They don't have dragons. In this world, everything else is illusory. Only dragons are the masters. Everyone has been used to this rule for 6,000 years. I don't want to be the master of Bravos, but the problem is that I, who can be the master, am not willing to be the grandson. Do you understand, Your Majesty Frager Antolin?" The Sea King Frager panted. His pale, sickly face was flushed red. He looked deeply at the confident, arrogant, and domineering Dragon Queen opposite him. He gritted his teeth and said, "When the Targaryens were at their strongest, there were more than 20 dragons, but they did not have such crazy ideas like yours." Dany finally could not help but curse loudly, "Don't mention those idiots. They are not worthy of being Targaryens." What? The Sea King, the Keykeeper, and the Chief Swordsman were all stunned. "I am the Patriarch of the Targaryens, and the Archbishop of the Church of the Seven Gods. I announce a new rule of the Targaryens. Any Dragon King who kills one another, any Targaryens who kill their relatives, will lose the surname of Targaryen. Just like the illegitimate child is called Vishouse, those idiots who were expelled from the clan will be called Idiot. Blood Dragon Dance, Black Party Rhaenyra Idiot versus Green Party Aegon Idiot? It feels so idiotic. You are crazy." The old Sea King was horrified and said with some fear. Not to mention the old Sea King, even Arya, who had always been rebellious, was so shocked that she lost her rigid and solemn expression. Her gray eyes widened, and even the mucus at the corner of her eyes could be seen. "I'm not crazy." Dany sighed helplessly and asked, "If it were you with more than 20 dragons at home, would you still fight so hard for an iron chair that pokes your buttocks?" Everyone was silent. The old Sea King sighed sorrowfully. "The Bravos of the past generations had been guarding against this, and I actually encountered it. That's right, people with normal intelligence would not only fix their eyes on the narrow area of the King's Landing. So what if they ascended the Iron Throne? The Westeros were divided into 7 kingdoms and royal territories, and the Iron Throne could only govern one royal territory. If it were the Bravos, when the Megalosaurus multiplied and the family's strength increased, they would definitely fight for the right to rule the western continent of Ursus. It was just like what countless cities and races had done after the cataclysm. The Volantis had tried to unify the free cities, the Dothraki had tried to turn the western cities into their pastures, Pentos and Bravos had fought for the plains above the Lorne River, Myr and Tarosai had fought for the lands of strife, Kohler had fought for the plains in the Lorne River with Pentos and Volantis. Even now, after the Bravos became the leader of the 9 free cities, they were still working hard to expand their power and began to interfere in the affairs of the Westeros. They were all ambitious. With strength they began to try to rule the world. Therefore, after Aegon founded the country, the Bravos were always on tenterhooks, worried that the Targaryens would gather the power of the Westeros and invade the free cities. Especially during the period between Aegon I and King Renaru, equivalent to the Kangon and Shenlong era of the Dragonians, the megalosaurus of the Targaryen family multiplied in large numbers. Dozens of people, dozens of dragons, and the upper echelons of the free cities were scared out of their wits. If they put themselves in the shoes of others, they would definitely work hard to restore the hegemony of the Valeglia era. Therefore, the Bravos bewitched Alyssa, Princess Renaru's best friend, and stole 3 dragon eggs. The Bravos did not dare to send the Faceless One to steal the eggs, because at that time, no one dared to provoke the Targaryens. In fact, King Renaru was already prepared for an all-out war. As long as he found out who had hatched a dragon, he would lead his family and dozens of dragons to attack. At that time, no one knew who Alyssa had given the dragon eggs to, or where she had gone. Otherwise, war would have already broken out. Princess Renaru only guessed that her best friend had gone to explore the Sea of the Sunset based on her dreams. In fact, Alyssa had died a long time ago. Of course, the Bravos would not leave anyone alive to invite disaster upon themselves. It was not until 250 years later when Dany saw the red dragon egg in Volantis that she revealed to old Ymont the secret that had troubled the Targaryens for hundreds of years. But the Bravos Sea Kings had been in fear for more than 100 years, only to receive news of the blood dragon dance. What the fuck? While crying tears of joy, the Sea King of that era also thought disdainfully in his heart, dozens of dragons but none of them have the ambition to match it. To think that they are the bloodline of the conquerors of Valeglia. Those Targaryens are a bunch of fools. Thinking of this, Sea King brother Felix suddenly understood the Dragon Queen's words at this time. But this also meant that the Dragon Queen was a normal person. She did not inherit the foolish blood of her ancestors. She was not brainless. She was asking the world for the position of the Dragon King. This was what the Bravos Sea Kings were most worried about. Anxiously turning his head, the Sea King happened to meet the eyes of the Key Keeper. Both of them saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. But the Sea King ignored the deep determination hidden in the Keykeeper's eyes. What you said is very reasonable. You are the Dragon King, you have the right to ask for more. The Sea King sighed and turned to look respectfully at the benevolent man. With pleading eyes he said, High Priest, can you bend the rules and make an exception for the Dragon Queen? After a long silence, the benevolent man glanced at Arya from the corner of his eyes and said lightly, A life for a life. The Dragon Queen spared the life of a nameless person. Under the witness of the God of 1,000 Faces, the followers of the God of 1,000 Faces under the jurisdiction of the House of Black and White will not attack the Dragon Queen again. The benevolent man did not surrender directly, but compromised with the Dragon Queen on the grounds of a life for a life, while preserving the dignity of the House of Black and White. In fact, before figuring out the Dragon Queen's trump card and being 100% sure, the House of Black and White did not intend to send the Faceless to continue to perform tasks. For this reason, the only remaining insider, Grand Secretary Pycelle, wrote many letters to reprimand the House of Black and White for not keeping their promises and not doing anything for the money. The benevolent man's answer to Pycelle was, a life for a life. Where are my officials? Dany asked calmly without any joy on her face. The benevolent man answered with silence. After a while, the Keykeeper broke the awkward situation. His fat face squeezed out a happy chrysanthemum, which brought the Dragon Queen great kindness. Your Majesty, if it is not a deep personal grudge, very few people would pay a high price for the Faceless to kill, to bring a gift to your subordinates. In fact, there is only one king, but anyone can be an official. It is not worth it, not worth it. Dany was somewhat at a loss of what to do. If she forcibly asked the Faceless not to act against her subordinates, wouldn't that give them something to use against her? Under normal circumstances, the king did not care about the life and death of his subordinates. Just like the fat man Bersalo said, anyone can be an official. Originally, the Faceless did not care about the officials of the Slave Bay, but now that she was so concerned about the life and death of her subordinates, would she deliberately use them to threaten her? Even if one day, after a falling out, the Faceless really went to a large-scale assassination of her subordinates, even if they could not hurt her, they could at least make her furious and make her suffer? What is the price for killing me? Dany asked. This. The Fat Keeper looked embarrassed. On the left, he looked at the stupefied Sea King, and on the right he looked at the old man with a kind smile. "Your Excellency High Priest, you see, can this matter be revealed?" The fat man sorrowfully asked. "Yes." The benevolent man gently nodded. Then the keykeeper stretched out a hand. Chapter 382. Looking at the face of the Keyman, Bezalel squeezed out an awkward smile, stretched out his hand that looked like white bread, and raised his 5-carat-like fingers together. 5 million gold royals? Danny raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Yes. Bezalel pursed his lips and nodded. Haha, what do you say now? You are just a Keyman, yet you even know the remuneration of the faceless. There is no doubt that the gold royals of the Black and White House are stored in the Bravo's iron vault, and you still say it has nothing to do with it? Gerald Dane sneered. The Bravo's iron vault collects deposits from all over the world. The former King Eris and now Dornmartel also have deposits here. Bezalel looked up and rubbed his fat hands as he said. No wonder, in just over 300 years, Bravos jumped from a remote sea city to the head of the 9 free city-states. Danny sighed with a complicated expression. During the Valeglia period, Bravos was just an illegitimate daughter. Not to mention the other 8 city-states, even the neighboring White Harbor in the north was inferior. In the first few hundred years, Bravos could only eat the residue of the narrow sea trade, mainly competing with White Harbor for the trembling sea trade, but White Harbor had a longer history. After the Great Catastrophe, Volantis was also a big sister, for more than 100 years. When Aegon and his sister landed in the Westeros, Bravos had already become the head of the 9 free city-states. This speed of getting rich, it was no wonder that an immature dragon queen could earn 5 million gold royals. Even if the others were not as valuable as the dragon queen, as long as there were enough of them, the Black and White House could also earn 5 million gold royals in a year. Danny did not know how many faceless the Black and White House had, nor did she know how often they took orders, so the income was really hard to calculate. But the faceless were completely free of cost. The faceless who carried out the mission were believers of the God of Thousand Faces, and they did not even get a commission. All the gold would fall into the hands of the Black and White House and then be locked in the vault. How many faceless are there in the Black and White House? She could not help but ask. The kind person became kind again and said kindly, there is only one faceless person, but believers are all over Bravos, walking the whole world. Just like the Church of the 7 Gods, other than the irregular meetings, the believers would not stay in the church every day. The House of Black and White is the Baylor Cathedral of the God of 1,000 Faces. That's all. Thus, if you ride a dragon and burn down the Black-White School, at most you'll burn me to death. If you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop, that's just wishful thinking. Danny actually understood and felt more and more that Faceless One was a big trouble. But she still had to pretend that she didn't understand. She gave the kind person a kind smile and asked, the High Priest seems to be emphasizing that only the faceless under the jurisdiction of the Black and White School will no longer attack me. In other words, someone can break away from the Black and White School and regain their freedom? The benevolent man was very surprised. He didn't think that the Dragon Queen would be able to detect such a small loophole. What he didn't know was that a white-skinned Chinese with a yellow heart was sitting opposite him. A foreigner was playing word games with a Chinese. Your Majesty the Queen, someone will introduce you to the Church of Black and White School. The benevolent man cleared his throat and solemnly explained, the faceless one in the world is the priest of the Church of the God of 1,000 Faces. They have no worries and serve the God of 1,000 Faces wholeheartedly. They bring the gifts of the God to the people who deserve to die, so they are under the control of someone, the High Priest. But all churches can't only have priests, there are also ordinary believers. There are even monks who have returned to the secular world, but still retain their faith. At that time, the Nameless One will no longer be a nameless one. Danny didn't believe that the Black and White School would allow the old Faceless One to retire. In the movies, when an assassin wanted to retire and return to a normal life, almost none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the assassin organization. Not to mention the old assassin's pension, the dead could at least better keep the organization's secrets. How many people would a qualified Faceless One kill in his life? If he revealed his mission and the secrets of the Faceless One, how big of a storm would it cause? If a famous person uses the skills of a nameless person to kill me, who will it belong to? Danny asked with a frown. You have the Black and White School's promise that as long as it is a believer of the God of 1,000 faces, they will never attack you. This is a stronger and more sacred promise than the rights of guests and the sacred oath. If someone violates it, even if the Black and White School can't prevent it, they will be given the greatest punishment after the incident. The benevolent man said resolutely. Ah. The old faceless one spoke seriously, but Danny just wanted to laugh. A faceless one against a queen, it was really worth it. After a long time, the benevolent man asked, Dragon Queen, regarding the assassination of you by the nameless person, are you satisfied with the Black and White School's answer? It's okay. Danny gritted her teeth. What could she do if she wasn't satisfied? Since ancient times, the results of negotiations were not based on whether the two sides were right or wrong, but on how thick the muzzle of each side was and how far the shell could shoot. After some probing, Dragon Queen found that her muzzle was thick enough, but it couldn't kill the enemy in one shot. In the face of the faceless one with deep roots, powerful branches and leaves, yet extremely hidden, the Dragon Queen also felt powerless. She had a cannon, but there was nowhere to fire it. Clap, clap, clap. Fatty Bersallo clapped his hands and a smile blossomed on his face. Okay, the misunderstanding between the Black and White School and Dragon Queen has been perfectly resolved. How about we go to the Sea King Palace to celebrate? The benevolent man stood up and shook his head. Someone has to serve the God of 1,000 faces goodbye. Once again bowing to the Dragon Queen, the benevolent man led Arya and Waif to the stairs. Wait a minute. Dark Star extended his right hand to the faceless one. Your Majesty, you haven't asked who wants to kill you. Sir, forgive me for not being able to comply, but the Black and White School will never betray a devotee. The benevolent man stopped as if answering Gerald Dane, but his head turned to the Dragon Queen. Devotee? Danny had a strange look on her face. Fatty Bersallo explained, according to the doctrine of the God of 1,000 faces, death is the gift of God, the end of pain. So, if a person wants to get this gift, they have to make enough offerings to God. The faceless one will represent God and give the gift to anyone in the world. Damn, you can make a shameless assassination so fresh. I can't help but admire you. Gerald, don't make things difficult for the High Priest, I know who it is. Danny smiled helplessly. In the whole Westeros, except for Duke Tywin, who else can make up their mind to invite the faceless one as soon as they know that I'm hatching a dragon? The benevolent man's pupils contracted, and without saying a word, he turned and left. Tywin Lannister. Arya's eyes flashed, and she took one last look at the Dragon Queen before following the benevolent man. Your Majesty, you are so smart. Fatty Bersallo gave a thumbs up and praised. If Duke Tywin didn't find the Iron Treasury as a guarantee, I wouldn't know that Tywin, who is tens of thousands of miles away, would be so afraid of you. Now it seems that he did the right thing. You are the biggest threat to the Iron Throne. Sigh, there is no one in the Westeros more clear-headed than Duke Tywin. Tywin needs a loan to invite the faceless one? Isn't it said that Tywin's poop is gold? Danny was surprised. Fatty Bersallo's eyes flashed and he said pointedly, Your Majesty, you think that Targaryen's enemy is only Lannister? I don't want to think, I want them to think that Targaryen is not their enemy. Danny chuckled. A wise decision. If you insist on revenge, at least 5.5 of the 7 kingdoms will not be able to resolve the conflict with you. Bersallo praised. What does this have to do with Tywin's loan? Gerald Dane asked. Bersallo showed a shrewd smile and said, Since Theon Bella sits on the Iron Throne, and the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are hostile to Targaryen, then Duke Tywin doesn't need to spend his own money to serve the kingdom. Even if Targaryen is Lannister's mortal enemy, even if his grandson sits on the Iron Throne, or even his own grandson. Makes sense, Danny praised. No wonder Lannister can become the richest man in the 7 kingdoms, even in the distant Slave Bay, you can hear the story of Tywin pulling gold. Fatty's face suddenly turned bitter and he stammered, Your Majesty, there is something I don't know if I should say. Say it, I can take the worst news. Danny rolled her eyes at him and sighed. The Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted, you know that, right? Bersallo said. Yes. The debt of the royal family is guaranteed by the Iron Throne. Bersallo observed the Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully, According to tradition, the new dynasty has the obligation to repay the debt of the previous dynasty. Danny's heart was burning with anger, but her face was calm and she said lightly, So, if I sit on the Iron Throne, I still have to pay Tywin the money to hire the Faceless to assassinate me? Bersallo seemed to have encountered an extremely difficult matter, his white steamed bun-like face wrinkled like a bun, and his pair of chubby hands twisted into a fried dough twist. In theory it is like this. He seemed to be too ashamed, his head was almost buried on the table, and his voice was extremely low, like a mosquito in a mosquito net in summer. Danny was expressionless, and Geraldine sneered. Both of them stared at Fatty's bald head without saying a word. The atmosphere was oppressive, the firewood in the fireplace crackled, and sweat the size of beans seeped out of Fatty's shiny head. The Sea King, who had been pretending to be dead for a long time, seemed to wake up from his sleep and muttered, "The Dragon Queen grew up in Bravos and she is our good friend. Bersalo, for my sake, can you give me a 30% discount?" Bersalo Ryan immediately came to life, and with a pair of innocent eyes he shouted, "Your Highness Sea King, I am only one of the key keepers. I do not have the final say in the Iron Treasury." At most. Fatty clenched his teeth and said with a twisted face, "At most 20%. The Ryan family does not want the dividends from the Iron Treasury this year." "Danny, what do you think?" The Sea King looked at the Dragon Queen with a pair of sincere eyes. Danny did not comment and asked, "How much money does the King's Landing owe? Or, to ascend to the Iron Throne, how much money do I have to repay the Iron Treasury?" Bersalo immediately said, "The repayment within a year is only 6.35 million. If it is you, the loan for hiring Faceless One will be 20% off, and it will be cheaper by another million." "How much is the annual interest?" Danny asked again. "Not much, only 6.5%, much cheaper than the 9.3% of the Old Town's Church Bank." Bersalo smiled. It was lower than the low-interest loans of many modern banks, and was not considered a usury. However, in this world there was no interest on deposits, and sometimes large withdrawals had to pay a storage fee. This kind of interest was similar to national debt. Chapter 383. If I said I don't want the Iron Throne anymore, would you believe me? Danny laughed strangely. Ha ha. The Sea King and the Keyman laughed along, completely treating her words as a joke. "Your Majesty, 5 million gold royals may seem like a lot, but once you quell the rebellion and restore stability to the Seven Kingdoms economy, as long as you don't be as extravagant as King Robert, you can easily pay off the loan in 20 years. Bizarro comforted gently. 5 million is nothing to me, but I don't want to be bullied. To tell you the truth, even if I really sit on the Iron Throne one day, I won't pay a single copper coin back to Theon Lannister. You want to go back on your word?" The smile on Bizarro's fat face disappeared, and his expression darkened. "Danny, you have to think clearly. The Iron Treasury can't be defaulted," the Sea King advised. "I know." Danny nodded and sighed. "If a king doesn't pay off his debt, you will lend money to support another duke in the kingdom. The duke will use your money to overthrow the old king and become the new king, and the new king will repay the old king and his own debt to the Iron Treasury. Do it with all your might." She waved her hand and said encouragingly, "Go and give money to Lannister, to Tyrell, to anyone in the Westeros. I support you." The Sea King and Bizarro looked at each other. They didn't expect the Dragon Queen to have such a reaction. Did she think that the gold in the Iron Treasury was not as useful as dragons? It seemed, "We can put this matter aside for now. After all, Lannister is still sitting on the Iron Throne. Perhaps, before the Queen takes back the Iron Throne, the debt problem will be solved." Bizarro laughed like a Mithra Buddha again, rubbing his fat hands. "Once we're done with business, why don't we go to the Sea King's palace? There's a grand banquet waiting for Her Majesty the Queen. Since a week ago, His Majesty the Sea King has been preparing for tonight's negotiations and the banquet afterwards. At this moment, who knows how many dignitaries, singers and poets have gathered at the Sea King's palace. Forget about the banquet, I'll leave after we're done with one last thing." Danny waved her hand and refused. "You're not going to the banquet at the Sea King's palace? That was specially prepared for you." Bizarro frowned. "I don't want to attend that banquet either. Let those people entertain themselves." The Sea King mumbled tiredly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed through the fatty's eyes as he looked at the Sea King, but it was only for a moment before he smiled and nodded in agreement. That's good. What does Your Majesty want to talk about? Your Iron Treasury collects deposits from all over the world, doesn't it? Of course, even the Jade Sea Lightning Island has a branch of the Iron Treasury. Just the Bo dynasty alone took a loan of 13 million gold royals from us. Compared to them, the Iron Throne's money is nothing," said the fat man proudly. How did the Bo clan borrow so much money? Danny asked in shock. The barbarian lands now have 3 monarchs. Each country is divided into 3 parts. Even if we don't go to war every year, we would at least have a small war every 2 years and a big war every 3 years. How can we not lack money? Did the Iron Treasury take a loan from the other 2 monarchs? Danny asked coldly. No, their dynasties are newly established. Unlike the Bo clan, whose government has already decayed, each of them still has an important trading town. They don't lack money, said the fat man regretfully. Are you going to take my money? What? The Sea King and the Keykeeper exclaimed at the same time. Do you want my gold at Slaver's Bay? Danny said confidently. What do you want to do? The Keykeeper's fat face was excited and nervous at the same time. Oily sweat instantly covered his nose. I want to buy food from the 9 free cities. You want to use the Iron Treasury's credit as a guarantee to buy food from the Allied forces. The Sea King looked at Danny with disdain and shook his head. That's a good idea, but the Allied forces aren't stupid. Why would they sell their food to you? Danny smiled and said, I'm not buying this year's food. I'll store the gold in the Iron Treasury. You guys will be my agent and sign a contract with the merchants who own the land and food. The Iron Treasury will also pay the deposit and balance for me. The food I buy will still be bought by you guys and handed to me in the end. Simply put, the Iron Treasury is a middleman for food. I hope that from now on for the next 5 years, the entire world's land will be planted with food. Rice, wheat, corn, smoked meat and so on, as long as it can be stored for a long time. For the next 5 years, I will buy all the food at the highest price that has ever been seen in the past year, without any limit or time limit. What does this mean? The Sea King was stunned. Is it possible? Can the Iron Treasury do it? Danny asked. I'm afraid you'll have to spend a lot of money. Understanding flashed in Bizarro's eyes. After exchanging a look with the Sea King, a sense of superiority suddenly appeared on his face that made Danny feel baffled. In the past half a month, the Archbishop of King's Landing and the old town of Hyder have contacted all the major food merchants in the free cities at almost the same time to buy food in bulk. The price of food has increased by at least 5 times. He suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and said seriously. The lower-than-expected price of food attracted all of Danny's attention. She said in surprise, only 5 times? Is 5 times very low? Bezalel looked at the Dragon Queen strangely. Could it be that this was a fatuous ruler who said, why not eat meat? Danny suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and asked seriously, how much did Hyder and the Archbishop spend to buy food? Bizarro hesitated for a moment before he reluctantly told her the information that he had spent a huge amount of money to gather. Hyder estimated that he would spend 3 million gold royals to buy food. It was very terrifying. They were the ones who raised the price of food. The Big Sparrow of King's Landing also has 500,000 gold royals. Therefore the price has increased even more. As expected, someone had failed to keep the appointment. The old man of the old town did not play any tricks and honestly contributed 3 million gold royals in cash. But the Big Sparrow, with a sigh in her heart, Danny asked deliberately, where did the Big Sparrow get the money? I remember that he did not get the support of the old town's starry sanctuary. The starry sanctuary was once the holy see of the 7 gods and was also the only shareholder of the church bank. Your Majesty, this is a trade secret. We have to keep it a secret for our guests. The fatty hesitated. Tell her everything. Before Danny could say anything, the Sea King rubbed his waist and shouted, the sooner we finish the discussion, the sooner I can go back. Bersalo's fat face showed obvious anger, but the old Sea King was so tired from the pain of his illness that he did not notice it at all. On the other hand, the chief swordsman Kue Luo, who had hardly spoken, glared at the fatty with sharp eyes. With just a glance, the strange look on the fatty's face disappeared and was replaced by a ball of kindness. The Big Sparrow used the church bank as collateral and loaned 277,777 gold royals. What? The Sea King exclaimed and immediately turned his sharp eyes to Bersalo. He questioned, why didn't you inform me of such an important matter? It was only a little more than a week ago. Naho did not even bring back the agreement. Bersalo lowered his eyes and said, He. The Sea King glanced at the Dragon Queen who was watching the melon with her eyes wide open. He only sneered twice and did not put on a good show in front of outsiders. Danny looked at the two of them and regretfully smacked her lips. She asked, what did you do with the remaining gold royals? About another 500,000 gold royals were spent on weapons and armor. From what I know, it seems that Mill alone ordered more than 10,000 sets of paladin equipment, which are the church's child of war silver armor, rainbow cloak and starlight sword. There were also coerced blacksmiths and iron ingots, Tarot-sized crossbows and arrows. The fat keykeeper concluded, the big sparrow is not stupid. With gold royals and food we need the power to protect them. Restoring the church's armed forces is the best choice. Danny sighed and asked again, even so we only spent 1,000,000 gold royals. What happened to the rest of the money? Isn't it obvious? In the future, it will cost a lot to maintain the church's armed forces of tens of thousands of people. He let the Iron Treasury transport the cash to King's Landing. It can be considered as preparing for a rainy day. The fatty shrugged and said matter-of-factly, preparing for a rainy day. Danny smiled bitterly. 1 gold royal was about 12,000 RMB in purchasing power. 500,000 gold royals was about 6 billion. In summer, under normal conditions, no natural or man-made disasters, 1 kilogram of rice was $5. In winter the price doubled to $10. Now it had increased to 5 times the original price, which was $50. The food that was bought on the other side of the narrow sea had to be transported back. Considering that King's Landing was located at Blackwater Bay, which was right next to the narrow sea, the straight-line distance of 400 kilometers to 1,300 kilometers, the loss and transportation cost added up. Even if the 7 gods blessed and there was no sea disaster, the cost would only double, definitely more than that, which was $100. In the sky the big sparrow only had 60 million kilograms of food. Well, 60 million kilograms sounded a bit much. If it was converted into tons, it would be 30,000 tons. It seemed to be enough. But considering the population of King's Landing, 500,000 locals plus the endless refugees in Hejin County equals 1 kilogram of food per person a day. Considering that he had to support tens of thousands of churches' armed forces, on average, it might be more than that. If one person was 300 kilograms a year, the church could only support 200,000 people a year. Considering the miraculous food like the brown soup in King's Landing, and the stockpiled food of the nobles and merchants, the big sparrow did not need to feed everyone in King's Landing. He could probably last for 2 years, at most 3 years. Well, the big sparrow seemed to have calculated. He thought that this winter would be the same as the previous years, which would only last for 2 or 3 years. How much profit? What? Danny looked at the fat man who asked the question in confusion. He rubbed his fat hands and asked with a smile, I mean, as the middleman, how much difference can the Iron Treasury make? How much do you want? Danny smiled. Well. The fat man's eyes flashed with shrewdness. He counted with his fingers and began to calculate for the Dragon Queen. You see, for large amounts of gold in a foreign country, there is a 3% to 15% processing fee. Considering the tense situation between Slave Bay and the Alliance, at least 14. Sai, with your status Dragon Queen, we only charge 13.5%. That's not much, right? Well, it's not much. Danny nodded. It really wasn't much. Transporting gold from Slavers Bay to Volantis, which was the nearest city, was about 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers of sea route. On the way they still had to pass through the eastern summer sea, where there were many pirates, and the Valyrian ruins, where the weather was unpredictable. Compared to the cost of the Spanish treasure fleet in the 17th century, 15% commission was not much. After all, the money was stored in the Iron Treasury. She could use it anywhere in the world, saving a lot of transportation and guarding costs. Secondly, there is the profit of being a temporary food merchant. Chapter 384. When he talked about his profession, Fatty's nose was red and bright like a light bulb. He said sincerely, Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. Our Iron Treasury relies on lending and has a profit margin of at least 10% to 30% a year. That is to say, for a business of 100 gold royals, we can get a profit of about 20 gold royals. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other banks in the trading city. They are not as stable as the Iron Treasury, probably between 45% to 64%. Well, we only earn and don't lose, they earn and lose. That is to say, if I want you to be the middleman for food, I will give you at least 10% of the profit? Danny said. This should be more than 20%. Fatty rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, the average profit is around 20%. If you want a blacksmith to sell flour, then the profit of the flour industry can't be lower than that of a blacksmith. Don't you think that makes sense? The annual interest of the Iron Treasury's loan to the Iron Throne is only 6%. How much lower is it than 20%? Gerald said coldly. Looking at the bitter smile on Fatty's face, he said, Sir Gerald, you have to consider the risks when doing business. A business with no loss will naturally have low profits. A business with high risks must have high profits. If not, it will go bankrupt. For example, lending to sea merchants is very risky. If there is a slight accident, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. The merchant will jump into the sea and our loan will sink. Therefore, the interest is as high as 80% to 500%. Even so, not many banks dare to allocate funds casually. Why do you think that buying food for the Queen is riskier than lending to the Iron Throne? The Queen has already stored the cash in the Iron Treasury. How can she go back on her words? In the Iron Throne. I hope you can clear the debt before next summer. Gerald's purple eyes were full of mockery. The Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted. Fatty first said it like an oath, then smiled and explained, the Iron Throne used the identity of the Undul's, Loiner and First People's king to borrow from the Iron Treasury with the entire Westeros as collateral. As long as the Seven Kingdoms still have kings, as long as the Westeros still exist, we will definitely be able to get back the principal and interest. But Dragon Queen wants us to be the middlemen. Middlemen are still merchants and merchants will lose money. For example, the Dragon Queen spent millions to buy food and stored it for 5 years. In the end, it became moldy and spoiled. She definitely wouldn't want it. Wouldn't the loss be counted as the middleman's fault? Hearing this, Dany's expression changed several times. She sighed and said, I originally just wanted you to work for me. But you jumped into the pit yourselves. Who's to blame? Tell me about it. Fatty raised his eyebrows. The Iron Treasury will accept my employment and become my grain purchasing manager. You will be charged for your service and won't have to bear any risk. There shouldn't be a 20% commission like that, right? Dany said dejectedly. Fatty Bersalo nodded with a smile and said, yes, if it's the cooperation model you mentioned, then at most 15% profit. Your Majesty, you've said it yourself. Unlimited purchase of grain is a huge business that costs tens of millions of gold royals. The entire continent of Ursos is covered. How much manpower and resources will the Iron Gold Vault have to invest? Just like the example you mentioned before, if you want blacksmiths to change professions, you must have a higher profit margin than blacksmiths. For your grain purchasing plan, the entire Iron Gold Vault will have to be mobilized. This will seriously delay our original business. It's almost equivalent to changing professions from bankers to grain merchants. In other words, if you don't want to be a manager and become a large grain merchant, you will sign a contract with me as a seller. Dany confirmed again. That's right. You only need to deposit the gold into the Iron Gold Vault in advance and pay a 30% deposit. We will definitely give you the same amount of grain 5 years later. As for how we buy the grain, what price we buy it at, and how we store it, you don't need to care. If you pay 5 times the price, we can even help you transport the grain to Dragonstone Island, Bersalo said confidently. Dragon Queen nodded reluctantly and said, one last question. How much grain can I receive in 5 years? That depends on how much gold you have, Bersalo said. You're that confident? Dragon Queen raised her voice. The current price of grain is about 200,000 gold royals for 10,000 tons. The land in the Rhone River is fertile, and it ripens twice a year. Considering the upcoming winter, let's say it ripens once a year. 1 acre of ripened land requires at least 200 kilograms of grain. 10,000 tons is about 100,000 acres of land. Just the Andros plains of the upper Rhone River alone can provide 1 billion acres of farmland and pastures. If from now on 1 billion acres of land will be sown with winter wheat. 1 year later, 100 million tons of wheat will be harvested. You will have to pay 2 billion gold royals for it. Slavers Bay has 2 billion gold royals? Bersalo smiled confidently. Andros was the homeland of the Undulls. To the west was the Bravos Strait, to the east was the upper Rhone River, and to the south were mountains. Although there were many hills because it was surrounded by mountains and rivers, there were many plains suitable for farming. It was definitely the foundation of an emperor. Unfortunately, the conflict between civilizations in Ursos was too intense. The Undulls, who were powerful in the Westeros, could not protect their ancestral land. Now, the Undulls and Ursos were almost wiped out, and Andros fell under the control of the Bravos people. Andros basically supplied all of Bravos' food, meat, milk, and production materials. Yes, the water city of Bravos had a large area of influence and did not lack food. But Fatty was still bragging. Not to mention 1 billion acres of farmland, the vast Andorras had 2 billion acres of arable land. But arable land was not the same as arable land. At the very least, the farmers needed to take care of the farmland. Even the great Celestial Empire did not have 2 billion acres of arable land. Danny Slaver's Bay was 10 times more fertile than Andorras. The two rivers and the Kayuan Plains covered hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. But limited by the population, the farmland that was effectively used was not even enough to cover 20 million acres. Without a doubt, the population of Bravos was not as large as Slaver's Bay, and it was impossible to grow 1 billion acres of wheat. But Danny did not care if Fatty was bragging as long as he could grow the food she needed. I have 50 million gold royals worth of gold, 8 million gold royals worth of silver, and about 10 million gold royals worth of jewelry. Danny reported a shocking number. Gerald Dane and the chief swordsman were shocked, but the Sea King and Bersalo were calm. In fact, anyone who had been to the Iron Treasury's hidden gold cave would not be shocked by a small amount of tens of millions of gold royals. We don't accept silver. Bersalo hesitated. Although silver was only worth 8 million gold royals, its volume was more than 50 times that of 50 million gold royals. Transporting thousands, tens of thousands of kilometers, would the Iron Treasury suffer a loss? If you don't accept it, then don't. I have to leave some money to set up a bank in Slaver's Bay. Danny said casually. Bersalo's eyes lit up and he smiled kindly. Can the Iron Treasury invest? No, I want to set up a national bank and foreign investment is not allowed. But you can set up a branch of the Iron Treasury in Slaver's Bay. Danny said. Great. Bersalo was even more delighted. Although the Gith people had fallen, there were two things they did very well. First, their economy was completely independent, and there was not even a foreign bank in the entire Slaver's Bay. Second, their own temple of divine grace had become a brothel, and their religion was in a mess, but they firmly resisted foreign religious forces. They were almost the only country in the world that did not have a red temple. Yes, even the port cities of the Westeros had a red temple. Finally, I need a fleet, either rented or bought, and a group of sailors to set off immediately to the Great Wall, to the East Sea, and to bring the barbarians waiting there to the Narrow Sea for winter. Danny said. Barbarians. You want to use the power of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall to attack the city-state of the Narrow Sea? The Sea King was surprised and immediately shook his head. Bravos can't do this business with you. Bravos has also joined the alliance. Danny asked calmly. Bravos is against slavery, why would they join the alliance? But we don't want to see the political situation of the city-state of the Narrow Sea change, which would conflict with the interests of Bravos. The Sea King said firmly. I just want to find an unclaimed land in the land of strife for the barbarians to survive this winter. Danny sighed. Do you believe your own words? The Sea King sneered. Danny turned her gaze to the fat keeper who was listening with a smile. Bravos is not the only one with a ship and you can't stop me. Why don't you make money and I save some time and energy and we can all be harmonious? How about that? The fat man's eyes flashed and he asked, must you bring the barbarians to the land of strife? I have signed a 3-way lease agreement with the barbarians. It is a sacred contract and cannot be violated. Danny smiled gently and her tone was firm. The fat man looked at the gloomy Sea King and said awkwardly, this is a serious matter and we have to discuss it. Also, we have to discuss the specific regulations of the food comprador. Why don't your majesty stay at the Sea King's palace for a few days, and we can discuss it in detail? Danny shook her head and said, I will leave tonight. Sell the ship or not, just say it. As for the terms of the purchase of food, Sir Gerald Dane is fully responsible, and the White Knight is qualified to sign the contract on behalf of the Queen. Bersalo approached the Sea King and said softly in a voice that could be heard by the Dragon Queen, I will ask the doctor and the guard. They are by the moon pool. The Sea King's face changed and he said angrily, when did this happen? Why didn't I know anything about it? Bersalo looked at Danny and said to the Sea King, they are very concerned about the arrival of the Dragon Queen, and they are riding a purple ship behind your fleet. It was a last-minute decision. The Sea King was the ruler of Bravos and he had the same power as the king. There were no titles like Duke or Earl under the Sea King, and the city manager was a knowledgeable doctor and the guard of the Iron Treasury. The doctor of Bravos was as knowledgeable as the doctor of the City of Knowledge. But the position was completely different, and the Doctor of Bravos had more power and more direct management power. In other words, the Doctor of the City of Knowledge was equivalent to the Doctor of a modern university, and the Doctor of Bravos was equivalent to the Jianghu. Well, it was similar to the scholar bureaucrats of the ancient Celestial dynasty, which built the civil service system of Bravos. Of course, there was a difference with the scholar bureaucrats, and the Doctor here was similar to the title of nobility, and could be passed down to the next generation. Well, it was equivalent to the father taking the Jianghu exam, and only his son could inherit his Jianghu position. Of course, to inherit the family's doctor position, one's knowledge and ability must be qualified, and idiots were not qualified to become doctors. The guards were the managers of the Iron Treasury, and they were composed of shareholders, financiers, key-keepers, and lenders. Strictly speaking, the fatty Bizarro was also a guard. The guards and the doctor formed the real ruling class of Bravos, and even the Sea King was elected by them from the citizens. The election process was mysterious and complicated, and it seemed to refer to the prophecies of the Moon Singer and the Oracle of the God of 1,000 Faces, and ordinary people would never understand. Chapter 385. The Sea King's face was very ugly. Even Danny and Gerald understood that he really knew nothing about the behavior of the doctor and the guards. Was there a game of power in Bravos? Well, there was a game of power everywhere. However, the political situation in Bravos was famous for being stable among the 9 free city-states. There had never been a fatuous ruler, a crazy king, a powerful minister, a rebellious minister, or a warlord rebellion. The Sea King, the Doctor, the Iron Treasury, and the Islands of Gods. The 4 forces had a clear division of labor, harmonious and united. They were not the best political group in the world of power travel, but at least they had the best performance. Especially when compared to the Westeros, who were rotten like a cesspool. Since the doctors and the guards are here, why don't you come up and have a seat and settle the matter directly? Danny suggested. The appearance of the doctor and the guards made the Sea King surprised and angry, but he was still rational and did not want to lose his dignity in front of outsiders. He did not object and only looked at Bersalo. Important matters that affect the future of Bravos need to be discussed and decided by the doctor and the guards, but they are only the Sea King's advisors. The Sea King can represent Bravos to sign an agreement with you. Bersalo declined tactfully. The Sea King's face looked better. So? Danny asked. The fat man stood up and bowed to the Dragon Queen, saying, Your Majesty, since you are leaving tonight, can you wait for me for a while and let me tell the doctor and the guards your request? As you said, whether it can be done or not depends on one word. After it is done, I will slowly discuss the specific terms with Sir Gerald Dane. How long will it take? Not too long, about an hour or 2. The fat man replied. Okay, I will wait for you for 2 hours. Danny nodded. When the fat man left with heavy steps, the old Sea King and the Dragon Queen were speechless. After staring for a while, he seemed to think of something and asked, Danny, can I ask why you bought so much food? If I said the night is long and I want to save the world, would you believe me? Do you believe it? Danny sighed. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why do you have to use this kind of nonsense to fool this king? The old Sea King said angrily. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Danny smiled bitterly and said, Winter is coming, but the Westeros haven't stored enough food. Almost half of the tens of millions of people in the 7 countries have starved to death. I plan to send a batch of food back to buy people's hearts. If the people could decide who the Iron Throne belongs to, Old Rose would be the one sitting on the Iron Throne, not Cersei, based on the grain that High Court sent to King's Landing. I don't believe that you don't understand this principle. The old Sea King sneered again and again. Sigh, you really have sharp eyes. Danny had no choice but to say, now that things have come to this, I won't hide my purpose. I want the Iron Throne. I must have the Iron Throne. Targaryen cannot live without it. But with the allied army nearby, I won't be able to invest in the Westeros for the next few years. A few years is enough for Lannister to stabilize the situation and let the 7 countries recover from years of war. At that time, I will definitely face a powerful enemy, even more powerful than the allied army. So, I must first take Dragonstone Island, plant a nail in the Westeros, and fight a protracted war with Lannister. Store enough food for 10 years and let the 7 countries bleed for 5 years. After 5 years, either I will be defeated by the allied army, or the allied army will lift the blockade of Slaver's Bay. No matter what, I will be able to put all my strength into the war for supremacy in the Westeros. Good. Sea King Frere cheered loudly. What a vicious, cunning, and crazy woman. As expected of the daughter of Mad King Ares, as expected of the commander of the allied army that overturned Slaver's Bay, as expected of the demon dragon queen who terrified the people of the world. King Ares's spirit in heaven will be very proud to see you like this. Very proud. The Iron Throne will belong to you. Watching you grow from a child to a qualified king, I am also proud of you, he said sincerely. You flatter me, I am far inferior to Senior. Danny showed a slightly stiff and humble smile. A glint flashed across the Sea King's eyes, and he raised his chin with white stubble. He smiled reservedly and said, I'm afraid that the Iron Throne is only a part of your ambition? What do you mean? Danny was confused. Could it be that she was too domineering, and the old man thought that she was the empress who was destined to rule the world with just one look? I heard that you swore to the nobles of the 7 countries that the one who ends the long night will be king? You saw deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall and you think that the long night is coming? The Sea King asked with a chuckle. You even know this? Danny's pupils contracted. Accurate and timely information is money. The Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world, and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world, the old Sea King said confidently. That's right, there are deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall and I even fought with them. If the legends are correct, the long night is coming, and that's why I want to buy food on a large scale. Danny decided to be an honest child and told him the truth. She came up with the Futures to Save the World plan, because the warm and rich Ursos continent did not have a tradition of storing food. She planned to use gold to stimulate the merchants to plant food on a large scale, and when the long night came, the people could survive on that batch of food. If everyone believed that the long night was coming, they would be more anxious to produce food than she was. In this way she would have achieved her goal in disguise. Yes, she could still save the gold. Ha ha ha. The Sea King threw his head back and laughed, and there was a sense of pride and arrogance in his smile that said, I have seen through everything but you know nothing. What? You don't believe me? Danny was confused. I do, of course I do. The Sea King nodded with a smile. If you believe me, then why are you laughing? Danny said angrily. Sorry. The Sea King was embarrassed. Was the contempt and arrogance in his smile that obvious? After being the Sea King for decades, he was not even as shrewd as a little queen. That was not right. Danny, as I said before, the Iron Treasury has the most gold in the world, and also the most powerful intelligence network in the world. To be honest, your King's Landing's eunuch, the 8-clawed spider, is very talented in intelligence. His ability, coupled with Pentos Illyrio's unlimited support of the gold dragons, formed a powerful intelligence network that even King Ares, Robert, and even Tywin could not do without. But no matter what, one person is no match for an organization. In terms of intelligence, they are not even worthy of carrying the Iron Treasury's shoes. The old Sea King said proudly. So, what do you know? Danny asked with a wooden face. Deviant ghosts. The Sea King said seriously, deviant ghosts are real. As early as 20 years ago, when they first appeared on the coast near Difficult Settlement, we knew about it. You're not kidding? Danny supported herself on the table and suddenly stood up, looking at the smiling old man in disbelief. The Dragon Queen's loss of composure made the people of Braavos very satisfied. That's right, we found the deviant ghosts 20 years ago. The Sea King nodded and smiled. Impossible, if the deviant ghosts had appeared 20 years ago, it would have been a long night by now. And why haven't we heard any news of such an important matter? Giro Dane was determined not to believe it. Every year, the merchant ships of Braavos would go north to the East Sea to look, and further north to Difficult Settlement to do business with the Night Watchers and the Savages. This is a 1,000-year tradition of Braavos. A palm-sized piece of dog-head gold, an iron sword, a leather bag of shoddy wine, and a bag of salt could be exchanged for it. The Sea King stretched out his right hand, which had shriveled muscles, protruding tendons, and age spots the size of broad beans on his skin. He frowned and quickly retracted his right hand. Of course, while buying furs, gold, and other materials, the merchants of Braavos would also inquire about the Savages' tribes. It was not to spy on the Savages beyond the Great Wall, as there was no valuable information. The merchants would also go to Bear Island and the frozen coast on the other side of the continent, as they needed to know what the Savages' tribes had and what they lacked. Then, every 4 or 5 years they would bring the goods that the Savages needed, go around the continent of Ursos and go to the other side. Coincidentally, One of the savages unintentionally told the sea merchants about the white ghouls. The white ghouls represent the long night, so how could we not take it seriously? Did you send someone to confirm it? Danny asked. Of course, it would be a joke if such an important matter was messed up. The old Sea King nodded and recalled, at that time I personally sent 10 ghost hunters to the flying giant warship. At night they quietly left the port. They did not disappoint, and under the guidance of the savages, it took them 2 months to finally see the white ghouls. At this point, the Sea King paused absent-mindedly. Did you catch them? Jiro asked. The Sea King came back to his senses and shook his head. No, 9 of the 10 warriors died. My first chief swordsman, who was also my brother, was among them. The last warrior also died 3 days after returning to Bravos. Even 9 of Valeglia's steel swords were lost. 9. Danny widened her eyes in disbelief. Since we knew that we were going to deal with deviant ghosts, of course, we had to prepare steel swords with anti-magic properties, the Sea King said matter-of-factly. Where did you get so many steel swords? Jiro asked the question that Danny wanted to ask. The old Sea King disagreed with their doubts and said, the people of Valeglia made more than 3,000 steel swords, and the Westeros alone had more than 200. As the world's #1 trading city-state, how many steel swords does Bravos lack? Not lacking? Good, very good. I also hope that your performance will continue to be so good. Danny thought with a wooden face. You didn't look for the swords after they were lost? Jiro asked. We looked for them but we couldn't find them. Maybe the savages picked them up, the Sea King said. No, the savages didn't have steel swords, so they might have become the deviant ghost spoils of war, Danny suddenly said. Steel swords could break magic, but it did not mean that they could ward off evil spirits. Evil spirits could also use steel swords. They know how to keep their spoils of war? The Sea King asked suspiciously. Deviant ghosts have intelligence. Danny nodded and asked, 20 years ago did you hoard food too? Did you plan to control the world through food? Chapter 386. The old Sea King and the chief swordsman looked at each other, turned around and gave an awkward but polite smile to the Dragon Queen. He said, we have hoarded food but we have never thought of plundering the world, let alone having the crazy ambition to control the world. We are, his pale face turned red. The old Sea King finally remembered what the Dragon Queen had said before. It was a reason that no one would believe, but it was a reason to buy food. Like you, Danny, we also intend to save the world by hoarding food. The old Sea King spoke with conviction and sincerity. Yes, I believe you. Hoarding food to deal with the long night, to save the people of the world. In the end, he lamented, Danny, I have underestimated you really. I didn't expect you to be so thorough. You even came up with such a slogan. I'm not as good as you. I have a big pile of MMP that I want to paste on your face. Danny's face was wooden. She asked again, you lost? The Sea King's lamentation turned into dullness, then from dullness to realization, then to awkwardness and finally awkwardness to embarrassment. He shifted his sickly body awkwardly. His pale face turned slightly dark. He muttered, I lost everything. I lost badly, worse than you. Worse than me? Danny raised her voice. She seemed to be dissatisfied that someone dared to compare themselves to her. The Sea King's eyes turned awkwardly after he said what was on his mind. After a while he sighed. He decided that he should be honest with an old hand like himself. I have the same idea as you. The Iron Treasury invested more than 80 million gold royals from the Jade Sea to the Summer Sea, and then to the river bend in the west to purchase food and supplies. We are waiting for the long night to come and harvest the gold of the entire world. Cough, cough. The chief swordsman was ashamed. He coughed a few times to interrupt the Sea King's nonsense and said softly, Save the world. Save the world is a slogan. We are all sensible people. There is no need to say such nonsense. The old Sea King muttered. You are the Sea King. The chief swordsman insisted stubbornly. Everyone knows. The Sea King sighed helplessly, skipped over this part and continued, Sigh, I've waited for 2 years but instead of the long night, summer has arrived. Danny could almost imagine the dumbfounded expressions of the people of Bravos staring at the sun as the temperature rose day by day. The corner of her mouth twitched a few times and she asked again, And then? You failed once and now you've given up? You no longer believe in the legend of the long night? How is that possible? That was a deviant ghost that had appeared in the human world in the legends. Who wouldn't be afraid? Also, the prophecies of Yasur and Ahai have been passed down for thousands of years. Who dares to not believe them? The old Sea King shook his head vigorously. However, we have also become more cautious and have begun to search for the child of prophecy. If we can find the child of prophecy, then the time of the long night can be roughly calculated. Let's go to the Isle of Gods and the Moon Chanter Temple. We'll ask the high priest to make a prophecy about the prince in the prophecy. At this point, the old man looked at Danny with a complicated gaze. Prince Riga, your brother is the prince in the prophecy. That's what the Moon Chanter told us. Then we went to King's Landing to investigate. In Aegon V, when your great-grandfather was in power, a forest which had also prophesied that the child of prophecy would be born in the descendants of Eris and his wife. It coincided with the prophecies of the Moon Chanter, so we were very sure that Riga was the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. And at that time he had just come of age in the prime of his life, smart and wise, brave and courageous, in line with everyone's fantasy of the child of prophecy. Then the Iron Treasury began to store food again. This time it was on a larger scale and lasted longer, from summer to autumn and from autumn to winter. It cost 130 million gold royals in an attempt to earn back the previous losses. Cough, cough, cough. The chief swordsman coughed as if he was ill. The Sea King was interrupted and was stunned for a while before he could react. He said helplessly, it cost 130 million in an attempt to save the world. Unfortunately, the heavens did not follow our wishes, waiting for the wrong spring, waiting for the news of Prince Riga's defeat and death. At that time, winter had not yet passed, and we still held on to the last glimmer of hope. Then the 11-year-long summer came. Bello's predecessor, the general manager of the Iron Treasury who presided over the two matters of storing food, killed himself. The Sea King lamented. Danny was stunned and asked, "You have completely given up and are not going to save the world anymore?" "How could we?" The Sea King shook his head and sighed, "The legend of the long night is too frightening. Of course we will not give up because of one or two failures to save the world. After all, the deviant ghosts are real." Later, when the summer was at its hottest, we sent people deep into the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall, ready to explore the deviant ghosts. Guess what? We did not encounter any deviant ghosts, but we found a few savage tribes in the frozen glaciers. One of the old men said that he had known about the white ghosts since he could remember. He had lived for decades and he could see them almost every winter. The land of eternal winter, from the name, was almost the Arctic Circle of this world. The reason why it was almost was because no one had really crossed the land of eternal winter, and they were not sure whether the other end of the land of eternal winter was Asia or the deep hell. Even Danny, because she had not lived long enough, did not dare to ride a dragon to explore there. The Bravosi people went to the land of eternal winter to look for deviant ghosts, which was considered full of sincerity. How are we going to save the world? Obviously we guessed wrong. The long night brought deviant ghosts, but they have always been living in the easternmost land. The old Sea King spread his hands and said sadly, "Impossible. If the savages had seen deviant ghosts so many times, why were they not eaten?" Gerald doubted. It seems that because of religious beliefs, the old savages called deviant ghosts God's messengers. The Sea King was stunned and said uncertainly, "Believers of the god of frost, they have probably sacrificed to deviant ghosts." Danny thought with a gloomy face. Whether deviant ghosts can bring the long night to the world or not, you at least thought that the long night was coming and prepared so much food for it. Then why didn't you inform the others, the Night Watchers, the Iron Throne, and the other free cities? Gerald questioned in a low voice. The Sea King frowned and said, "The savages and the Bravosi sea merchants have mentioned the white ghosts to the Night Watchers, but they did not believe it. If you openly announced the storage of food and spread the news about deviant ghosts, and even called for people to form groups to look for deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall, I don't believe that everyone is an idiot and will not believe your words." Gerald said coldly. "Sir, I don't know if the others are idiots, but I don't want to be an idiot." Old Brother Fry was not ashamed. Looking at the like-minded dragon queen who was wallowing in the mire, he decided not to talk nonsense about saving the world. He said frankly, "Spreading the news will cause the price of food to rise. The cost of storing food will increase, the world will fall into a state of panic, and the sea trade will collapse. This is not good for us. Why should I sacrifice the interests of Bravos to save the foreigners? To put it bluntly, as long as Bravos can be preserved, the other 8 trading cities will become empty cities. This will only be good for us. Didn't the Dragon Queen think the same? After knowing about the deviant ghosts, she began to secretly buy food and prepare to exhaust the enemy forces of the 7 kingdoms through the long night. She might even be planning to dominate the world through food. When we were still at the Great Wall, the Night Watchers sent out messenger crows to inform the nobles about the deviant ghosts. They also told them about the agreement between the Queen and the 7 kingdoms that the one who ends the long night shall be the king. Geralt argued for the Queen. The old Sea King had a smug expression as if he had seen through their hearts and said coldly, "Yes, there are too many Night Watchers at the Great Wall in Stannis' army. The news of deviant ghosts could not be hidden any longer." So they rushed to Urso to buy food. In order to make the best use of time, they did not hesitate to give 20% of the profits to the Iron Treasury. Her Majesty the Queen is really generous and ambitious. I'm not shrewd enough. Senior guessed all my thoughts in one go. I'm ashamed. Dany pulled back Geralt, who still wanted to argue, and said to the Sea King with a smile, "It has nothing to do with shrewdness. You and I have the same king's heart, and we both did what a king should do. After all, we are not Yesor Ahai. If we can't be the savior, then we will strive to be the king of the new world." Unfortunately, Bravos suffered a bit of a loss in the first 2 rounds and needs to take a breather. This round, Dany, you will be in charge. If you succeed, you will be the overlord of the world. If you fail, it doesn't matter. You will only lose tens of millions of gold royals. Don't be afraid, the deviant ghosts may not be able to bring about the long night. Besides, you have the Megalosaurus, the rich slave Bay, and the Westeros. You can afford to lose. Hearing the old Sea King's earnest teachings, Dany's beautiful face almost twisted. What do you think about the Child of Prophecy? Why am I not the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai? She asked curiously. I have read the ancient book of Asha. The full name of the Child of Prophecy, in the prophecy, is Prince of Prophecy. In other words, the Savior is a prince. Dany, you are a princess, a queen, but not a prince. Well, neither am I, Brother Fry said. That's it? Dany's mouth twitched. She felt that the Sea King was old and confused. The Moon Singer also prophesied, and no one thinks that you are the Child of Prophecy. The Sea King shook his head. Well, I am not the Child of Prophecy. Like you, I want to be the overlord of the world. Dany seemed to have given up struggling. Then she asked again, does Bravos have a plan to deal with the long night? Let me learn. Guard your own door tightly and let the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai deal with the deviant ghosts. The Sea King waved his hand and said casually and helplessly, do you have any thoughts of assisting the Night Watch and joining the united front of the world's people against the ghosts? Dany's eyes darkened and asked again. Dany, if Stannis is confirmed to be the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai, would you be willing to be under his command and be his follower? The Sea King's eyes flashed and asked in return. Maybe. Dany hesitated. Stannis was not the Child of Prophecy, but Jon was. Then the question was, would she be willing to be her nephew's follower? There is no maybe. The Sea King interrupted her hesitation. I am sure that I won't be able to wait until the long night comes, but I can tell you clearly that the next Sea King will make the same choice as you and me. Because we are not the kind of people who are willing to be under others. Either we are the saviors and our names will be passed down through the ages, and we will be respected, or we will be the overlords of a region and gain real benefits, territory and gold. Even Yesor Ahai can't subdue us. This is the essence of a king. Think about it, Yesor Ahai saved the world, but his descendants only occupied the remote land of the descendants of Hail Cologne. What? Because in the last long night, all the surviving kings were like us, and did not submit to the saviors. Otherwise, the king who rules the world should be surnamed Hail Cologne, or Ahai. Gujis, Loina, and Valeglia would never rise. You are right. Dany sighed heavily, and lowered her eyes to hide the strange look in her eyes. Was this the deep-rooted bad habit of humans? But she was in no position to curse those kings at this time, because she was not willing to submit to Jon, and would not even give him a dragon that he deserved. If there was a destiny, Jon would definitely be one of the 3 heads. Then she thought, as a transmigrator, did she still need to care about the Child of Prophecy of this world? Alright, even if in the end Jon fulfilled the ancient prophecy, she could still let him go to the desolate Great Gobi of Asia like the ancient kings, and build a kingdom of Jon Snow's descendants. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the few of them were thinking in silence, Continuous footsteps came from the stairs below. The fat keykeeper was not the only one who came? Be careful. Danny's expression changed and she turned to warn Jiro Dane in a low voice. Chapter 387. Even the Sea King was elected by the Magi and the Wardens in secret. There was no doubt that the core power of Bravos belonged to their council. Before Gerald Dane entered the Sea King's palace as the Dragon Queen's envoy, there were two different voices in the council regarding the Dragon Queen's attitude. Two voices, two factions. Well, it was not the enemy or the friendly. Everyone regarded the Dragon Queen as the enemy of Bravos. This position was clear. The difference was how deeply Bravos should be involved in the Allied army. Bravos, who opposed slavery, must not join the alliance, or they would not be able to explain to the people and slap their ancestors in the face. The founder of Bravos swore that no man, woman, or child of Bravos would ever be a slave, nor could they participate in the slave trade. This was the first law of Bravos, engraved on the arched bridge across the Long Canal. In the council formed by the Magi and the Wardens, some radicals believed that the Dragon Queen should be treated as an enemy, supporting all her enemies and opposing all her allies. Even if they did not join the alliance and the United Nations in name, they should do the same thing as the United Nations, blocking Slaver's Bay and the Dragon Queen's sphere of influence, such as Dragonstone Island. Another group did not object to the radicals' hostile attitude towards the Dragon Queen, but they thought that Bravos did not need to be so obvious. First of all, the Dragon Queen may not be able to pass the alliance. If the alliance destroyed Slaver's Bay, even if the Dragon Queen did not die, she would not be able to threaten Bravos' invisible position as the world's overlord. Secondly, the Dragon Queen had only abolished slavery in Slaver's Bay, and had not challenged the throne of the world's overlord. Perhaps she was as stupid as the Targaryens of the past. Even if she had enough power to dominate the world, would she be satisfied as long as she sat on the Iron Chair? After all, the Dragon Queen did not take the initiative to declare war on Volantis, Queers, Zingis, Lys and other cities. Instead, it was the slave-trading forces that united against her. Finally, the Dragon Queen had a dragon and only a dragon could deal with a dragon. The most important thing now was to unite the Volantis people to hatch the dragon and realize the dream of their ancestors for centuries. If Bravos hatched a dragon, not only would it be invincible, but it would also have the opportunity to go one step further, from an invisible overlord to a real overlord. However, the visit of the preparatory White Knight was like a gust of wind that stirred up the lake water, causing the hearts of the members of the council to become restless. Even on the flat ground, great waves were stirred up, not to mention that the Dragon Queen was using all her strength to stomp on their hearts? Do it or not? This was a problem. What was he doing? What else could he do? Of course, it was something that all qualified emperors would do in ancient and modern times. Yes, Xiangyu did not do it, so he was unlucky. It was precisely because Xiangyu did not do it and declined that all the emperors of the Celestial Dynasty learned from it and even treated him as a negative example. In this way they were completely free from the reproach of conscience when they acted. This was the magnanimity of an emperor. They said it as a matter of course. Even the historian and the common people thought so. The people of this world were a little more simple. In more than 8,000 years of history there was only one rat chef. In other words, they were in the era of etiquette still existed before Song Xianggong, and had not yet evolved into the Gui Guzi era. The people of Bravos were very hesitant about whether to do it or not, and the absolute majority of people were inclined to not do it. The Dragon Queen seemed to be much more shrewd. She did not go to the Ocean Palace at all. She could not do it even if she wanted to. The people of Bravos were actually greatly relieved. However, they could not help but feel some regret for missing such a good opportunity. With conflicted feelings, the doctor and the guards followed behind the seeking fleet and quietly came to the Moon Basin. They did not decide what to do, but only planned to adapt according to the Dragon Queen's ideas. Fatty Bersalo brought them the latest evaluation of the Dragon Queen. A 20-meter-long paddling longboat with a purple hull, a purple wooden building, purple paddles and purple sails. On the second floor of the ship, a warm and comfortable hall of more than 40 square meters was brightly lit by tallow candle chandeliers. More than 20 middle-aged and elderly people in dark blue, dark purple, brown, black and other dark clothes sat in a circle, listening to the fatty in the middle of the circle. Unfortunately, she may have a small amount of Targaryen's mad blood, but not Targaryen's foolish blood. She is very ambitious and confident in the power of dragons. It is very likely that she will not be satisfied with only being the queen of Slavers Bay and the Westeros, Bersalo said solemnly. Damn it. A thin-faced doctor lamented. She knows the relationship between the Faceless and Bravos, but she is not as respectful to the House of Black and White as ordinary people. Perhaps it is because she has escaped an assassination, or perhaps she has mastered witchcraft and is confident that she is not afraid of the threat of the Faceless, Bersalo continued. Very bad. A silver-haired, purple-eyed middle-aged man shook his head. His name was Copernicus Arathorn, of Valeglia from Volantis. When Dany Rise was 4 years old, she had followed Sir William Derry to visit Copernicus's father. Dany Rise's identity in Volantis was Layla Arathorn, nominally Copernicus's cousin. However, 12 years ago the Arathorn family was not prominent and did not have the qualifications to become a doctor or an Iron Vault guard. At least, Copernicus's father was just an ordinary real estate developer in the city, and the whole family relied on a street of shops to make a living. The Faceless that was released by Dany Rise sent a message that the assassination was not a complete failure. At that time the Dragon Queen was injured, but she used a mysterious witchcraft to turn the tables and seriously injure her, Bersalo explained. So, the news from Volantis is true. She has the complete inheritance of the Great Wizard, and she has more talent than the previous Great Wizards? The doctor asked. A kind person also knows witchcraft. Did you find out her background? A doctor with a walking stick asked. The doctor's position was equivalent to a counterfeit version of the Hand of the King. He did not have as much power as the Hand of the King, but he was also not like the Hand of the King, whose power was completely dependent on the king's trust. He had a bit of the taste of the Great Ming dynasty. A kind person could not see through her at all, and only gave an evaluation of illusory bottomless. Bersalo shook his head. This is troublesome. Everyone sighed. Dany Rise hopes to cooperate with us. In the next 5 years we will purchase food from the world. Then Bersalo told them about the purchase of food. Damn, she wants to learn from us? After knowing the news of the deviants, she wants to take advantage of the long night to harvest the world's gold and even world hegemony with food. Immediately, someone reacted and cursed. Maybe. Bersalo smiled in a relaxed tone. This is good news for us. We can make money and we can also hurt her vitality. That's right. Everyone laughed cheerfully. The doctor's manager laughed for a while and then said worriedly, Deviants are not equal to the long night. Her ambition is destined to fail. But this behavior in itself also shows that she has the heart to dominate the world. A dragon with ambition, this is very worrying. In fact, she has not hidden her ambition for the free city. Other than finding the Iron Treasury to be the middleman to buy food, she also wants to buy a ship to go to the East Sea and bring the barbarians to the land of strife. Bersalo said with a serious expression. What? She wants to attack Tyrasai and Mill? The doctor's manager exclaimed. Genius, she is indeed a genius. Copernicus had a sudden realization. I was wondering why the Alliance was so eager to make a move. The vanguard had already left Volantis and entered the Valyrian Avenue, heading towards Mat Aris. She was still wandering around aimlessly. So she was planning to attack the Alliance's home. You are saying that she wants the barbarians to attack the city of Third Daughters to attract the Alliance's main force and relieve the pressure on Slave Bay? A guard asked in shock. Yes. Copernicus said with certainty. Think about it, when tens of thousands of barbarians enter the land of strife, what will the city of Third Daughters fleet do? Go home and chase the barbarians away. Everyone was deep in thought. We can't sell her a ship. The doctor's manager said coldly. Bravos is not the only one selling ships. I rejected her and even threatened her, but she was firm. Everyone tell me, how should we deal with this? Bersalo asked. It is not how to deal with this but how to deal with her. She is now in Bravos under our bows and swords. She is the source of all trouble, the center of all evil. End her, end the last Targaryen, and the peace of Bravos will be eternal. Copernicus stood up and waved his hands, shouting loudly. Boom. The doctor's manager slammed his walking stick and shouted angrily, No, we have sworn, the Sea King has sworn. Copernicus clenched his teeth and looked at his colleagues around him. He scanned their faces one by one, carefully calculating the number of people who looked at him. 15 professors, 8 guards, plus the keykeeper Bezalo, 24 people. 22 opened their eyes and nodded at me, only 2 closed their eyes. Let's do it. In a flash, Copernicus made a decision. I'm sorry, the future of Bravos cannot be destroyed in the hands of our generation. He unbuttoned his collar to let his rapid breathing become smoother. Clang. Copernicus pulled out the assassin's sword from his waist and pointed it at the doctors and guards. Every word he said burned his heart like charcoal. I'm sorry I've revolted. Yes, this is a coup. Now the council will be taken over by me, Copernicus' heir's son. Copernicus, what do you want? The doctor's manager asked. I want you to immediately abolish Felico Antarian's position as the Sea King and elect me as the new Sea King. I also want to immediately take over the Sea King's purple sail fleet. I want to end the evil mother of dragons for Bravos. Copernicus was sweating profusely. His cheeks were as red as a steamed crab shell and he was dizzy. After reading the lines on the script, he seemed to remember something and shouted, "Those who are willing to join me, stand up." Immediately, 2 doctors and a guard stood up with complicated expressions and walked behind Copernicus. Thump, thump, thump. Powerful footsteps were heard on the wooden stairs. A group of armored warriors with bows and swords on their waists rushed into the True Dragon Resort one after another amidst the exclamations of the crowd outside the building. After taking down the dozens of dazed assassins on the first floor, they rushed up to the 3rd floor without stopping and surrounded the Dragon Queen, Jero, the Sea King, and the Chief Swordsman. The warriors were like tree trunks in the forest, and the arrows were as dense as tree branches. The 150-square-meter restaurant that was converted into a conference room was tightly surrounded by 200 soldiers in purple armor and purple capes. God of 1,000 faces, you? The Sea King Felico's lips trembled as he glared at the soldiers in purple. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Your Majesties, this is a coup. Chapter 388. The old Sea King's face was pale as he shouted at the 2 high-ranking officers of the purple-robed army. Cantona Keen, why are you here? Without my orders, why are the purple-robed army acting on their own? Although the Sea King was chosen, he was not a puppet. The strongest naval force of Bravos, the Purple Sail Fleet, was under the command of the Sea King. The people of Bravos worshipped purple, so the Purple Sail Fleet had deep purple hulls and light purple sails. Even the officers of the fleet wore purple leather armor, plate armor, and capes. Their swords, scabbards, and hilts were all made of red sandalwood. The purple sail ships had 2 military forces, the navy and the cavalry. The cavalry was a marine force that was modeled after the heavy armored knights. They could ride horses and kill as well as fight 1 against 10. They were called the Purple-Robed Army, and were the direct subordinates of the Sea King. They were similar to the Royal Guards and were the most loyal subordinates of the Sea King. Sorry, Your Majesty, Keen with a typical evil face turned his head and sighed, we can't let the Mother of Dragons leave. Let the God of 1,000 faces take you sons of bitches away. The old Sea King, who did not believe the God of 1,000 faces, cursed. He forced himself to stand in front of the Dragon Queen and shouted, Who dares to make a move? She is my guest, a guest of Bravos. I made an oath with the Keykeeper to ensure her safety during the negotiations. Do you want to ruin the honor of Bravos and the reputation of the Iron Treasury? Copernicus squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of the Sea King. He said in high spirits, Brother Felic, you are no longer the Sea King. Copernicus had changed out of the dark blue woolen coat he wore on the purple ship. He was now wearing a silver dragon winged helmet and silver plate armor. On his chest was a golden glaze inlaid with a roaring titan, the symbol of the Sea King. There was a small silver dragon clasping a cloak made of silver thread on his shoulder. On the cloak, there was a black trapezoidal tower with a silver dragon coiling in the middle. This was the emblem of the Arathorn clan. Copernicus, it's you? The Sea King was shocked and angry at the same time. He scolded, You're just a new low-level doctor. Why are you wearing the Sea King's armor? You still don't understand? Copernicus was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His purple eyes climbed up the blood web that looked like branching branches. He patted his chest and sneered, You and the Council's appeasement policy towards the Mother of Dragons made some people with lofty ideals very dissatisfied. A group of like-minded companions launched a coup under my call. At this point, we have already taken control of the inactive parliament. Now we will abolish your identity as the Sea King and return everything to the right track. Are you crazy? Brother Felic's face was pale and his body was swaying. He shouted in disbelief, Bravos has been founded for 974 years and has gone through 45 sea kings. There has never been a sea king who came to power through a coup, not even, he said bitterly. I am the only sea king who was betrayed by the Purple Robe Army. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Keen's stiff cheeks showed some shame, but he quickly became firm. All the guilt and shame will be borne by us, even if we will be spit on by future generations for millions of years. But for Bravos, for world peace, for the millions of kind people in the 9 city-states, all of this is worth it. I'm sorry, everyone. Danny supported herself on the table. Her face was pale and she looked disgusted as if she was about to vomit. I didn't want to disturb your coup. After all, it's a military coup in Bravos. It's rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. But you, ugly man, your words are so disgusting that I can't help but throw up my dinner last night. Danny, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You've grown so much. Copernicus turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen and said with a complicated expression, although this coup started because of you, don't worry. Come with me to the Sea King Palace. I swear to guarantee your safety. Okay, words are like the wind. These days, swearing is equivalent to fart. Who will believe it? You finish the coup first, then we can talk about our business. Danny leaned back in her chair and said lazily. The Dragon Queen's indifferent attitude made Copernicus and the Purple Shirt Army nervous. Did she have the confidence to escape? In the face of such an inescapable trap, even the gods couldn't escape. Where did her confidence come from? Copernicus looked left and right worriedly, but he didn't find any flaws. He became more and more anxious. Danny, words are like the wind. They don't seem to have any effect on you. We can only let the swords— Shut up, the old Sea King roared. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my dead body. Keen tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, the old Sea King brother Felik interrupted him and said coldly, don't call me Your Majesty. I don't have many days left to live. Before the disease takes away my last breath, I can't let you traitors take away my glory. Without hesitation, Copernicus waved his hand and said, kill. The Purple Shirt Army hesitated. Kill him, we are rebels. If we don't kill the previous Sea King, what kind of rebels are we? Copernicus roared out. Kill. Kill. Cantona and Keen saw the determination and will to die in Brother Felik's eyes. They no longer hesitated and shot out arrows while loudly giving orders. So. Over 100 purple-armored soldiers shot out their crossbows at the same time. The narrow space was filled with arrows and the candlelight under the chandelier flickered. Ding ding dang dang. The chief swordsman stood in front of the old Sea King to protect him. The thin sword in his hand released a silver sword net that sent 20-30 arrows flying. The rest were stuck in his body and the Sea King behind him was unharmed. The hedgehog-like chief swordsman turned his head and said to the stunned Sea King, many apologies, Your Majesty. This minister is incompetent and can't protect. Before she could finish her sentence, Water Dancer's tall body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood then spread across the floor. You really? The old Sea King's finger trembled as he looked at Keen, Cantona, and the other familiar faces, finally landing on Copernicus' gloomy face. Good, very good, I'll wait for you down there. He seemed to have understood something and was finally freed from his confusion. He revealed a smile and turned to look at the expressionless Dragon Queen as he said, sorry, I never thought they would be so ruthless. They actually played. Gee. Copernicus' expression changed as he quickly stepped forward and fiercely waved his sword. Gee, the Sea King's bitter smile remained on his face for an eternity before he rose and fell, rolling on the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Chi. The headless corpse was still standing there as the shriveled neck weakly spat out blood mist. The hall was as quiet as a tomb as the air was filled with blood and fear. Huff huff huff. The sword just now seemed to have used up all of Copernicus' strength. He leaned on his sword as his face was filled with blood and twisted into an evil spirit. He coldly stared at the stupefied Dragon Queen. Die here or follow me to the Sea King Palace. Just like the chief swordsman who had been protecting the Sea King, Jiro Dane immediately pulled down his mask after the incident. He held a sword in his right hand and an oak chair in his left hand as a shield as he stood in front of Danny. Clap, clap, clap. Danny was still sitting on the high back chair. She gently clapped her hands and praised, you even killed the Sea King. You have guts, I'm convinced. Jaime Lannister should be laughing out loud right now. Finally, there's someone worse than me. The one who killed Brother Felix was you. You and Jiro Dane plotted against His Majesty the Sea King and the chief swordsman Kaluo. You were arrested by me and the 2 squadron leaders, Cantona and Keen, and imprisoned in the Sea King Palace's dungeon. The 15 assassins downstairs are your accomplices and witnesses to this matter. Furthermore, you have a criminal record. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that you violated the rights of the guests in the old town, burned the city of learning, and slaughtered the scholars. The 9 free trade city-states, the cities of the Jade Sea, the Westeros, and even the entire world will believe us. Copernicus laughed sinisterly. Clap, clap, clap. Dany gently clapped her hands again and nodded. Brilliant. A very brilliant method. However, I have a question. When you started the coup, did you have the support of the Black and White School and the Iron Treasury? After taking you down, I will convince them. Copernicus licked his lips and said confidently. Sigh, why do I always meet traitors and traitors? Have I been eliminated by the new era and become the conservative Duke Song? Dany looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Who is Duke Song? Copernicus asked blankly. Duke Song Xianggong. Who? Forget it. Copernicus shook his head and said in a taunting voice, You like to mess with people you shouldn't mess with and you like to put yourself in danger. Who can you blame for this kind of thing? Dany's face turned dark as she shouted, Jialuo, let's go. Wah, Hong Long. Before Copernicus and the 200 purple-robed soldiers could react, the wooden floor under the Dragon Queen suddenly cracked open. The Dragon Queen, who was sitting on the chair, and Gerald Dane, who was standing beside her, fell down. There's a tunnel? Copernicus cried out in shock. The experienced Keen and Cantona were shocked, but they didn't panic. They immediately ran to the tunnel and after taking a look, Keen urged, Someone go down, immediately jump down. Dong dong. The purple-robed soldiers were well trained. Immediately, 4 or 5 soldiers pulled out their daggers and slid down the tunnel. The sound of metal colliding with the tunnel below was heard. I'll go too. Keen's heart was uneasy. Seeing that there was a little brother exploring the way, he also jumped down and entered a dark and narrow tunnel. It seemed to be a slide made of copper that slid down a slope. After 4 or 5 meters, it turned into a corner. It was a brick tunnel that had the smell of rotting vegetables and water. It fell down vertically. Putong, putong, putong. A cold and dark. Pull. No, Keen recalled the terrain of the Green Eel Inn. The north side was a river. This was the canal that ran through Bravos. The copper slide just now was connected to the garbage channel of the inn. Thinking of this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. There were several warships on the canal, all of them were their people. They surrounded the Green Eel Inn tightly, making it hard for the other side to escape. Walala. The river suddenly stirred up as if a whale was swimming through the river. What was that? Keen gave up the idea of floating to the surface. Instead, he dived deeper into the river and swam in the direction of the current. Because he suspected that the abnormality at the bottom of the river was related to the Dragon Queen. He couldn't let her escape. The cold river water seemed to have become warm. While Keen was surprised, a grenade exploded at the bottom of the river in front of him. He didn't know what a grenade was. Hong. Scarlet red dragon flames boiled the river water and large amounts of steam mixed with the red flames shot up. The river water mixed with the high-temperature steam sucked Keen into it. Just like in the market, a live chicken was thrown into a machine filled with boiling water. Pressing the switch, it wildly stirred. Suddenly, Keen turned from a live chicken to a dead chicken without feathers. He went with the flow, becoming one of the thousands of floating corpses. Chapter 389. Moon Pond. Inside the purple boat, there were 15 professors and 9 guards of the Iron Vault, including the fat Bersalo. They were still sitting in a circle but their posture had changed. 3 of them were still sitting on chairs facing the center of the circle. But the other 21 people, including the head of the professors, turned their chairs around, facing the window with their backs facing the center of the circle. At the same time they covered their faces with a veil. That was not a shroud to cover the bodies, they were not dead. They were just using this method to protest against the rebel army led by Copernicus, which violated the sacred oath. What took you so long? The veil on the professor's face floated up a few times due to his breathing. His anxious voice came from below. You know, Brother Felix, His Majesty must die tonight, and the Purple Army will not be able to do anything to him. A professor who was also wearing a veil sighed. Will there be any accidents? Although Dani Reese is reckless, she has turned misfortunes into blessings time and time again. Even the assassination of the City of Knowledge could not take her life, maybe, sigh. The professor said worriedly. Bersalo pondered for a moment, his breath blew the veil on his face and said, the last time the City of Knowledge was too careless. They thought that the poison and the arrows in the next room could solve the problem, so they only arranged a team of 10 to guard the door. Who would have thought that Baristan had tile steel armor and rushed out while carrying Dani Reese? We learned our lesson this time and sent 200 elites, all armed with crossbows. Even if Dani Reese and Gerald Dane were both wearing tile steel armor, even if Gerald Dane had his uncle Arthur Dane's sword skills, he would still die. It's best not to kill her. A guard hurriedly said, we need her secrets, the inheritance of the great wizard Valeglia, the secrets of dragon hatching, the skills of dragon taming, and even indirectly controlling her 4 dragons. For dragons, with them, bravos can rule the world, not financial rule but a real throne. He emphasized. Don't worry, Copernicus understands the importance, he will try his best to capture Dani Reese. Bersalo said. I'm not worried about failure, the worst-case scenario is that the woman will resist, and then Copernicus will kill her directly. Then, the Megalosaurus would come for revenge. We have the Dragon Slayer crossbow. It's not a bad idea to be a dragon slayer. The key point is that she did not go to the Ocean Palace as planned. Instead, she publicized our oath to negotiate with her. How will the citizens and the world view us? A doctor said. The doctor's director pondered and said, it's still Anne's original plan. Copernicus, Busby, Charlton, and John will form a temporary parliament and bear all the responsibility for the coup. He also wants to spread the news that Dragon Queen killed Brother Felic, the Sea King. He also wants everyone to understand that Dragon Queen is a threat to world peace. Well, Busby, Charlton, and Johansson did not cover their faces with veils, nor did they sit with their backs turned. Like Copernicus, they had betrayed the council. Now that they heard the chief steward say that they had to take full responsibility, their originally pale faces became even more ashen. Their mouths opened and closed a few times, but not a single word of rebuttal came out. This was a predetermined script. Since they had accepted the roles that they had been given, they had to complete the plot. Otherwise, the director and the audience would not be satisfied. What if you fail? Pissarro suddenly asked. How can we fail? Everyone said together. They were in a hurry and scrambled to say it, as if failure would really find them if they spoke slowly. I have a bad feeling. That woman is not stupid. After the lesson in the City of Knowledge, she should not personally take the risk again. Pissarro sighed. How did she deal with the City of Knowledge? The doctor's director smiled strangely. She burned the City of Knowledge. A doctor with a shoehorn face said. No, the City of Knowledge's director's office was the main battlefield, but the damage was not serious. Also, not many scholars died. Only a dozen or so scholars and apprentices died in an accident. Hyder's Tower of Babel was undamaged. Moreover, she did not kill Stannis. The doctor's director laughed in a deep voice. What do you mean? The shoehorn face was puzzled. The scholars and Hyder were involved in the change in the City of Knowledge. If Dani Reese was replaced by any other Targaryen, the City of Knowledge, Hyder, and the Old Town would not have survived. They would have been burned to ashes by the Megalosaurus. As long as the City of Knowledge violated the rights of the guests, even if the mystic dragon burned all 200,000 people in the Old Town to death, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would not say that the Targaryens were cruel. They would only blame the Old Town for its crimes. However, Dani Reese almost let her mortal enemy go for nothing. There is also Stannis and Jon Snow on the Great Wall. They have an irreconcilable blood feud with the Targaryens. She only needed to ride the dragon down and spit out a mouthful of dragon flames to resolve any grudges. However, she still did not make a move. What does this mean? She is stupid? The shoehorn face said. Perhaps, but it is more likely that she has awakened the Targaryens' sacred blood. The doctor said. Sacred blood? I only know that the Targaryens have mad blood and foolish blood. Why is there an additional sacred blood? The shoehorn face was so shocked that the scarf on his face almost fell off. Have you forgotten about St. Baylor? St. Baylor. Pissarro muttered softly. After a while, he said in shock, could it be that Dani Reese is the same as St. Baylor, a devout believer of the seven gods? She wants to use love to influence the enemy? The muscles on his face contorted as he said with great difficulty. Strictly speaking, it is love and faith. A shrewd look flashed across the doctor's eyes. He said confidently and proudly, there is a saying in the Westeros. Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods will flip a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. Which side of the coin do you think Dany Rise belongs to? Sir, I have to say that I have never thought that St. Baylor is great. If madness is like a coin with two sides and two forms of expression, then St. Baylor and Eris are two different sides of the coin. There is no difference in essence. They both belong to the Mad King coin. The shoehorn face twitched as he expressed his disagreement. You are right. The doctor nodded in agreement. In order to hatch the dragon, I have studied the Targaryens for more than 30 years. In the end, I discovered one thing. Their bloodline is engraved with a madness that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. The so-called sacred blood and foolish blood are the children of the mad blood. With the mad blood, they have evolved all kinds of strange personalities. However, we do not need to understand how the mad blood evolved. After all, we are ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand lunatics? We only need to understand that Dany Rise also has the mad sacred blood, similar to St. Baylor. This explains all of her actions in the Westeros. Oh, I have also studied her actions in the Westeros. It is difficult to understand. The change in the City of Learning, the wandering of the river, the expedition to the Great Wall, the duel with the deviant ghosts. She does not have the temperament of a king, nor is she decisive in killing. If it was me, I would have attacked the King's Landing, burned the Red Keep, killed Lannister, and then attacked the Eyrie to kill Aeron's seed. I would have killed Stannis anyway. If I met him, I would have killed him with a mouthful of dragon flame and left him for winter. Now I understand. She is like the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods. She seems to have the Holy Mother Dany disease of insanity. Bersalo said in realization. When she dealt with the Gith in Slaver's Bay, she was ruthless. None of the virtuous, great and good lords who fell into her hands survived. What do you mean? The shoehorn face said. The doctor said, she does have the mad sacred blood, but the mad sacred blood does not mean that she is stupid. Just like St. Baylor, he is not stupid. If she did not kill those great slave masters, how would she anger the people? How would she control the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay? Just like now, isn't she also preparing to buy a large amount of food in an attempt to make a fortune in the long night? The mad blood of the Targaryen family is so changeable, yet Sir Steward was able to study it so thoroughly. Admirable, admirable. The shoehorn face sighed in admiration. Otherwise why would I be the steward and you are just an ordinary doctor? The doctor nodded proudly and said, so, do you understand? Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, that woman. She escapes again. We do not have to be too worried. After all, this is a coup. The Sea King sacrificed his life for her, and the council is also imprisoned by the rebels. How innocent are we? How innocent is Bravos? Even holy Dany could let go of the City of Knowledge and Theon-Byra. Why would she target us who are innocent? Then what about us? Busby, who was not wearing a veil, could not help but ask. Busby, don't you have any self-awareness? Before the steward could speak, another guard shouted, if you are not willing to sacrifice for Bravos, why did you apply to become a doctor? Why did you join the council? Busby's expression was contorted. Countless MMP floated in his heart. The doctor's steward comforted him. Don't worry, I am just taking every conceivable possibility into consideration. I will not really let her escape. The Dragon Queen has escaped. Don't let the Dragon Queen escape. A commotion suddenly came from the other side of the moon pond. The information in the words shocked everyone on the ship. I will go and take a look. Fatty Bersalo lifted the veil covering his face and ran to the side of the ship. He was as agile as a skinny monkey. Rumble? A thunder-like sound came from the faraway canal. The bottom of the river was bright red, as if a million candles had sunk into the water. The river water was like boiling water in a pot. White steam covered the surface of the river as it splashed 7 to 8 meters away. One could clearly see a bright red pillar of fire amidst the steam and splashing river water. It was like a sword or a blade. It was 10 meters long and pierced the sky from the bottom of the river. The river god wielded the flaming devil blade and slashed across the surface of the river. Water splashed everywhere, steam boiled, and cries shook the heavens. Rumble? Another Galen warship with a purple sail and a purple shell flew into the air as the flaming sword pierced through it. The flaming devil blade slashed across the bottom of the ship like a welding torch slashing through a thin steel plate. The blade parted in the middle. Goodbye. The ship that was sliced in half was set ablaze. The sailors who fell into the water were hit by steam, boiling water, or the flaming sword. Their cries were as shrill as ghosts. The people on the shore who were watching the Dragon Queen ran and shouted. However, they could not stop the devil god's devil blade from advancing. Forward. Rumble. The fourth warship was parted in the middle by the blade. The hull was sliced in half. That was right. This was the fourth ship. The speed of the devil blade at the bottom of the river was shocking. It split a warship with one slash. After the slash, the flaming sword disappeared for a moment. Then it lit up at the bottom of the next warship, rose, pierced, and parted in the middle. Devil. Devil dragon. Bersalo's teeth chattered. The devil dragon is at the bottom of the river. The devil dragon is here. Fatty shouted crazily when he saw the red light at the bottom of the river moving swiftly toward them. Chapter 390. What's going on? The commotion on the river outside was getting louder and louder. The professors and guards in the purple boat could not sit still anymore. One by one they rushed out of the cabin hall. Oh my God! The professor's face was contorted as he said in fear, a fire-breathing sea monster rushed into the river and into the canal? What sea monster? It's the devil dragon. It's the devil dragon. Bersalo shouted as he stomped his feet. The devil dragon. Why did it dive into the water? Everyone was shocked. Legend has it that the devil dragon will dive into the sea to catch sea monsters and devour them. So it's true. The professor recalled the books he read about Valeglia and his face turned pale. Is Danny Rise dead? She should be dead. The devil dragon will only take revenge on us if she's dead. Johansson asked anxiously. If she was not dead, the rebels would become scapegoats and die. He did not want to die. Maybe. While Bersalo was hesitating, the boat suddenly shook a few times. A silent undercurrent rippled on the calm moon pond. Oh no, the devil dragon is here. Run, run. With a roar, Fatty transformed into Bolt and rushed to the side of the boat near the dock. He jumped down like Mengzatsi. His body was twice the size of a normal person, but he was as agile as a fat toad with a big belly in the water. Run, run. Bersalo did not forget about his companions. He turned around and shouted as he paddled. The professors and guards on the side of the boat were stunned. They did not know what was going on. In just a few minutes, more than 10 purple sail warships on the river were cut in half and burned on the river. Bersalo suddenly realized that the Dragon Queen knew about the purple boat. She knew that the counselor was on the purple boat in the moon pond. Before he left, he told the Sea King personally. She must have heard it too. Damn it. Boom splash. While he was thinking, a water column exploded on the side of the purple ship. The 20-meter-long ship started to shake violently like a fallen leaf in a bucket. The falling water was like a heavy downpour, drenching more than 20 Bravos bigwigs on the side of the ship. Hiss, in the middle of the water, a ferocious black dragon head roared at the sky. It was filled with anger and cruelty. Mo. Dragon. Bersalo shuddered violently and changed from paddling to diving. He lowered his head and disappeared into the water. There were no more splashes or sounds of water. Traitor. The devil dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a hoarse and deep voice. It was as cold as the 9 nether abyss and as rough as glass shards being crushed by a stone roller. Like a typhoon, the bamboo curtains and veils on the cruise ship were rustling. But what made the people of Bravos even more frightened was that the mystic dragon was speaking. They understood that the devil dragon was talking to them. The demonic dragon spoke? The water dripping from his hair slid down his cheeks, but the doctor didn't notice it at all. He turned his head and looked around in confusion, hoping that his companions could tell him if he was hallucinating. This doesn't make sense. This isn't magic. I've never heard of a demonic dragon being so cunning. It hid in the river and burned the boat. How could it accurately find us? And it can even speak. Shoehorn Face frantically kowtowed to the ground, as if trying to wake himself up from his sleep. It was indeed unscientific that Blackie could speak, but it was very magical. On the day of the devouring rat chef's divinity, Blackie could use words to convey information. But its words were very strange. It was like a foreigner could speak. The Chinese who had never learned a foreign language couldn't understand it at all. But the Chinese didn't understand foreign languages, and they couldn't say that foreigners were learning to bray like donkeys, right? Blackie was in such a situation. It spoke the ancient language of the last era source language, the language of the children of the forest and the ravens. That's right, the ravens used by the people of this world to send messages. The big black ravens were also intelligent creatures, magical beasts. But no one knew that the ravens could speak, or that the ravens' screams were in source language. Other than the children of the forest, humans couldn't understand it at all. Not only couldn't they understand it, but human vocal cords also couldn't support the pronunciation of source language. No human had ever spoken source language. Danny couldn't understand it either, but the dragon spirit's state was very special. She didn't understand the sound, but she understood the meaning. Source language was also called the language of the earth. In the last era before the long night, the children of the forest used this language for millions of years. It wasn't just the children of the forest. Most intelligent creatures with spirituality could speak source language. With the long night as a symbol, before the first long night was the ancient era. Many divine creatures were born, including gods, children of the forest, and dragons. There were even gods who established kingdoms, such as the Dawn Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Land. The first Dawn Kingdom's emperor, the Sky Emperor, was the only son of the god, the Night Lion, Death, and the Lady of Light, the Light King before Lalo. As the son of the god, the Sky Emperor lived for more than 10,000 years. It was said that he ascended to the astral plane, or perhaps died. The Pearl Emperor, the Sky Emperor's son, only lived for 1,000 years. After that, the god's blood became thinner and thinner, and the Dawn Kingdom's emperor's lifespan became shorter and shorter. But no matter how short it was still longer than the people of today. In addition to the Dawn Kingdom of the Barren Land, the Thunder Island also established a divine kingdom. The Thunder Island Queen was the same as the Dawn Kingdom's emperor, a descendant of the gods. Even the Dothraki Plains wasn't the true homeland of the centaurs. A long time ago, the Dothraki Sea was a true inland sea, a vast silver sea. There was a legendary kingdom of the Fisher Queen, related to the Inami or the mother of the Lone River. As for the Westeros, needless to say, that was the world of the children of the forest and the old gods. At that time, the giants and centaurs all had their own kingdoms. In addition to these ancient kingdoms with names and histories, there were also countless small kingdoms established by the descendants of gods and demigods. The first era was the golden age of the world of ice and fire. The first long night was like the twilight of the gods. It destroyed all the kingdoms of the gods. The Dawn Kingdom, the Fisher Kingdom, and the children of the forest all disappeared during that period. After the long night, the second era began. It could be called the Silver Era. Well, at least it was worthy of the name Silver Era. When Valeglia was destroyed, the Megalosaurus became extinct, and the magic power faded. It became the age of scrap metal. The protagonists of the second era were humans belonging to Valeglia. The gods were hidden, and humans officially stepped onto the stage. The dragon and magic civilization created by the people of Valeglia almost surpassed the gods in the first era. But Dany was born at the end of the second era, an era when the great calamity was about to occur. The third era would be started by her generation. They would either take the path of technology, steampunk, or continue on the old path of magic, a more systematic and advanced magic civilization. Or they would combine magic and both. Or the world would end in the long night and there would be no third era. Alright, I digressed. Before the long night, Blackie's dragon egg belonged to the life of the previous era. It was only at the end of the second era that it was hatched by Dany. If not for the fact that the era was different and the world's laws had changed, it should have been able to speak the source language the moment it was born. The source language was like an instinct, engraved in the bloodline of the ancient Megalosaurus. Until the time with the rat chef, when the growing divine power finally broke through the restraints of the rules, the black dragon could speak again. Stumbling, he could only say the word, Dany. Yep, Blackie could only call Dany by her name now. Although it broke the rules and could speak the human language, it did not inherit the ability of the source language from its bloodline. Its dragon egg had been completely petrified, and its current physical body was reforged by Dany with flames. Dany should find a child of the forest for it to be its teacher. But at this time she did not know that there was such a language as source language in the world. She thought that Blackie was speaking the dragon language. At first, she was excited and prepared to learn the dragon language that was more fundamental and could communicate with the Sea of Magic from Blackie, who knew that half a month had passed since they returned to Slave Bay from the Long Night Fortress, and Blackie could only call her Danny. This made Danny furious. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid, Blackie. To think that I kept boasting about you as a top student in the rocket class. But a good teacher should not be left out." She could not give up on Blackie just because he became a bad student. Danny began to teach him the common language and Valeglia. Finally it could speak. Since it could not speak the dragon language, it could learn the human language. Crows could also speak the human language. Megalosaurus could not be worse than ravens, right? It turned out that the reason why Blackie was regarded as a top student by Danny when it was young was really because Megalosaurus are stupid. It was set off by Little White and Little Green, two more stupid dragons. Compared to humans, Megalosaurus learned languages too slowly. Blackie could only remember 1 or 2 words a day when it was taught in the dragon spirit state, and then it would forget them the next day. In fact, Danny really misunderstood Blackie. Blackie was not stupid at all. Instead, after obtaining divinity, it had the potential to surpass human wisdom. But it was only 2 years old. With the lifespan of Megalosaurus at least 200 years, it was still decades away from adulthood. When Danny was 1 or 2 years old, she was not as smart as it was. Although Blackie did not have the wisdom to speak at this time, it could let Danny use its mouth to speak. In the past, when the main soul and the big black dragon spirit were together, she could only passively accept the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. For example, she could borrow its ears to hear, borrow its eyes to see, and borrow its nose to smell. But she could not directly control its limbs. Now, with the complete Green Prophet meditation ring and the second soul, Danny had evolved. With the second soul and the big black dragon spirit, she could control the movements of the Megalosaurus to a limited extent. For example, at this time in the dragon spirit state, Danny used Blackie's voice to speak. "How ignorant you mortals are." Danny's version of Blackie shook its big head, broke the wooden wall with its wings, and squeezed its upper body into the cabin. The huge paddling boat was obviously tilted. One side was tilted up and the other side was sinking. The chairs, tables, and even the people of Bravos lying on the floor were slowly sliding to the side where the black dragon was crawling. Crash, ping ping bang bang. The sound of porcelain bottles and teacups breaking could be heard. But everyone's mind was already controlled by the mystic dragon, and they could not perceive the situation around them. "Demon dragon, I have something to say dash." The head doctor hugged one of the pillars and cried out in pain. "No need to quibble. I am the dragon god, omniscient and omnipotent. Accept the divine punishment of justice." Danny roared through Blackie's mouth. The Megalosaurus had a large lung capacity, and the sound wave mixed with the smell of sulfur was like a gust of wind, messing up the wet hair of the doctor. Everyone could not help but squint and groan. Blackie's thunderous voice was like the waves, spreading hundreds of meters away. Not to mention the doctors and guards on the boat, even the onlookers and soldiers near the shore were shocked. "I'm innocent, I'm innocent, I'm innocent." The doctor's face was pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits by the majestic dragon roar. Could it be that Danny Lilith's Megalosaurus had really become a god? Otherwise, how could it speak? Chapter 391. I am innocent. I was coerced by the rebel army. The head of the academicians wailed. "Dragon god above, have mercy, have mercy. Please mercy." "No, Mare sigh." Danny controlled Blackie's throat and used Smog's tone. She dragged out his voice and spoke in a low and evil tone. Yes, his ferocious dragon face even revealed a smile that sent chills down one's spine. It was said that at the moment before death, time would slow down extremely and one would recall their past life in an instant. The head of the academicians did notice that time had slowed down. He could clearly see streaks of red light gathering at the entrance of the Megalosaurus roar tunnel. They condensed into form and the dragon flame was spiraling towards him in a cone shape. But in this long time, there were no images of his past life flashing through his mind. There was only one thought that haunted him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should never have used the thinking of a normal person to predict the actions of Danny Rise who had awakened the mad blood. She might have treated the City of Knowledge and Mother Theanbella, but she might not treat the Mother of Bravos because she had the mad blood. Those whose actions are unpredictable are considered mad. I have studied the history of Targaryen and dragons for 30 years. I am definitely a world-class Targaryen expert. To think that I would make such a mistake. Boom, the scorching dragon flame was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It instantly filled the large cabin and burned more than 20 struggling academicians and guards into boiling oil. As Blackie roared towards the sky. Before the archers on the pier could get into formation, it pushed the burning purple ship away with its wing joints. His body leaned back and crashed into the moon pond. The lake-sized moon pond rippled. An undercurrent rushed towards the downstream of the flooded town. The spire of the tower and the roof in the northwest direction had ripples. Demon dragon is in the moon pond. Release the arrows. Quick, quick. Archers shoot it dead. At this moment, Fatty Bersalo had already struggled to climb up to the pier. As he ran for his life, he waved his arms and shouted at the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of archers rained arrows on the moon pond surface and shot into the purple ship that was engulfed in flames. Unfortunately, Dahe had swum out of the estuary and entered the bay. A quarter of an hour later, he jumped out of the sea under the cover of the night and returned to the sky above the Green Eel Inn. At this moment, more than a dozen blazing warships were floating in the canal beside the moon pond. The sky was dyed red, and the small square beside the dock was in a state of chaos. Cries and shouts shook the heavens. The purple-robed army also pushed the dragon-slaying crossbows and barged into the nearby hotels and inns. They occupied the advantageous terrain and set up a defensive line. The soldiers were shouting anxiously, and the shop assistants and merchants were cursing. It was a mess. In fact, when Copernicus led the hundreds of purple-robe army soldiers into the villa, the spectators outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The prediction melon was too big for him to handle, so he prepared to flee back home to seek refuge. The scene of the purple sail fleet being cut up and set ablaze by the flaming demonic sabers also proved their conjecture. However, it was impossible for the purple shirt army to crowd the streets without any defense against the megalosaurus. As a result, a large number of tourists, merchants and residents were driven out of their houses, causing the situation on the streets to become even more chaotic. Just as the purple shirt army was busy setting up a formation and the ordinary people were fleeing in all directions, Blackie arrived. However, Blackie did not dive down to spit out dragon flames as the purple shirt army had expected. He was afraid of arrows. Since he could not spit out dragon flames, he could only attack with his mouth. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar was the opening speech. In an instant, the noise within a radius of a few kilometers seemed to have been paused. The millions of Bravosi people, outsiders, and merchants below were all silent as they stared blankly at the sky. The black dragon was flying at a height of about 500 meters. Under the deep night sky they could not see it. However, Blackie's nostrils and throat seemed to be on fire. From time to time, he would spit out a string of flames, illuminating the nearby sky and his huge body. I am the eldest son of Dragon Mother Dany Rise, the Black Abyss, Big Black. Blackie's deep and rough voice echoed in the night sky, drifting with the wind within a few kilometers. Not to mention half of the city, at least the residents of Flooded Town, could hear it. Then they began to tremble. The demonic dragon could speak? I am the guardian of justice, the spirit of the sky, the dawn of dawn. However, this was my previous identity. Now everything has changed. The despicable people of Bravosi betrayed the sacred oath, violated the rights of the guests, and attempted to murder Queen Dany Rise, the princess of Dragonstone Island, born of the storm, the great torchbearer of freedom, the queen of Slavers Bay, the Calixi of the great grassland, and also my mother. At this point his tone had changed. Previously he was only majestic and domineering. Now he had become sinister, cruel, and bloodthirsty. It was as if every word from his mouth carried the most vicious curse, causing the listeners to lose their courage and their souls to fall into purgatory. Because of the sins of the people of Bravosi at this time, here I will become the wings of death, the destined destroyer of the world, the terminator of all things. Unstoppable, undefeatable. Today I am the great cataclysm. Roar, the dragon flames burned the clouds like fire, igniting the sky above Flooded Town. Then the black dragon flew away. He left. Big Black, the wings of death, left. By the canal, half of Arya's body was soaked in the cold water. Oh, right now she was not Arya but Cat. After meeting the mother of dragons, she did not even leave the garden before breaking up with her master and senior sister. After leaving the true dragon garden through the back door, she became the fishmonger's helper again. Yes, the kind person let the faceless trainee develop the idea that the Dragon Queen is Stark's mortal enemy, and then let her go. An enemy like the Dragon Queen was too scary, the trainee had to seize the time to improve her cultivation. Cat, where did you go? And why are you standing in the canal? Fishmonger Brusco roared from the boat. Brusco was a fisherman nearby, and also Cat's current boss. He had 2 daughters and 3 sons. I went to the Green Eel Inn to see the Dragon Queen. Cat opened her eyes wide and looked around in the sky. I was worried that the mystic dragon would come down and burn the city, didn't you hear? He is now the wings of death, the great cataclysm, the terminator of all things. I was afraid of being killed by the mystic dragon, so it was safer to stand by the river. Dad, let's go down too, the wings of death sounds scary, the skinny sister Tilia said with a sobbing tone. It's just as safe on the boat. If the mystic dragon comes, jump into the river, her brother said. The mystic dragon can dive. Did you see what happened to the Sea King's purple sail fleet? The mystic dragon breathed fire from the bottom of the river and burned them in half. The river is shallow, the mystic dragon can't swim over, Cat said proudly. That makes sense. Brusco quickly rowed the small wooden boat to the shore, and when he was about to jump into the river, he suddenly said, "There's no need to stand in the water, it's too cold, wait for the mystic dragon to come." Ugh. Kitty looked down at her wet gray linen clothes and shuddered. She felt that she was an idiot. He reached out and pulled Cat onto the boat, and her sister Bria handed her a blanket and said in surprise, "I never knew that the mystic dragon could talk, the stories were all lies." Cat wrapped herself in the blanket and said doubtfully, "The Megalosaurus can't talk, the dragons of Valeglia, and the dragons of the Targaryen family can't talk either." "But you heard it, the wings of death, what a scary name," Tilia said in fear. "Sigh, the mystic dragon is already scary, being able to talk only makes him scarier. But now, the scariest thing is not the mystic dragon nor is it the Dragon Queen but the Sea King in those purple shirts, what did they do?" Brusco said with an unpleasant expression. "Dad, did the Sea King really go back on his sacred oath and violate the guest's rights?" Bria said with a trembling voice. "The mystic dragon can lie?" Brusco stared at his eldest daughter. The old fisherman expressed the general opinion of the people of Bravos. The mystic dragon must be telling the truth. "Ugh, this is the first time I've seen the mystic dragon in my life, and it's also the first time I've heard the mystic dragon speak. I don't know if he's lying," Bria mumbled. Then she said thoughtfully, "But from his tone, domineering, cruel and terrifying, he doesn't seem like a liar." "Dragon." "Yes." Cat nodded. She also felt that the mystic dragon who was so powerful would not lie. Moreover, she saw with her own eyes 200 purple shirts rushing into the inn, and then the mystic dragon began to burn the fleet in anger. More importantly, Cat participated in the negotiation process, and knew that the Dragon Queen had reached an agreement with the Black White House, which meant that she was sincere in negotiating with the people of Bravos. So, what the mystic dragon said was true, and the people of Bravos violated the sacred oath and the guest's rights? Cat's gray eyes flashed with disgust, and she could not help but think of another person who violated the guest's rights, Waldfry. Thinking of this, Cat began to have a strange sense of identity with the Dragon Queen, and her hostility was not so strong. She even began to wonder if she should eliminate Stark's enemies after learning the faceless skills. Ugh, at this time, Dany was honored to be on Arya's assassination list. It was the name that she would mutter every night before she went to bed. Arya called it the night prayer, and every time she finished it she would add a sentence at the end, "All mortals have to die." Dragon Queen Dany Liz was just added, and she did not sleep tonight, so she did not have time to curse. The mystic dragon flew away and he didn't destroy Bravos? Brusco stood on the bow, tiptoed and looked around, but there was no trace of the mystic dragon in the night sky. Toot, 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 toot. Suddenly, the sound of a short horn came from the entrance of the canal, completely conveying the anxious mood of the person who blew it. What does this mean? Brusco was puzzled. Bravos was a water city, and the canal from the southern continent ran through the whole city. But in addition to the canal, the city was also scattered with channels like a spider's web. Brusco steered the boat and hid in the narrow channel on the other side of the flooded town, which was separated from the canal by a town. After a while, the purple shirt army rode along the stone path on the shore, and as they ran they shouted, "The Sea King has ordered all fishermen of Bravos to bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately." Remember, bring more fishing nets to the Purple Harbor. Those who disobey will be punished with 20 lashes, and those who complete the mission will be rewarded with 10 silver coins. Why should I bring fishing nets to the Purple Harbor? Brusco was confused. Dang dang dang. Soon the sound of a gong came from the channel. Then the voice of the mayor of the flooded town was heard. All registered fishermen of the flooded town, bring all your fishing nets to the Purple Harbor immediately, and rescue the Purple Harbor. Chapter 392. In flooded town, 70 to 80 small wooden boats gathered at the seabird pier at the corner of the canal. In the dark moonless night, a group of fishermen hung fishing lanterns from the poles at the bow of the boats. In the vast night, the lanterns glowed faintly like fireflies. The cold wind of early winter blew, creating layers of waves on the surface of the river. The faint light from the lanterns spread out on the surface of the water, as if countless stars were reflected on it. John Jack Ross Brusco. On the pier, a loud tax official stood on a stool and read out a series of names loudly. Most of the time, every time a name was read, someone below would raise their hand in response. If the person did not arrive, the tax official would also use a pen to mark the name on the register. Finally, the loud man waved a stack of parchment papers in his hand and shouted at the brightly lit river, "You are all registered fishermen. Go to Purple Harbor immediately and bring all your fishing nets." Syndicate, what are we going to Purple Harbor for? Tell us clearly. Brusco stood at the bow of the boat and shouted. Yes, yes. If you don't say anything, what are we going to do there? We don't know at all. The fishermen who were called out all agreed. These fishermen, like Brusco, lived in flooded town and made a living by catching fish in the canal. Sai, you saw it earlier, right? 2 devil dragons dived into the water and burned all 15 purple sail ships in the canal. Just the number of casualties is over 500. The loud syndicate sighed. Then why did the Sea King violate the sacred oath? In the next few thousand years, Brother Felik, the Sea King will be as famous as the Rat Chef. Even I feel embarrassed for that old man. Some fishermen were very dissatisfied and actually called the Sea King Old Man. How can a small fisherman like Ross interfere in the government's affairs? Syndicate reprimanded angrily. All mortals will die. I'm not even afraid of death. What can the government do to me? A small old man with disheveled hair and ragged hemp clothes said stiffly with his neck straightened. Hearing that all mortals will die, the angry tax official who was about to teach the unruly commoner a lesson immediately shrank back. Fuck, that old bastard Ross is actually related to the Black-White Academy. I can't afford to offend him. I have to remember this in the future. With that thought in mind, Syndicate raised his voice and spoke in a loud yet gentle tone. The mystic dragon is burning the Purple Harbor. He has already burned 70 to 80 ships. Other than the warships, there are also large ships. Many of the ships were filled with goods. It was too tragic. No matter what the Sea King did, we can discuss it tomorrow. The most important thing now is to stop the mystic dragon and help Bravos reduce their losses. It's just like in the early years of the Qing dynasty, if you shout in front of the Jianghu people, "Father of Heaven and Mother of Earth, fight the Qing and restore the Ming," everyone will know that you're a member of the Heaven and Earth Association. If you bare your forehead, put your palms together and say, "Amit-ba," your neighbors will think you're a monk. If you shout, "Oh my God," or "Jesus," and then cross your chest, everyone will think you're a Christian. All mortals have to die, had a similar effect. At the very least, this person believed in the God of Thousand Faces and had dealt with the priests of the Black and White House. As for Purple Harbor, there were 3 major docks in Bravos: the Square Dock, the Purple Harbor, and the Old Clothier's Dock. The Square Dock was a customs dock located behind the munitions factory. All the ships entering and leaving Bravos had to dock there for the Sea King's customs officers to board and inspect the cargo. The Old Clothier's Dock was in the southwest of the city. It was simple, crude, dirty, and messy. It was a dock specially for foreign merchants. The Purple Harbor was located in the north of Bravos, under the dome of the Sea King's palace. Only the natives of Bravos could use it. The mystic dragon went to the Purple Harbor? The fishermen were shocked at first, but then they felt that it was only natural. The mystic dragon had said before that he would transform into the wings of death and bring a catastrophe to Bravos. The flooded town was definitely not as valuable as the Purple Harbor. The Purple Harbor has been set ablaze by the mystic flame. The sea is burning. The mystic dragon is very vicious. He specifically targeted large ships and warships. Ships with a capacity of more than 800 tons, the invincible Purple Sail Fleet, are almost completely destroyed. As Syndicate spoke, his voice choked and tears flowed down his cheeks. Hearing that the Purple Harbor had suffered such a huge loss, the fishermen who were originally dissatisfied with the Sea King's betrayal of his oath fell silent with worry. No matter how shameless the Sea King and his family were, they were still their king and country. No matter how reasonable the Dragon Queen and the Mystic Dragon were, the target of their revenge was still their own family. Roth rubbed his messy white hair and sighed helplessly. He asked, "What's the use of fishing nets?" "You can cast layers of fishing nets near the dock or warships to stop the Mystic Dragon from approaching," Syndicate quickly said. "That can't be right. The Mystic Dragon is ferocious. It can spit fire and dive. Our fishing nets are not prepared to catch large sea fish. If they can't even catch whales, how can they stop the Mystic Dragon that is 10 times stronger than whales?" Brusk doubted. "Of course they can't stop it. But if there are enough of them, they can wrap around its wings, neck and legs at least for a moment. Then while the Mystic Dragon is struggling, our warships will approach and kill it with the Dragon Slayer crossbow," Syndicate said. Soon hundreds of fishing boats sailed out of the river and along the bay, heading towards the Sea King's palace in the north. Well, except for the flooded town, fishermen from more than a dozen islands nearby had all come. In the eyes of the White Dragon, hundreds of boats and hundreds of fishing lights were like a group of wishing boats, slowly drifting towards the Purple Harbor. Yes, Whitey was here too. Dragonstone Island was less than 1,500 kilometers away from Bravos, a 4 to 5 hour flight. Blackie was the only megalosaurus that had entered Bravos from the main gate. The ring-shaped mountain range could stop ships and waves, but it could not stop the megalosaurus. Whitey did not take the route of the Titan. He quietly entered Bravos from an altitude of more than 10,000 meters. After dark, he quietly landed in the sea west of the flooded town. The lower city of the flooded town was submerged by the sea. Only the half-sunken tower and the top of the dome were above the water. Whitey hid near the buildings that were above the water. After Blackie sent Gerald to the Green Eel Inn, he also lurked there. When Copernicus was killing the Sea King, Whitey sneaked to the Green Eel Inn's garbage channel that was connected to the bottom of the river. Danny was just a spiritual projection and her real body was not there at all. The main purpose of the Megalosaurus was to save Gerald. As for the dozen or so assassins downstairs, they were just handymen and knew nothing. Gerald did not tell them his real identity when he hired them. The secret passage of the slide was not complicated. The garbage channel was ready-made. It was connected from the movable floor to the copper pipe that led to the garbage entrance on the second floor. Gerald Dane could build it himself, and the craftsman did not know about it. As soon as he fell into the water, Whitey found him. Then the White Dragon carried the reserve White Knight and quickly dived upstream of the canal. After leaving the warships, it flew into the sky and hovered as a reconnaissance aircraft. With the help of the Double Dragon Spirit, although Blackie was at the bottom of the river, he knew the situation above the river like the back of his hand. He accurately located each warship and began to kill. The flooded town was not far from the Purple Harbor. After leaving the canal, they would reach the periphery of the harbor 3 or 4 kilometers north. The fishermen did not find the Mystic Dragon before, and did not know that the Mystic Dragon was wreaking havoc in the Purple Harbor. The main reason was that they were afraid of being affected by the Mystic Dragon's anger. Like Brusco, they hid in the small canal in the city. Their vision was blocked by the island and the tall tower. In fact, when the boat sailed out of the harbor and entered the bay, they could vaguely see the fire in the northeast. The Purple Harbor, which was once clean and tidy with orderly rows of ships, seemed to be being dragged into a fiery hell by the Mystic Dragon. The fire soared into the sky, thick smoke filled the air, and the air was filled with a choking smell. The fire spread for 4 or 5 kilometers, and the semi-arc wharf below the Sea King Palace was all set ablaze. Passing hundreds of broken ship shells that floated on the river like dead leaves, the fishing boat gradually approached the wharf. Kitty even saw countless crew members and merchants struggling on the deck and on the wharf. They cried inhumanly, cried for help, and cursed in despair. They cursed the Mystic Dragon, the Dragon Queen, and the Sea King and the council that caused them to suffer an unexpected disaster. Although the Mystic Dragon came and went freely in the Deepwater Harbor and the dragon flames were not extinguished, the chatter in his mouth did not stop. Every time he continued to spit fire for more than a minute and set a large number of ships on fire, he would hide at a safe distance and stick his neck out to take a few breaths of fresh air. At the same time, he would roar a few times with a thunderous voice. He recounted the agreement and oath between the people of Bravos and the Dragon Lady, as well as the betrayal of the oath by the Bravos' Purple Shirt Army, the Council and the Sea King Palace. The Sea King Palace represented the government of Bravos, as well as the violation of the rights of the guests. Then he announced his identity, the Wings of Death, and the meaning of the Wings of Death. Oh, I am the Wings of Death. The world trembles because of my torture, and the sinful Sea King Palace collapses in my anger. In the end, the Bravos that betrayed the oath will be destroyed. In my shadow, everything will turn to ashes. In my demon flames, the impurities will be cleansed. As a matter of fact, when Brusco's fishing boat rushed over, he just happened to see the mystic dragon, Dan, and I, showing off. Gods, the Wings of Death is too scary. The Purple Harbor is finished. We can't save it. The cat was carrying a bundle of fishing nets, her gray eyes full of fear. In view of the possibility of not returning from this trip, Brusco left his son and daughter in flooded town and let the cat he hired die with him. Brusco frowned as he observed the situation at the harbor. The fire was indeed terrifying, but the harbor had originally been designed to prevent the fire from spreading. Otherwise, if one of the wooden sailboats caught fire, wouldn't it ignite the nearby ships and burn the camp for 800 miles? He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can still save it. There are 700 to 800 ships in the Purple Harbor. The fire looks scary now, but in fact only 100 ships on the periphery are burning. If we're lucky, maybe half of them can be saved." It had to be said that the fishing net really stopped the Megalosaurus. When Blackie spat fire to burn the ship, it had to swim in a backstroke position, relying on its tail to swim quickly to the bottom of the ship. During this time, it retracted its wings to its left and right ribs to maintain balance and spit out dragon flames from its mouth. In other words, it couldn't dive too deep. Otherwise, the dragon flames would lose their lethality and wouldn't be able to burn through the thick and sturdy bottom of the ship. Therefore, layers of fishing nets were placed around the ship to entangle its body. If Blackie had Smog's physique and had a few hundred tons of strength, it could even smash through steel and iron pillars that were as thick as a person's arms. It could also withstand the toppling of mountains. The fishing nets were just willow catkins that it encountered when running by the river. They would confuse its eyes, but they couldn't stop its pace. Unfortunately, Blackie's current weight was only half a ton. It couldn't break free from the layers of fishing nets. After burning 17 or 18 small fishing boats and having half of its body caught in the fishing nets, Blackie dived into the deep sea. After reaching a safe distance, it leaped into the air. "Ignorant ants, you don't know who you've angered." After saying this, it ran away. Chapter 393. It felt like a long time had passed, but the dragon flame demonic blade that pierced through the bottom of the ship did not appear again. Kat asked anxiously, "Did the demonic dragon leave?" Well, Arya was lucky that the wooden ship she was on did not become one of the dozens of fishing ships that were engulfed by the demonic flame. There were too many fishing ships on the sea. 2,000 to 3,000 fishing ships were scattered around the Purple Harbor. Even if there were no fishing nets, there were too many of them. Blackie could not burn all of them. "He'll come back. Didn't you hear what he said? He's enraged." Brusco gulped and said worriedly, "I don't know what other evil tricks he has. Anyway, Bravos is in big trouble. What is the Sea King thinking? Why would he violate the oath and violate the rights of the guests?" In the end, the poor fisherman who was a little cunning could not help but complain about the government. The fisherman who had a job that was not dangerous and could earn 10 silver radiance coins resented the government's treachery. The big merchants and moneylenders who had docked their ships at the Purple Harbor were so angry that their lungs were about to burst. "What do you mean? Why did we, the people of Bravos, violate the sacred oath and violate the rights of the guests?" Someone shouted at the closed gate of the Sea King Palace. Well, the square between the Sea King Palace and the Purple Harbor was crowded with panicked people. There were some lucky sea merchants whose ships were engulfed in flames, and they were anxiously urging their sailors to put out the fire. There were also some unlucky ones whose entire fortune was among the more than 200 ships burned by the demonic dragon. At this moment, they were paralyzed on the ground, wailing loudly. There were also sailors who escaped from the dock area and the crew of the Purple Sail Fleet. Some of them only had their faces blackened by the smoke and were looking for water. Some of them were drenched and luckily escaped the disaster. They were lying on the stone slabs and gasping for breath. There were also injured people who were burned by the fire, exposing their charred and wet wounds. Their companions were shouting for the healers. More people carried wooden buckets and stretchers to the dock to stop the fire from spreading and save the crew in the fire and in the sea. Bam bam bam. After yelling and cursing for a while, the doors of the ocean palace remained shut. No one answered. Some of the sea merchants could not hold back their anger and kicked the thick oak door. Sea King Brother Felix, come out. Come out and give the Dragon Queen an explanation. Come out and quell the mystic dragon's anger, Brother Felix. The merchants shouted loudly. Well, they didn't know that old Brother Fry had died a long time ago. At this time, the government officials in the Sea King Palace did not know about the plan of the guard and the doctor. They really thought that the Sea King had done something that angered both men and gods. Hearing the curses of the citizens outside the door, not only did they not dare to go out to appease them, they even had a guilty conscience. They tightly shut the door, worried that the angry citizens and merchants would rush in and tear them apart. Of course, the leadership of Bravos was not limited to the dozen doctors and 9 guards on the purple ship. In fact, there were hundreds of key keepers in the Iron Treasury, and more than 1,000 shareholders. The 9 guards were only representatives chosen by them. Even if the Black Dragon's dragon flame almost wiped out the entire council, it could not completely paralyze the administration and military command of Bravos. However, it would take time to elect a new Sea King, a new council and even a new leadership. Tonight was destined to be chaotic. As for the fake Sea King Copernicus Eraldson, ever since he failed to capture the Dragon Queen and caused the deaths of the Sea King, the doctors and the guards, he had lost control of the Purple Army. In fact, he had never really controlled the Purple Army. Leading Bravos with the identity of the Sea King had become an extravagant hope. Forget about the Sea King, he just wanted to save his life. If we can't compromise, why should we give her an explanation? We haven't lost, Bravos has a stronger fleet than the Alliance and more wealth. We can attack Dragonstone Island, hire mercenaries to conquer Slave Bay, form an alliance with the Iron Throne, and even join the Alliance. There are too many ways to deal with her, why should we surrender and apologize? In the upper reaches of the canal, on Spring Island 8 kilometers southeast of flooded town, in an inconspicuous gray stone house, Copernicus waved his arms and shouted loudly, hoping to arouse the fighting spirit of his new colleagues. Well, in just 1 or 2 hours his fake regime had been successfully established. It wasn't a fake regime, the rights of these acting doctors and guards had been tacitly approved by the shareholders of the Iron Treasury. In terms of functions they were not much different from the legitimate counselors. However, the temporary counselors were only responsible for dealing with the crisis of the Mother of Dragons, and had to be dismissed immediately after completing the task, because they did not have the qualifications to become doctors and guards. A doctor required sufficient knowledge and management wisdom, but more importantly, their family had the qualifications of a doctor. Just like the noble titles of Westeros, Lucian, who was killed by Dany on Dragonstone Island, his father, Daemon Lannister, was the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. However, Daemon belonged to a branch family, and before the main family of Tywin died, he could never become the guardian of the Western region or the Duke of Casterly Rock. Bizarro's fat face was full of helplessness and said, "Your Majesty, the loss of the Purple Harbor is too great, it's beyond what we can bear. More importantly, the mystic dragon can speak, and before we could mobilize public opinion, the negotiation was announced loudly by it." What a loud voice, almost half of the city's residents and merchants know about it. Even the merchants of the Old Clothes Merchants' Wharf know about it, Copernicus. Your Majesty, you must deal with this matter as soon as possible, or else the reputation that the Iron Treasury has built for thousands of years will be finished. A square-faced acting doctor with a firm expression said in a deep voice. If the news spreads, the Iron Treasury's reputation will definitely decline worldwide, and this is something that the shareholders cannot tolerate. The acting guards also echoed. Copernicus's eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, Bravos is the strongest country in the world, and the head of the 9 free trade city-states. If we really surrender, what will the people of the world think? In the future, will the Iron Treasury still have the confidence to say to anyone that the Iron Treasury cannot be defaulted?" The square-faced acting doctor gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, we don't have to surrender to that woman, if there's a possibility of victory. No, as long as we can guarantee that Bravos will not suffer more losses, we can declare war with her. A brown-skinned old Jijesnai nodded and said, yes, the Purple Harbor was burned and thousands of purple-shirt soldiers, local merchants and sailors were burned to death. How deep is the hatred? If we can get rid of that Deathwing. At this point, the short and fat old man said with lingering fear, Deathwing is too scary, killing it should be a higher priority than Dragon Queen. Otherwise, even if we kill Dragon Queen, Deathwing will still be haunting Bravos like a nightmare. Everyone heard him. He called himself the eldest son of the Dragon Mother. How can a son not avenge his mother? The old man had the blood of the Jijesnai tribe, but he was a true Bravashan, and his ancestor was one of the moon chanters who founded Bravos. Yes, Deathwing is a terrifying enemy that far surpasses Dragon Queen. I never thought that the mystic dragon could be so smart, able to talk, dive, know how to change strategies, and know how to avoid dragon-slaying crossbows and fishing nets. It's smarter than humans. Everyone agreed. Your Majesty, in Valeglia's time, the Arathonians were nobler than Targaryen. Do you know what's the situation with Deathwing? Fatty Bersalo asked solemnly. My family is only a side branch. Copernicus said with a conflicted expression. In Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been tens of thousands of Megalosaurus, but I'm not sure if a dragon has ever spoken. You should ask the Mat Eris about this. They secretly joined the alliance, and obviously have ulterior motives towards Dany Rise. In fact, the secret that Dany Rise obtained the inheritance of the Great Wizard was also leaked by them. Perhaps, there are direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks in Mat Eris, and they know more secrets. The secret of Deathwing can be explored in the future. I just want to confirm if the Bravos garrison can stop the mystic dragon from attacking again? The square-faced acting professor said. Copernicus nodded and said, yes, of course they can. Dragon-slaying crossbows are a regular weapon in Bravos, and over the past few hundred years, we have accumulated thousands of them to guard against threats from the sky. Also, the news from the Purple Harbor said that fishing nets can indeed trap the mystic dragon underwater, and we don't lack fishing nets. It's impossible to kill Deathwing, but after blocking attacks from the sky and the water, Deathwing can't do more damage to us. But Deathwing said before he left that he was enraged. It seems like he's going to go crazy. The short and fat Jijesnai said worriedly. Let him go crazy, I don't believe he can be that arrogant. It's just a young dragon that's not even 3 years old. Is it that amazing that he can talk? Copernicus pulled his bow tie and said loudly. Of course it's amazing. The first time we heard him speak about Deathwing, we were scared to death. Everyone nodded silently. Let's hope so. The mystic dragon had disappeared for a long time. From the time he left with those harsh words to the time the fire in the Purple Harbor was under control, it had already been 2 hours. While everyone was filled with anticipation, debating whether the mystic dragon had run out of tricks or had given up on punishing Bravos, Cantona led a large group of purple-robed soldiers back from flooded town. While maintaining order in the harbor, Captain Cantona's eyes were filled with the will to die. He stood in the middle of the crowd and forcefully admitted to the coup. For the peace of the 9 free trade cities, Cantona and I have supported Sir Copernicus' coup, taking control of the council and overthrowing Brother Felic. Right now, His Majesty Copernicus is the new Sea King of Bravos. The citizens of Purple Harbor were filled with anger when they heard this, cursing Cantona and the purple-robed army, loudly protesting. Not long after, the officials of the Sea King's palace also received the news of the coup. The thick doors opened and the old Sea King's palace steward walked out alone. He faced the people in the square with tears in his eyes and a choked voice. Bravos did not throw away its honor, nor did it violate the rights of its guests. Sea King Felic and Chief Swordsman Kaluo sacrificed their lives to protect Queen Dany Liz. They fulfilled their duties as hosts and did their best to protect their guests. His Majesty Sea King fulfilled his oath and defended the honor of Bravos. The citizens around the square were filled with righteous indignation as they excitedly shouted, "Long live Sea King Felic! Oppose the coup and disarm the purple-robed army." What's the use of saying this now? The Dragon Queen doesn't care if we have a coup or not. The mystic dragon's revenge will not be delayed because of a coup. The unkempt fisherman Ross said with a sigh. Arya was sleeping on the fishing boat beside them. She rubbed her eyes when she heard this and looked up at the sky in a daze, saying, "Has the mystic dragon left? There are crossbows and fishing nets, what can the wings of death do?" Ah, the sky, look, there are meteors in the sky, meteors are falling towards the Purple Harbor. Chapter 394. Bravos was made up of hundreds of small islands, surrounded by a group of wall-like islands that firmly protected the lagoon in their arms. Only the Titan's narrow gorge could be seen. This ring of mountainous islands blocked the storms and tsunamis from the narrow sea in the west and the trembling sea in the north for the people of Bravos. At this time, it also blocked the view of the Bravos fleet for the Dragon Queen's ship. There was no moon tonight. Under the dark night, a 30-meter-long flat-bottomed cargo ship was quietly parked in the northeast direction of the ring of mountainous islands. It was separated from the Ocean Palace by a 10-meter-high craggy hill and a 7 to 8-kilometer-wide lagoon. It was not a remote place, and most ships sailing to Iban Island in the east used this route. But very few ships docked here. They're here. Danny stood at the bow of the ship, and her sight seemed to penetrate the mountains and see the Ocean Palace in the distance. It's late at night. There are only some government officials in the Ocean Palace, and the families of the guards and doctors are scattered all over Bravos. They won't be hurt too much, Gerald said. In the past 3 or 4 hours, his hair and underwear had been dried by the charcoal fire on the deck. I'm just imposing fear. No matter what, the 2 dragons can't destroy Bravos. Danny sighed. Will the people of Bravos be afraid and give in? They will definitely be afraid, but they won't really give in. The long night is coming and a short surrender is enough. Gerald's purple pupils contracted, and he hesitated. The people of Bravos think that the deviants and the long night are not directly related. Yes, the deviants have existed for many years. They have always been in the land of eternal winter and have never really disappeared. But this time is different. The dragons were hatched by me and the deviants went south to the Great Wall. These are all signs of great changes in the world. And I have personally contacted the deviants. They are testing the strength of the Megalosaurus and me, just like understanding the enemy's intelligence before a war. There is no doubt that this winter will not end easily. It is the long night. Gerald's strong jaw muscles slowly relaxed, as if he had accepted the cruel reality helplessly. After a while he said dryly, "What should I do next? When Bravos is defeated by me, you take the fleet to the East Sea to pick up the barbarians. Here it is, do you see it?" Danny stretched out her right hand and pointed at a blurry dark red light spot in the dark sky. "Is that a meteor?" What the Brusco was complaining to the fisherman nearby that the treasurer had paid the promised 10 silver radiance so that he could go home. Seeing the cat stomping the small boat up and down, he couldn't help but get angry. But the moment he raised his head, he also saw the meteor that was getting brighter and brighter. It was bright red like a red sword, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder, like the punishment of the heavens. Rumble. Gradually there was no need for Mao-er's reminder. Thunderous explosions came from above the dock. Everyone looked up and was aghast. Everyone frantically fled. "Meteor, a meteor is flying over." Thousands of people shouted in fear, but they still couldn't suppress the meteor. The roar of the falling meteor was like a tornado blowing in their ears. Meteor, falling towards the Sea King's palace. Mar's face was distorted as she screamed in horror. But in the end, even she couldn't hear her own screams. There was a flash of red in the sky, and then there was silence. The sky, the earth, the sea, and the wooden boat were shaking violently, but no sound could be heard anymore. Or rather, their ears were filled with the sound of the huge explosion, and no other sound could be heard. Boom! The majestic Sea King's palace made of marble was like fresh cow dung that was hit by a stone. When the bright red meteor fell, the solid stone walls had no resistance, and large pieces of broken stone splattered everywhere. Visible to the naked eye, the tall stone palace that used to overlook the purple harbor burst into pieces in the red light and smoke. The stone dome and walls burst into pieces, the stone foundation burst into pieces, and the stones fell in all directions like a storm. The boulders were as big as carriages, as big as millstones, as big as a human head, but most were smaller than a fist. The edge of the square was also affected. Within 30 to 50 meters of the palace, there were almost no people standing. Wails and cries were everywhere and corpses were piled up everywhere. After a full minute, Mao-er recovered her hearing. Looking at the Sea King's palace that had almost completely disappeared, she was in a daze and almost couldn't believe it. The 20-meter-tall circular dome was built on a hill that was 10 meters higher than the dock. It covered an area of more than 400 square meters and was made of white marble. It faced north and the Purple Harbor dock in the north. This was the place where the Sea King held court. Now the palace in the east had completely disappeared, leaving behind a steaming crater of unknown depth. The remaining walls in the west had collapsed outwards. O gods, is this the punishment of the gods? Did the meteorite fall on the Sea King's palace? Brusco knelt at the bow of the ship, holding his head and wailing. Punishment. Mao, repeated the word in her mouth. Suddenly her gray eyes bulged and her body shuddered. Her horse-like face was pale as she screamed, Mystic Dragon, this is the Mystic Dragon's punishment. The wings of death plucked a star from the sky and threw it on the Sea King's palace. Mystic Dragon? Brusco was stunned. He looked up at the empty sky. There is no Mystic Dragon. The Mystic Dragon's flying speed was not as fast as the meteorite. At this moment, Blackie was still on its way to the scene of the show. On the day that Danny took down Dragonstone Island, Gerald Dane had just arrived in Bravos. He did not immediately go to the Sea King's palace to seek an audience with the Sea King. Instead, he did 3 things in advance according to Danny's request. First, choose a safe place for negotiation, a hotel or hotel by the river or the sea. Second, renovate the hotel and build a secret passage that could quickly reach the bottom of the river. Third, hire a ship from Dorne and purchase a batch of supplies. A certain number of round-headed iron pillars of about 500 pounds and a certain number of barrels of kerosene of 100 pounds were to be transported to the outer sea of Bravos by cargo ships. As the world's top trading city-state, Bravos Commercial Street could easily provide the above goods. These arrangements were just in case. If the people of Bravos were willing to negotiate honestly, then she would not initiate a conflict. If the facts proved that human nature could not withstand the test. For the first time, Danny even sincerely admired Jianghu. How many tyrants and political dignitaries could abide by the rules and maintain their honor in the face of Liu Bang, who had entered their territory? As for Copernicus's coup, she was not stupid, and she did not have the blood of madness. This kind of trick was completely useless against her. Whether or not Copernicus's coup had the tacit approval of the Iron Treasury and the government, it was a fact that Bravos had attacked her. However, Danny did feel sorry for the Sea King, Brother Felic, and the chief swordsman, Quiro. Those 2 were definitely innocent. They had kept their oath and fulfilled their obligations as hosts to the guests. Unfortunately, politics was so dirty. No matter how noble a character or great honor was, it would be tarnished in the face of politics. The only thing she could do was to position the meteor fall as far away from the Sea King's palace and Brother Felic's family as possible. After being blocked by the fishing net, Dahe and Little White went to the cargo ship docked in the trembling sea. Little White put Geralt on the deck. With the cooperation of the Dorne sailors, Dahe grabbed the chain at the end of the iron pillar and began the second act of the fake meteor fall. Well, the first act was dedicated to the people of Zingis. It failed. Dahe hovered in the air for more than an hour and stopped at an altitude of about 35 kilometers from the ground. This time, Danny did not give Dahe the coordinates. Instead, under the second dragon spirit, Dahe and Little White could sense each other. Little White locked onto the target and dived vertically. At the same time, Dahe accelerated with the round-headed iron pillar. Dahe, Little White, and the Sea King's 100-beast garden. The 3 of them were in the same line. In theory, the round-headed iron pillar should fall in the 100-beast garden and kill the thousands of rare animals collected by the Sea King from all over the world. In the end, it was much better than the last time in Zingis. The iron pillar did not break. It only deviated less than 100 meters from the target and hit the east side of the main hall where the Sea King hosted the court meeting. As soon as the round-headed iron pillar was thrown, Dahe began to hover and dive. After flying for more than 15 minutes, it appeared again in the sky above the purple harbor. At this time, a long time had passed since the meteor fall. The people of Bravos had recovered from the shock. Some were busy rescuing the injured, some went into the 10-meter-deep crater to check, and some stood in the square and wailed for their families. Even more people, after regaining their senses, immediately left the cursed land by boat. Then a familiar horrifying voice sounded in the sky. This is the dragon god's forbidden curse. Meteor fall. I pick up the stars with my left hand and put my right hand down. When I put my palms together, heaven and earth tremble in my palm. I am the light messenger, I am the vanguard of justice, I am the prophet of fate, and I am also the wing of death. It is not my intention to bring death and fear. But if I want to make the world cleaner and holier, I must cleanse the filth and decay. Oath breakers, this is only the beginning. Tremble, cry, wail, and repent in pain. Dahe's loudspeaker came online. Danny used his loud voice to say, to spread endless fear and despair on the heads of the people of Bravos below. Then with a roar he ran away again. But this time no one really thought that the devil dragon had left. The devil dragon went to the sky to get the stars again. Everyone screamed in fear as they fled the purple harbor in a panic. In the halls of the Sea King's palace that were not affected by the meteor, a large number of maids, guards, and officials escorted the family of the old Sea King to the canal. They took a small boat and left the island that was targeted by the devil dragon. They were wrong. The second meteor did fall 2 hours later, but it did not fall on the empty Sea King's palace. Danny's second target was the munitions factory. It was located on a reef island at the entrance of the Great Lagoon. The island protruded like a fist on the surface of the water. Although it was not big, it was the station of the Bravos City Fleet. It was also the shipbuilding center of Bravos. To be honest, the second meteor fall was not as shocking as the first one. It fell on a shipyard and smashed a 7 to 8 meter deep crater. More than a dozen shipwrights on night duty were killed, 2 docks were destroyed, and several ships under construction were destroyed. But the fear that it brought to the people of Bravos was no less than the first one. Even the death of 100 Sea Kings could not shake Bravos' position as the overlord of the free cities, but the destruction of the munitions factory, even if the ships and shipwrights left the port immediately, the shipbuilding industry of Bravos would suffer irreversible damage. Chapter 395. At dawn, a thick fog covered the lagoon like a blanket. The visibility of the human eye was only a few hundred meters. Before the people of Bravos could wake up from their nightmare last night, something even scarier happened. The third meteorite landed in front of the Titan, splashing water dozens of meters high. It missed. But the devil dragon's goal was clear. He wanted to destroy the Titan. In terms of symbolism, the Titan was to the people of Bravos what the Statue of Liberty was to the Americans. In terms of national security, the Titan guarded the only entrance to Bravos. Without the Titan fortress, its defense would be reduced by half. Also, the canyon was too narrow. If the Titan collapsed, the falling rocks would definitely block the entrance. The fourth meteorite was not a meteorite from the sky. The 2 dragons each carried 4 or 5 barrels of kerosene filled with linen and threw them on the Titan's head from a height of 500 meters. This time they did not miss the target. Half of the Titan's body burned. The high temperature did not kill many guards. When the meteorite fell into the sea and splashed water, 99% of the guards in the Titan fortress had evacuated. Only a small group of death squads remained on the Titan's shoulders, head, and mouth to control the dragon-slaying crossbows. The Titan's chest and head were mostly made of bronze and boulders. It would not be melted by the kerosene barrels. But the high temperature still changed the Titan's face. From a tough guy who stood tall and roared angrily, he became a down-and-out old man with droopy eyelids, a crooked nose, a slanted mouth, and a wrinkled face. Bronze deformed under the high temperature. At this time the sky was bright. Countless foreign ships left the old clothes merchant's dock and rushed out of the canyon. There were also countless foreign sea merchants who rushed into the iron treasury. They took their deposit certificates and exchanged them for gold. They also canceled their personal accounts in the iron treasury, planning to leave Bravos forever. Then, small wooden boats with families moving appeared in the canals of Bravos. On Spring Island, in an inconspicuous gray stone bungalow, a large round table was set up in the living room. Old man Jajesnai's hands were trembling as he held the parchment. His sallow face was distorted. Suddenly, he put down the parchment and pointed at the Sea King Copernicus who was sitting at the head of the table. He roared, "Take down this traitor who has disrupted the court and tarnished the honor and reputation of Bravos." Copernicus's face was as pale as a corpse. Fatty Bersalo rubbed his face tiredly and said dejectedly, "Copernicus, it's your turn to sacrifice yourself for Bravos. Copernicus, we will remember you." The deputy councillors looked at Copernicus with sincerity and tears in their eyes, but Copernicus was so touched that, his face was contorted and his lungs were about to explode. "Your Highness the Sea King, you have 2 sons, 3 daughters, a mother who is almost 60 years old, 4 brothers, 1 sister, and so many cousins that they can occupy an entire street." The square-faced middle-aged man said stiffly. "Sigh." Copernicus felt as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He slumped into the wooden chair, looking dejected. Give me a bottle of sweet sleeping flowers. I'm afraid of pain. Sweet sleeping flower was a poison that could cause a painless death. Be brave, your majesty. Seeing that Copernicus had compromised, Fatty Bersaglio was invigorated and comforted him gently. You are the main culprit, the source of all evil, and the starting point of all disasters and curses. You must endure the curses of the people, the whipping of the mother of dragons, the roasting of the devil dragon's devil flame. Only then can the people vent their anger, restore the world's trust in Bravos, and calm the anger of the Dragon Queen. It will also allow Deathwing to complete his mission of cleansing the world of evil, and become the guardian of peace and justice once again. Copernicus's facial muscles were so twisted that his facial features were almost dislocated. Bersaglio, my mother of the devil dragon. The people of Bravos raised their flag and surrendered to the devil dragon. The devil dragon soared in the sky, and more than 10 strong horses followed him, running on the ground, waving a huge peace flag in his hand, a colorful striped flag. Great big black dragon god, your excellency Deathwing. The rebels have been taken down, the filth has been cleansed, and justice has been served. Mercy, mercy. The knight shouted as he ran. Danny did not intend to pay attention to them. In the original plan, at least 40 iron pillars and 200 barrels of kerosene should be thrown out of the ship. Now it was not even 1/10 of it. How could she show them mercy? But after a while, even the kind man, the fat Bersaglio, joined in, holding a peace flag, shouting to the black dragon in the sky, "The rebels have been killed, please negotiate." She had to give face to the Black White House. Otherwise this conflict could really escalate into an all-out war with no bottom line. She had to admit that Danny was very afraid of the Black White House. Especially after confirming that the faceless ones of Bravos were not concentrated in the Black White House, her fear deepened a step. No matter how much she practiced magic and martial arts and how much devil flame she had, she could not hurt the invisible enemy. But the enemy in the dark could see her every move, every friend. Fortunately, the Black White House, like her, was in a very awkward situation. The faceless ones could not do anything to the Dragon Queen, but the Dragon Queen could threaten the foundation of the Black White House Bravos. Above an arch bridge spanning 2 islands, Big Black descended to a height of 200 meters, hovering above the knights, and said with a rumbling voice, "What do you want to say? I am busy looking for the next punishment point." Bersaglio and the others were shocked when they heard this, because the mystic dragon was flying along the Sweetwater Canal in the direction of the Purple Wind Island. The Sweetwater Canal was the lifeline of the people of Bravos. The canal was built of limestone and bricks, supported by a stepped bridge below, like a viaduct in a modern city, spanning over the city, providing the people of Bravos with clear, drinkable fresh water. The fresh water came from the southern continent of Ursos, the spring lake in the mountains, across swamps and shoals, all the way to the mouth of the Bravos Canal dozens of kilometers away. The whole of Bravos, from the beggars to the Sea King, from the dock workers to the guards of the Iron Vault, all depended on this canal to sustain their lives. Because the seawater in the canal was not drinkable, and the water in the canal flowed from the swamps, drinking it directly would cause diseases, so it could not be drunk without boiling it. The mystic dragon was going to attack the Sweetwater Canal? Moreover, the poor used buckets to draw water from the public fountain, while the rich built pipes directly to bring the water into their homes. In other words, the rich could find their homes by following the pipes. Among them, the Purple Wind Island was the place where the pipes were densely packed. This meant that the rich gathered in the Purple Wind Island. Damn it! How could the mystic dragon be so smart and so cunning? How could he let people live? Great BB, please have mercy, we have something to say. Fatty Bersaglio put the peace flag in his hand aside, his hands formed a trumpet around his sausage mouth, and shouted with all his might, "Please pause and listen to me, the insane, unethical, insidious, greedy, bloodthirsty, without honor. Copernicus has been arrested by the Revolutionary Army this morning, and his puppet regime has been overthrown. Many of the Purple Shirt Army who started the rebellion have also been arrested and detained, waiting for you to exercise your authority to wash away the sins of the world and give them justice. Bravos is treacherous, I can no longer trust you." The mystic dragon shook his big head and said with a loud voice, "I am willing to endorse the second negotiation and swear in the name of the God of Thousand Faces. The Black and White House and Bravos will live and die together, share honor and disgrace together, and will never allow Bravos to break its oath and lose its honor again." The kind voice was calm, but people could feel the determination in his words. The Faceless One and Bravos will live and die together, and to destroy Bravos is equivalent to waging a life-and-death war with the Black and White House. Good, the Faceless One's reputation is known all over the world. Since the Black and White House vouches for Bravos, I am willing to inform my mother of your request for the second negotiation. Blackie announced loudly so that the residents and merchants on the nearby islands could hear his voice. Ah, the nightmare is finally over. The people of Bravos, who had been frightened all night, wept with joy. There were also foreign merchants who were worried. I hope the Black and White House won't go back on their word, otherwise Bravos really can't stay anymore. The Black and White House, the nest of the Faceless One, don't you believe in their reputation? In today's world, even the Iron Treasury can't be trusted. A group of killers? You want to die? How dare you speak ill of the Faceless One? If you want to say it, you should say it quietly in front of so many people. Don't be silly. His companion dissuaded in a loud voice. The people around them looked at them strangely. Blackie flew up into the sky and disappeared in the dense fog. Under the guarantee of the School of Black and White, the news that the Bravosi officials were going to negotiate with the Dragon Queen for the second time quickly spread. The people of Bravosi had mixed feelings. There was anticipation, worry, fear, and resentment. They didn't know whether to hate the Mystic Dragon or the Dragon Queen, or the government that went back on their word. Only the government made a decision for them. The coup leader Copernicus Arathorn and the traitor Cantona of the Purple Shirt Army were arrested, detained on the deck of the Purple Ship, and paraded along the canal. Many heralds, on horseback or in boats, ran through the streets of Bravos, announcing to the people that the rebellion had been quelled and the puppet government had been overthrown. It seemed to be hinting that everyone should hurry up and throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. Anger, fear, hatred, disgust, and other negative emotions seemed to have found a channel to vent. The people flocked to the canal, and some even followed in boats, cursing and throwing rotten tomatoes along the way. When the foreigners on the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf heard the roar of the Black Dragon, they also had mixed feelings. Some of them were relieved. Their ships and goods were saved. Some of them were disappointed. Damn it, why are the people of Bravos so cowardly? Our alliance army of hundreds of thousands is marching towards Slave Bay. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can join the alliance army and fight the Mother of Dragons to the end. At least we can use the flesh and blood of Bravos to block the Mystic Dragon's meteor fall for us. It would be even better if we could keep one or two Mystic Dragons at bay. Especially that Deathwing, it's too scary. The Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf, Laurel Winds Bridge. Father, are we leaving Bravos immediately? The bald black girl Ko-Jia asked her father. This. Kuhulu, who was wearing a yellow and green feather cloak, was hesitant. I believe in the Dragon Queen's reputation. As long as the negotiation is successful, the Mystic Dragon will definitely not wreak havoc in Bravos. In fact, last night Big Black Deathwing had already shown mercy to the foreign merchants. Otherwise, the Old Clothes Merchant's Wharf would have been burned to the ground. But now, I don't believe in the Bravos. Roar, a nightmarish black figure swept across the wharf. I am the Holy Light, I am the messenger of justice. The negotiation has been completed, I am no longer Deathwing. The Holy Megalosaurus said. Chapter 396. At this moment, death and fear have left me. I am the Holy Light, the Holy Dragon of Light, the Messenger of the Sun, the Vanguard of Justice, the Torchbearer of Freedom, the eldest son of Danny Liz. I am also the great guardian of light of the Seven Gods Church under her command, the great mighty dragon of heaven. He's not called Wings of Death, anymore? Kuhulu's black face twitched. Holy Dragon of Light doesn't seem to match his shiny black skin. Wings of Death is more suitable. Although his skin is black, his heart is holy and bright, just like the people of the Midsummer Islands. Black girl Ko-Jia looked up at the sky, her eyes blurred with admiration. Ah, that's true. Looking down at his black jade-like skin, Captain Kuhulu couldn't help but nod in agreement. The people at the docks were shocked and in an uproar. The Holy Dragon of Light in the sky continued, the Black White House lives up to its name. Under the leadership of the High Priest of the God of Thousand Faces, the negotiations have been completed in front of the Black White House. Finished so quickly? Black Girl was shocked. Sigh, after experiencing the pain brought by wings of death, how could the negotiations not be fast? Even if Dragon Queen proposed an unfair treaty, Bravos would have to agree immediately. The Black Captain sighed. The radiant holy dragon's majestic voice reverberated throughout the old clothes merchant's wharf. There are only 4 conditions. First, the Dragon Queen will deposit the gold from Slave Bay into the Iron Treasury, and the Iron Treasury will charge a 13% service fee. This. Kolu was confused. This is too reasonable. The people of Bravos took the initiative to admit defeat, so Dragon Queen should take the opportunity. Second, Dragon Queen will buy at least 50 million gold royals worth of grain from the Iron Treasury at 130% of the current grain price. The delivery will be completed in 5 years. Holy Dragon of Light threw another bomb into the crowd at the docks. 50 million? Oh gods, how much is that? How much grain? Is Dragon Queen crazy? The merchants cried out in shock. Wings of death, why is Dragon Queen buying grain? A brave sailor climbed up the mast and shouted at Black. Whoosh! Big Black swooped down and whizzed past the sailor's head, causing the crowd below to cry out in alarm. Then, the Black Dragon began to circle around the large ship and roared, "Seaman, what did you call me? I am the Holy Light, I am the Holy Dragon of Light, the emissary of the sun, the vanguard of justice, the torchbearer of freedom, the eldest son of Danilis, the great guardian of light of the Church of the 7 Gods of Slave Bay. Could it be that you want to awaken Deathwing?" Blackie's loud and sonorous voice slowly became low, and the already dark sky seemed to be even more cloudy. "No, Holy Light, spare my life. Holy Dragon is merciful, I was wrong." The sailor hugged the mast and howled. The warm liquid soaked through his gray linen trousers and dripped onto the deck from the sky. It then drifted into the mouth of the first mate who was looking up at the sky. No mercy? The Holy Dragon seemed to have truly transformed into a demonic dragon. It extended its claws, and when it swooped down at a low altitude, it pinched the sailor between its claws. Kacha. The masts on the top floor were all broken. The sailor who was held in the demonic dragon's claws was scared out of his wits, and could only use all his strength to howl loudly. "You have awakened the wrath of the sleeping dragon, I will punish you," the demonic dragon said fiercely. The sailor peed and shit flew everywhere. His consciousness was blurred and he could only remember to howl. The demonic dragon is going to eat people. The sailors and merchants at the dock cried out in shock. Hiss! Blackie's roar was like thunder, and it was frightening. "Seaman, you have 2 choices, either answer one of my questions or I throw you from the sky into the sea." The demonic dragon doesn't eat people," a sailor at the dock said disappointedly. "Damn it, lower your voice, that's not Deathwing, not demonic dragon, it's Holy Light, the Holy Megalosaurus, the Holy Dragon of Light. Don't call the wrong name." His companion said nervously. "I have a riddle, listen carefully." The Holy Dragon Big Black's voice rumbled. "It's fat, doesn't like to clean or bathe, and everyone says it's lazy, sleeping after eating and drinking. What is it?" The sailor rolled his eyes and screamed involuntarily. "Pig, pig." The sailors, merchants, and citizens at the dock stamped their feet and beat their chests. They wanted to shout out loud and show the Holy Dragon their wisdom. "Stupid pig, you don't even know this." The Holy Dragon Big Black snorted, and threw the sailor from the sky. He was about 50 meters away and fell near the ship while screaming. Immediately, the sailors on the same ship jumped into the sea and pulled him up to the deck. "He's still breathing." Seeing the sailor's eyes roll back and his chest rise and fall violently, the people on the ship sighed in relief. "I am the dragon god and my words are like a mountain. If I say I'm no longer Deathwing, then I'm no longer." As for food, the Holy Dragon Big Black sighed. The people were surprised. Did they hear the sentiments of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? Then, they heard the Holy Dragon Big Black start to talk about the appearance of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall and the coming of the eternal night. Is that true? The people at the dock were stunned as if they had seen a crazy dragon. With the way the Devil Dragon and the Holy Dragon changed identities back and forth, it did not seem excessive to call him a mad dragon. Could it be that it was the same as the mad blood, passed down in the Targaryen ancestors, that the eldest son of the Dragon Mother had also inherited her mad blood? Through Big Black's eyes, Dany saw the reaction of the people below and muttered in her heart, "Could this be the legendary great calamity of the world? Everyone's clear minds have been clouded by the calamity aura, and become stupid and dull?" However, she had already expected the reactions of the people, so she deliberately used this as a pretext to make a fuss, and made up an eye-catching legend of the Holy Dragon and the Sailor. Too many shocking events had happened in Bravos in the past 2 days. If she talked about the eternal night in a dull manner, the people's attention would be taken away by more exciting melons. For example, the death of the Sea King, the coup in Bravos, the annihilation of the Parliament, the Devil Dragon's disappearance, the Devil Dragon's words, the meteorites falling from the sky, the fire of the Purple Harbor, the Black and White School's attack. It seemed that these melons were bigger and sweeter than the illusory, eternal night. After all, everyone had listened to the prophecies of Yasuo, Ahai, and the eternal night for thousands of years, and they were numb and tired of it. Therefore, she should use a more exciting and more legendary story of the Holy Dragon's riddle, to promote the eternal night. Mentioning the hot search terms sailor, Holy Dragon's face, riddle, and pig could also spread the news of the eternal night. The Holy Dragon Big Black began to cosplay as the Buddha in Journey to the West, and its voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, with a strange sense of mercy and compassion, echoing in the new fields of tens of thousands of people at the docks. I am the Dragon God, and I have crossed the timeline and seen the future where there is no place for you. Bravos and all the other cities in the world will be covered in ice and snow in the eternal night, and the people will starve for thousands of miles, and the city will be like hell on earth. This is the secret of heaven, this is fate, and those who reveal it will be punished by heaven. However, I am the merciful Holy Dragon of Light, and I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer. Today I am willing to bear the calamity of 10 fates, and I advise everyone to put down the golden dragon and become farmers, pick up the hoe and plant sweet potatoes. 7 gods above, good indeed, good indeed. Silence filled the docks and no one spoke for a long time. Only the melodious sound of the bell came from the distant tower, and made the atmosphere inexplicably sacred. The black dragon in the sky seemed to be covered in a layer of holy golden light, and its body also became so huge that it covered the sky, as if a merciful God was looking at them from the heavens. The people of the other world who were facing the Buddha, for the first time didn't know how to react. They looked at each other and their eyes were blank and they didn't know what to do. There was an indescribable sense of absurdity and warmth in their hearts. Will there really be a long night? Kuhulu suddenly shouted. Ah, Laurel Wind? Big Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he quickly recognized the familiar black captain below. He circled above Laurel Wind and changed his tone and tone again. From the Buddha to Smog, and his voice was low with a hint of evil. It's Captain Kuhuluamo, I remember you. That year in Kuhulu I drew a picture of you. Big Black said with an evil voice, and his cadence was like a poem. It was as if he was reciting a poem full of emotions, which made the bones of the people below go soft. Ah, Father, the Holy Dragon recognized us. Black Girl Ko Jia screamed crazily. Kuhulu's face was also red, and he was dizzy as if he was drunk. He had never been so proud of being recognized like this, and he wanted to announce to the world, "Did you see me? Holy Dragon of Light, Wings of Death, BB, you recognize me. Stop running ships, go home, the long night is coming. My eyes can see through time and space, and I can see the dark power stirring in the land of eternal winter." Big Black sighed with a melodious tone. Then he raised his body and his voice spread in all directions. The third treaty, Bravos will rent 80 large ships of more than 400 tons from the Mother of Dragons at cost price for 2 years, and the Mother of Dragons has the right to renew the lease. The fourth treaty, the Mother of Dragons and Bravos will jointly acknowledge the rebellion of Copernicus Arathorn, and all the sins will be blamed on her. The Sea King Brother Felik did not violate the oath, and also followed the tradition of the guest's rights, and tried his best to protect the guest, the Mother of Dragons. This is a sacred contract witnessed by the gods, good. After saying that, the black dragon circled in the sky, flicked his tail lightly, and broke through the thick fog, disappearing into the horizon. Hey, don't go, I haven't. Kuhulu suddenly came to his senses and reached out to grab at the air a few times and muttered regretfully, I didn't even have time to answer. Why did the Holy Dragon leave? Just these 4? So simple. Ko Jia had a strange expression. What are the people of Bravos thinking? The Mother of Dragons didn't make any unfair terms. Why did they have to make such a fuss? Just the loss of the Purple Harbor alone is more than 5 million gold royals, right? The black captain shook his head and sighed. It has nothing to do with the terms. The mother of dragons is standing against a collapsing wall, and those who are hostile to her can't help but want to push down the wall and kill her. If not for the treaty of ceding land and paying reparations, I would suspect that she is deliberately fishing. It was not that Bravos did not pay reparations, but they said it in a different way. Otherwise, why would the Dragon Queen agree to the fourth clause, and acknowledge the Copernicus coup? Acknowledging the Copernicus coup meant that Bravos did not violate the oath, and did not violate the guest's rights. In the future, when faced with the world's criticism and ridicule, the people of Bravos would have a reason to loudly declare that they did their best, to fulfill the oath, that they did their best to protect the guest, but that there was a traitor in the family and they could not do anything. The money that the people of Bravos gave the Dragon Queen to keep her mouth shut was the 80 giant ships, each with a load of more than 400 tons, equipped with 4,000 experienced sailors, and 80 captains familiar with the trembling sea, the narrow sea, and the summer sea. And the 80 ships were not empty, they were all filled with supplies: wool, cotton, barley, cheese, butter, sausages, animal tendons, horseshoes, more than 40,000 tons of supplies. And all this only cost the Dragon Queen 200,000 gold royals. The 200,000 gold royals were not paid to the people of Bravos, but the wages of the 4,000 sailors and the 80 captains for the next 2 years, as well as the maintenance of the 80 ships. In addition, there were some small conditions, such as giving Geralt a tile steel sword, or asking for a dragon egg. No, it was sent to Volantis. But the people of Bravos promised to buy a stone egg for Danny in the future. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.